and some change away from that level here. Yeah, gonna stay patient. There is the bid on the market, Neil. Oh boy, look at that, full on reversion as the strength comes in on the NASDAQ here, as well as the ES. So we bounced off aggressively off of that 21,400 level. Can we get all the way up to 21.5? So again, every about 100-point level, roughly. Here's 420s on Tesla. 420s holding right now. Let's see if we can get to that 420.60s level at VWAP. What's going on, Neil?
What's going on is, Obi, is a chance to wrap up 2024 with a massive savings from Trade Ideas. Right now, exclusive to Trader TV, viewers get 25% off any subscription with code TraderTV25, or go big with 30% off premium annual using TTV PREM30. That's TTV PREM30, both valid through January 3rd. Don't miss out on these New Year's savings, and let's crush 2025 together. Shout out to Trade Ideas and all they do. Fantastic platform there. So scan the QR code, check the link in the description of this video, and join Trade Ideas. Take advantage of that awesome promotion. So I see Tesla's already broken 420. Yep. No 18 break on Rigetti. It got to 99s, and there was no breakout. So we're still waiting on Rigetti to make the move that we're looking for here. I'll get off it there. MSTR just popped into VWAP and confirmed selling underneath. That's 313, the local high on MSTR. So still working to the downside on MicroStrategy. We'll look to see if we can pick this one up and add into the short. I mean, Tesla seems to like that level. We try to get MicroStrategy. There's the over-under on Tesla. If it closes under 420, I still think looking for the short on Tesla is going to make sense in here. So both MicroStrategy and Tesla, I'm still looking for the fade play in both.
Yo.
You still in? Oh, you're still in Tesla. Okay.
Yeah.
It's retesting 420 as we speak.
Retesting 420 here.
There it is. So it just tagged 420. A little bit of a seller came in there. I have 78s. I'll give it to the local high there at that 420 level. It's about 421. So call it just a little smidge more than $1 worth of risk. And if we can roll back under VWAP, obviously I'd look at 18s and 17s as a bit of a resistance. I don't know if you're still watching FNMA, by the way. That is doing a heck of a move. And here comes...
still pulling back?
Oh, no, Rigetti not making the break. Rigetti's starting to come into VWAP as well. So Tesla trying to break underneath VWAP. Rigetti, the breakout might be gone, and you could be looking at a VWAP retracement on Rigetti. Still eyes on Rigetti. Still eyes on Palantir. Still eyes on MSTR. But Tesla at the 420, the only thing I am into that is new.
Yeah. So again, Sean has blessed us with his presence, and I think as soon as Sean came in, I was in a multi-dollar winner on Tesla. So I think there's definitely some good juju there. 421s. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Here we go. So let's see. I definitely could have had more at 417s, but it is what it is. I have what I have. Let's let the trade kind of pan out and work here. 421s incoming potentially. Let's see how much further we can get here. But yeah, VWAP was that 420.60 mark, and currently still trading a little bit higher here. What is the opening price? Oh boy, if we do a full-on reversion of this level, 424,
break,
and then the opening range high is 427.94. Okay, all right. Well, I don't know if I'm. Well, you know what? Let me put on some sell rules, and maybe I will be able to hold it till there. But I do want to piece off just a little bit here on top of this 421 because that is what I said I would do to myself. So. If it can come and get me there, 421. 421 is still trading right now. 422s, we did tap up into 422s there. 422.01 is the high of the current 3-minute candle that I'm seeing. So yeah, solid moves off of the open there. Yeah, let's see what we have in store. Okay, so Palantir did reject off of that VWAP right here, so that's good. That's good to know. Look at that clean rejection currently, as of right now, of that 78.89. Current high is 76.90. So sorry, 76.89 is where VWAP is on Palantir here. So you know what?
It's looking, Palantir's looking good for reload. Tesla broke that free, when it broke that 421, easy in, easy out. But I think you got to be a little bit patient here, because I'm seeing like the market's coming right back into those lows. I'm out of Palantir after first scalping it, but look at it start to set up a second shot at the short. So it hasn't broken 77. Want to see those lower highs start to come in. That's a pattern we got to watch for. MSTR, unfortunately, I just canceled. I've tried to get 311.50s on this way back, and now you're already back down at 307. So it's a little, obviously it trades with a wide spread, but I didn't want to chase this one to the downside. That was, once some stocks are holding above VWAP, but this one is rejecting it by multiple dollars in a big way. So we might not be able to get the trade that we want on MSTR short, but Palantir now getting back underneath VWAP. I think it's time to re-engage that one. If I can get money fills over, great. Otherwise, we'll play the consolidation underneath on Palantir. I still think you have some shorts playing on some of these names. Not giving it up. I think the market did this yesterday. We've seen that strength. And here comes Rigetti. It's now 3 times it's tested 18. It broke out yesterday. Like to see it make that breakout. I've got my stops to take both today's break at 18 and then the break through 18.25, which is yesterday's high on RGTI. Very, very strong name here on the day. Like everything else is red. The NASDAQ just turned red. This did a V-shaped recovery, so I don't want to give up on the quantum bad boys here, especially Rigetti, which is leading things. And Holo as well, everybody. Like Rigetti's trying to go, and you've got Holo continuing its move from yesterday. Look at this thing. This is already broken through yesterday's high. If we don't grab Rigetti, I think this is the one I want to join. Came in thinking we'd have to look at some small caps today, and Holo was a bit of a forgotten opportunity here. Obi?
Yeah, so I got out of everything on that Tesla. It's still continuing to go. 422 is trading right now. 7670s here on Palantir with the market bouncing a little bit there. I kind of want to stay a little bit patient here. I want to show, like I said, if I'm looking for that continuation, sellers have already shown themselves off of the open, kind of missed that trade opening drive to the downside. But yeah, I'm looking for that continuation off of VWAP currently, and maybe a little bit higher even. Maybe if we can push up into some of these pre-market levels and then reject, maybe I like it even more there, but we'll let Palantir kind of cool off a little bit here. Again, still opening half hour, currently with about 4 minutes, less than 4 minutes, just shy of 4 minutes left to go in the trading day right now, as Palantir tests its VWAP once more. So let us know in the chat what you guys are trading. I want to take a look at some other names as well. People talking about FFIE as well. Of course, that one ran up nicely in the pre-market as well as yesterday, but no real follow through coming into the day today. A little bit of a chip chop happening here. Still trading well within opening range on FFIE. So not really looking at that one too closely. Wow, 423s, Neil.
And still going.
Still going.
That 420 level, it's like if it gets there, I mean, like if it gets through that level, it craters. If it breaks through to the upside, you've seen what it can do, the damage. 427, I think, a little bit of a reasonable target. And we're talking about Tesla, obviously. I did just see Palantir come right back. It just gave the fill over VWAP. 77 is a local high. We're tighter to 77 this time on the way back up. If we test VWAP, try to get some out there. MicroStrategy still looking relatively weak as far as I'm concerned. And that Rigetti, at some point, you got to make the breakout. Otherwise, it's maybe just a Holo party. Because Holo's continuing this obvious trend into the upside, as you can see here. Nvidia also at VWAP. So the VWAP retracements are coming fast and furious as Nvidia puts in a little bit of a double top. It's not a double top, it's just a consolidation level here around yesterday's close. So we like Nvidia to the short side. Obviously, it never popped into 140. We're going to give it to 137.5. So stop goes in. Keep it relatively simple. You're favoring the short. I think you want to let things settle up a little bit here. So we have Nvidia. If it breaks 137 even, I'll look 3/4 as first out, and then down here around the low of the day at the 136.25 mark to continue to cover on NVDA. Red stock into a slightly green market is Nvidia. Haven't double-checked AMD, but you got to trade what's setting up for you. And at the end of the day, this is setting up for that VWAP retrace and the continuation play to the downside, whereas AMD just wasn't doing it. Like AMD, it's back under VWAP now, but this went all the way up to 123.5. Yikes, Widowmaker if you held on to that one. But yeah, just got to be patient. Like I said, just got to be patient. Nvidia now working. We got that one a couple cents away from first target. In fact, it just hit. AMD setting back up underneath VWAP. Palantir is right there. And here comes MicroStrategy. Maybe this is the time to be able to grab MicroStrategy if it can do another pop into VWAP itself. So a heck of a lot going on here. I just saw this in the chat. And if you want to name some symbols, ask some questions, join in on the fun of answering some interesting poll questions like this, make sure you hit the like, but more importantly, the subscribe so you can be in our chat. Here, how do you consume Trader TV live? Obviously, I'm just going to I'm going to say watch and listen because I'm here live, but let us know. A lot of people saying watch and listen, but some might just have it on in the background. And if you have questions about what's going on, or the market's moving fast, don't hesitate to ask. That's what we are going to be here for. So no new positions other than this Nvidia and back into Palantir, which, hey, I see you're in Palantir as well.
Yeah, nice. I mean, I'm just kind of giving it some space. Not really in as aggressive as I'd like it to be, but again, I want to give myself a couple of tries before given that again. I've been trading Palantir for a couple of days here, getting used to it, taking some hits, making some wins as well, but getting used to kind of how it behaves or has been behaving over the past few days. And it is a little choppy. It is definitely competitive for sure. But market tailwind a little bit to the upside currently with that bounce coming in off of that 21.4. We see that we did sustain it. Let's see if we can get another bar to the upside here and revert more of that selling that we got coming into the open currently. Tesla taking a little bit of a pullback here. We got all the way up to almost 423s there on Tesla before taking a pullback onto 421s. 422s currently trading on Tesla. FFIE finally catching a little bit of a bid, Neil. So Faraday futures looking like today's future might be good as it approaches right back up to that $5 level. Let's see if we can get up there. What's going on in there?
Who would have expected the New Year's Eve session, last trading session of the year, to be so very eventful? We had a crazy move off the open to the downside, now trying to bounce a little bit here. This is the S&P 500, about a third of a percent right now. Definitely making some lower highs to compare it to yesterday, so we're going to have to see if we're able to reclaim that 590.50 level. Right now, just above 590s. The NASDAQ up a little, about half of what the S&P 500 is up right now, looking much weaker as well, though we do have some higher lows for the NASDAQ. Bitcoin, of course, on watch. A lot of these small caps on watch as well. In the EV space, Nikola got a pop to the upside. We have Mullen and Faraday Future as well, so the small cap EV movers, and as well as names like Holo and APM. Now, in terms of other tickers, Quantum still on watch here. RGTI trying and failing to break that $18 level as of right now. All these quantum names as well have roughly about a 20% short float each, so be very cautious of those. MSCR continuing to break to the downside. Speaking of Bitcoin, unable to break its own level there of 320 and now heading into that $300 level. And last but not least, TSLA for these mega caps. Interesting look for this one right now. We had that massive drop off the open, then a nice pop here. And as of right now, struggling with that 423 level. So lots of stocks at lots of key levels to start off the last session of 2024. And make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content, because we're here every day the markets are open. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. MSCR, another low of the day there at 304. Actually, check that. It bounced at the low of the day. No fresh low on MSTR. It actually caught a little bit of a bid. As I know I'm hearing in the back, it's like there's shorts on MSTR, because if you're yelling out dump it and die, you're probably talking about MSTR here. Almost red. It's looking to go from green to red, but not there just yet. Just quick update. You've now double barrel supported 136.5 on Nvidia. It's a wide range off the open, a little bit of a tighter range happening with this lower high. So going to continue scalping out underneath VWAP. Money fills above. We're looking to short into 137.5. So if it pops back up again, got to be patient on any reloads. Follow through needs to get down to 136 here. So I'm backing off on any reloads just yet on Nvidia and trying to play that patience game. Rigetti is now successfully held VWAP a couple of times. So double top here in Rigetti 17.4. It can still break out that high at 18, but now I'm looking to see if I can pick some up on VWAP here. If it breaks 17, 35, that can be an easy out. Want to try to get a shot in this. It's not only a breakout trade here on Rigetti. If it can't hold VWAP, I think we're going to retest that 16 even. But I want to join the quantum party on a name that's actually strong. We had MLGO earlier. We didn't like the follow through on that one, Obi, and I think Rigetti looks a little bit stronger, so play VWAP into a break of that high.
Yeah, no, I like that. I like that as well. Taking a little bit of a pullback here as both the Nasdaq and the ES start giving us a little bit of a wick on the 15-minute. Only about 11 minutes left on this 15-minute to print. So going to continue watching that one. Bit of a break of trend here on Palantir. So I did stop out earlier as it pushed all the way up to 77.40s there, getting back in as it pulls back into this VWAP area. 76.90s is VWAP. Here we go on top of VWAP currently right now at 76.90s. Let's see if we can take a little bit of a pullback here. Market, again, that candle going, oh boy, look at that drop on the ES as well. Some aggressive selling coming in here, Neil, on a lot of these names that are prior bars are breaking.
Big time.
Oh boy. That's selling coming in on Tesla too, slamming down to 420s as we pull back in. So, oh boy, are we gonna get a bit of elastic action here in and around some of these levels? I have no idea, but that MSTR is definitely unwinding there. It only got up to about 312s, 313s, and then pulls back all the way to 304s here. So absolutely beautiful, beautiful push to the downside here. Let's see if we can print those 300s. Last night. We were looking at at those closing imbalances. It came in with about a 2 million roughly imbalance to sell, and it goes all the way down to 302s into the close. And then after hours, it does print below at 299s there as well. So I don't know how low it actually got in the overnight session. Let's take a quick look and check. Overnight low, oh boy, wow, 292.95. So not only did we break that 300 mark, we got much lower here. So this was
going to break it again
came
here.
In, and yeah, we're coming right into these.
The question becomes break the 300 short or not.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, do you chase all the way there, or
the
you know what I mean? Like, yeah. All right. So Palantir's, yeah, that push up to 40s. Oh boy, I was like, yeah, that's slightly extensive there. And then you break a prior bar, going back into VWAP with market pulling back as well. So let's see if we can reclaim VWAP 76.89. If we can't, then I like this for the continuation a little bit further. Prior consolidation lows right here incoming. I have at 76.48. We're trading 57s right now, 76.50. So just about 10 pennies away from there. Let's see. We did kind of revert. The reversion was nice on Palantir. We came all the way up to VWAP. We actually broke VWAP. We got a little bit past VWAP, and we got a little bit past some anchors as well. And like I said, I like it even better if it can come into the pre-market low. And guess what it did, Neil? It came right into that pre-market low and then slammed quadunk to the downside. So I like that even better for the continuation trade. Let's see if we can pull into 76s currently. Or is this all she wrote at 76.60s? I got no idea, but oh boy, that market tailwind is definitely on our side currently. See if
the shorts are going to work. The shorts are obviously still working here. Rigetti, we're not going to get the breakout on Rigetti. Look at what happens at VWAP in here. We're jumping out. Rigetti's pulling right back into 16. Nvidia is still trying to get down to that low of the day. So we're looking and we're angling for the low of the day here at 136 on Nvidia. But all eyes are now on MSTR 300. So, you know, it's at 301. It's about to break. Let me just double check the orders. All right, so it's about to break the 300 level. It had a bottom at about in the mid 290s in there early in the pre-market, early in the aftermarket, where it was able to catch a bit of a bid. But this is with Bitcoin holding 95,000 temporarily. There's not even that much on the bid at 300 here with MicroStrategy, but the dump is continuously on here for them. I don't know if you'll get that big of a size sitting there, but it's not going to matter. Even if you see a few 100,000 shares there, who cares? It's like a hot knife through butter right now on a MicroStrategy. I'm going to look to take that break. Wow, ideally, we would get a pop back up and could short something in the 5 to 7 range, but it feels like the break's coming first. Nvidia just crossed 136 to the downside as it continues to flush. So I think you're going to break this any second now. There goes MicroStrategy. It just tagged it. I think you have to give it at least $1 to $1.50 on MSTR. And then that 95 needs to be respected on MSTR. So we'll see if we can't get some bids on the way down toward that 295 as MicroStrategy continues to take it on the chin. It's obviously not looking very good for this stock. It was an impressive rebound But what are you going to do? MicroStrategy heading back underneath. I got 75s on a trail, on the slippage. Was able to just get some out there on the south side of 99. If it's back through 301.5, it's an easy out, and then wait for about 305. Nvidia, that short, working well through the low. Next available pop, I want to look to be able to add into this Nvidia trade. And guess what's also back for us? Tesla's underneath 420 again.
Yeah.
So that over-under play on Tesla, right back into play as VWAP now sits underneath 420 on Tesla. All the reason in the world to look back to this, still believing in the shorts as the market hits the bottom. Just wait for Tesla to come back to us here, and now it has.
Yeah, so I'm kind of again lucky that got in at 77s. I was like, all right, well, do I really want to risk 30, well, just over 30 pennies on this Palantir? I liked it short, again, going into or just off of those pre-market low levels. But you know what? It is what it is. Get right back in and look for that push to the downside here. Currently coming into 76s, but not that much size. Sitting on 76s, about 300 lots sitting on 76s. A bit, so I'm already sitting on 76s to cover a little bit more there. Covered some on the way, on the way down. There's that cover at 76s as we watch that a little bit here. Let's see if we hold 76s. Oh boy, the market is coming down even more aggressively. So that morning session is breaking right now, Neil.
There's lows.
There it is. So Palantir pulls back over 1.5 points off of the VWAP right there. So I do want to kind of watch that there. And what I'm trying to do, Neil, as of late, is to kind of try to churn more. And like you say, don't want to look gift horses in their mouth for too long. But let the trade work at the same time as well. So trying to find a balance between that is definitely a little bit of a balancing, literally a balancing act. But yeah, let's see how well this kind of works there. I do want to reload back at VWAP. I don't know if it's going to get all the way there. Currently trading at 76.18s. But yeah, that market tailwind definitely helped us out a little bit there as Palantir pulled back. And those sellers definitely showing themselves at that VWAP area. And even better, at that pre-market low area here that we did crack. So boy, if you're taking an opening range break through that 77.6s, that was probably some of the best places to get in my opinion. And then 77.4s on the retest. Oh boy, is that a reload? That's a trade within itself as well, and it gives you that short to the downside. I'm a little I'm getting in a little too early here on the front side of the move when I'm just anticipating a VWAP pullback here into 76.80s, get stopped out pushing into 77s. I think I stopped out 77.06s, but then when it pushes up and then gives us that little bit of a euphoric push into that pre-market low with that acceleration and then turns on the fly there, I like that even better. Like I said, even before it came in, I'm like, if it rejects off of those pre-market lows, I'm gonna like it even better for the short. And guess what, Neil? I did not size it in terms of liking it even better, but it is what it is. We have what we have. Covered most of it here, looking for that reload if it does pop back up into VWAP. But if we crack that low a day, like the futures currently are, then oh boy, we are definitely poised for a little bit lower here. Low of day, 75.67 here on Palantir, and I see that you have an AMD chart pulled up, which begs me to question, where is Nvidia at 135.80s?
AMD is okay,
the breakdown of that whenever that pre-market consolidation is so tight, man, that's almost always a trade. It's like.
Yeah, when we see this happen on AMD time and time again, and you could say the same thing about Nvidia. It just, when it cannot break the prior high, it ends up being dumps fill. So VWAP doesn't end up working. Okay, fine. Like it's not a losing trade. It's a flat trade. But obviously these pre-market highs are when it ended up prevailing. Nvidia is trying to catch a bid at 136, and it just failed it. So I think giving it back into the prior bar high is going to make sense in here. And if I'm going to trail out of Nvidia, then I'm willing to try and grab some. If it tries to pop 136, the trail out's now in here at the quarter mark. If it consolidates this bottom, I'd add there instead of waiting for VWAP, because I don't know that we're going to get VWAP at this particular point. You still have one small cap, and maybe there's some other ones, but you have at least one small cap that's still going right now, and that's Holo. So Holo up 35%. Yesterday's top is holding very nicely. That's 780. So I kind of stuck a fork in Rigetti temporarily. There was no breakout at that $18 level that we liked. So we had to wait for it, and it just never came. VWAP holding on holo, prior high holding on holo. This should be the smart one that can hold up. If it loses VWAP like the others, I think it's probably going to dump, because you saw what happened here on Rigetti. Like, that initial candle was like 70, 80 pennies. So a good 4% move on Rigetti the first time through. I'm going to look at this VWAP, and if VWAP's not holding, I don't want any part of these smaller cap names, but I think that holo is at least starting to look a little bit stronger than Rigetti. Play some higher lows here. Look to join the trend on HOLO. Shout out to anybody else. What you guys are looking in the chat. Tesla still holding underneath 420. I just saw some people mentioning that. Doesn't seem to want to get back above VWAP in the 420 either. Oli.
Yeah. So I'm gonna be a little patient for that one there. I did like the long off of this bounce here, this 414 area. I did get alerts telling me that, oh, this area right here was a prior all-time high, and I like those levels. I like if it was a prior all-time high and it stood as all-time high for a little period, and then we got significant action off of it. I like to keep that alert in there, just to remind me that this area was a little bit or held a little bit of significance in the past. And does it show up as a little bit of a bid? Yes, it does. It shows up as a bit of a bid here. Here comes Palantir. So we did cover a decent percentage of the position on the way down here, coming right back up into VWAP here. Where is VWAP, you may ask? Another thing I want to point out is, oh boy, MSTR actually got to that 300, Neil. We dropped to a low of 298.90. So we did print that 300. So if you got short off of the open and held to that 300, congrats to you there, as we did print some significant prices there. All right, so I got to focus on this Palantir here. VWAP currently sitting at 76.79. Let's see if we continue to make some lower highs on this name. Potentially looking for a break of that day low if sellers do step in a little bit lower here. Again, market tailwind definitely on our side with that one. MSTR selling off. I see that Fannie Mae still kind of holding this 320s level currently. Palantir holding the 7640s. I'm just going through some of my in-play tickers that I did kind of sort through this morning. IONQ got a flush off of the open there. We were looking at some quantum names as well. IONQ flushing off the open.
I actually got a question about IONQ that I was going to get to a little bit later. I was asked yesterday in the aftermarket show, I was asked where I was looking at IONQ to buy in my personal account. And it was just sort of like, and again, we're not here to give investing advice, but one of the things I was saying was, well, I like the 50 period here if there is any kind of a pullback. It's got a great upward trend, and basically I like the trend line, and the support, since it's retested this high here on the trend line, was down at 29 even, and then the 50 periods at 29 even. So I like it in that range, but then I'm probably a little more conservative than most on where I would like to buy the dip on a stock like this. So that was the answer, and I know we appreciate all those questions. It's, again, just what I'm looking at on INQ. It's down 3.5 points today, like a lot of the other quantum names, so I don't think you're going to see any of those types of levels anytime soon. Just back over to Nvidia. Seems like it wants to go. Here comes right back into that prior bar top. These closes are all 136.42. Let me zoom in so you can see this better. This is all 136.42, and it just wicked that top. So it goes right into where I was trailing it to without actually breaking. This is the signal to look for the continuation, at least for myself. If it closes this bar underneath, then I leave my stop in. I don't have to adjust my stop, but I am going to add shares back in before VWAP here. But I need to closing this bar on some weakness and rolling over back on Nvidia. Tesla's starting to come back into VWAP. I don't know if you're still looking at this, but consolidating underneath the 420 here in Tesla as the market's trying to catch some kind of a bottom here. Still green on the day Tesla, but obviously the 420 has been a big linchpin level for Tesla. Kyle Burdett in the chat saying Nvidia looks like it has a touch more down. You're watching 134.75 for a possible long. Did I just hear Kyle Burdett wants to go long? I think that's what I just heard. Well, I hope it gets to that level, because that would mean the short works out pretty well. 134.75, Kyle. I have no issues with that happening. Seems like it's a long way away. Still a couple of dollars to go before he gets there, Kyle. We'll see if it can. Right now, Tesla's trying to retest that 420 level as we speak. I'm in at 19s.
Yeah, so a little bit of a confluence with that VWAP happening at that 420 right here on my chart. But yeah, if you take the first about 5 minutes, is that 5 minutes? Did we start selling off a little bit before the open? Yes, we did. So we're still trading well within that first like 5 to 10 minute range here on Tesla. So a bit of an inside action. Here comes VWAP once again on Palantir. So yeah, let's see, 78 I have. We're trading at 76.75, so 76.78 I have as VWAP on one platform, and here on the P Pro we have it just in and around 68, so 70s-ish here. So I'm just observing kind of the tape in the book here, just to see if sellers do step back in. Do we get that market tailwind as well? Is sentiment going to continue on the ticker today? That yeah, sellers are definitely in charge. Again, kind of how do I determine that? They were there off of the open, very, very clear. Came in once again off of 77s, in and around VWAP, in and around anchored, marked at prior day's selling as well at this level, and pre-market lows as well, 77.40. So let's see if we can kind of wash a little bit of VWAP here. So 78s I have. We're trading at 80s right now. So right here, 80s, nothing too crazy just yet. But yeah, look at that. I'm just gonna continue watching this, watching the colors of the rainbow to see if we get some strong selling that actually pushes into the bid and follows through. But let's see what's going on with the small caps with the Dara.
We actually have a nice push up here in IWM, Russell 2000 right now, holding on to that 220.50 level. So you can see that's been quite a bit of resistance for IWM. So if we break above this level, who knows what we could get in this last trading day of the year. Could be pretty bullish look overall, though, for that Russell 2000. There are so many small caps today. We'll not be able to get to all of them, but we'll try to get to some of the big ones here, including MicroCloud Hologram, making a nice bit of a bull flag here around that $8.20 level, using that as support. Currently at HOLO here yesterday, announcing that they have this semiconductor quantum dot hole spin qubit technology. So HOLO with a catalyst in the world of quantum. They also have about a 5.5 million share float, roughly 10% of which is sold short. Then we have ONCO. This thing has a tiny float. We're talking about 300,000 shares. They have actually halted a couple times today, so be aware of oncokinetics. No catalyst for this that I could find, up about 200%. Last but not least, APM. Aptorum also does not have a catalyst that I'm aware of. Roughly $20 million market cap with a float of just under 3 million shares. So small floats for all three of these small caps today, guys. Make sure to like and subscribe. Back to you.
Well, we know that's usually the modus operandi on a day like today. It's going to be the low float runners. I still think Holo is probably going to be the one, looking like an absolute monster. We'll get to AMD in a second for you, Elon. MC Hammer, BA broke 179 twice this morning. I like what's going on with Boeing, and we'll get to that in a little bit. But we're now at VWAP here on Nvidia. Still hasn't made any kind of a curl. Looks like this one's trying to get back into the upside and looking strong. Tesla has taken 420 again. Well, I'm going to take shots only at the 420, and every single time I get a shot at the 420, I'm going to take a shot at it looking for 17s and then 15s. So if we end up failing the 420, then suffice to say I'm going to be going back into the short trade as long as it happens. Holo is now holding VWAP. Prior high, that's the favorite setup. I wanted it to be Rigetti today. Obviously tried it at least once. There was no breakout on Rigetti. It was a good stock yesterday. Thought it could go again today. It is HOLO. That looks a heck of a lot stronger. So, I don't want to sit on the one that I hope goes. I want to join the one that is going, and you've now bounced twice off VWAP in the prior high. So it started with MLGO and then went over to Rigetti. Holo looking pretty strong here, up 30%. And again, it's a pretty small floater name on HOLO. Bit of a continuation play, little day two play action here for Holo. And you're not going to want to look back at Mullen, Obi. Yeah,
no, I think a lot of opportunities in this market going both ways, right? I think that's fair to say. Here again, Taking out that 420 once again here on Tesla, coming back into those prior highs there. Let's see if we can finally get up into those 424s like we said. That's kind of some of those opening prices there. And then 427s as well, kind of opening range high on that Tesla. What is that high specifically? 427.94, so almost 428 there on Tesla. So 77s coming back in here on Palantir. And yeah, I think if you're looking at anchors here, so this is kind of what I'm looking at from yesterday. So this is that selling that came in the going into the close there. So that's the anchor that I was looking at. We held that anchored in the pre-market session roughly, not perfect, but roughly that area there coming in off of the open. Not only do we break that anchor, we break day VWAP, we break pre-market lows as well, and then we reject off of them, and then we get that strong selling coming in, and then once again we get that action once again. So let's see if Palantir if sellers can step back into Palantir. There's a little bit of a bid there, a double stack of 200 lots came in, 77s and some change. So let's see if that can bring us anything there. But market tailwind, you got to keep an eye on market tailwind. Again, Palantir, pretty strong beta, if I remember correctly. Let's just take a quick look at what that is specifically here, and it kind of goes to show that some takers sometimes they do kind of follow the market really well, and sometimes not as well. But yeah, the beta on Palantir is 2.82. So oh boy.
Yeah, that's a little bit intense.
Yeah, you got to watch the markets.
You ever find your way back into Tesla, because this is actually starting to break out the
I did not reload, and funny enough, Neil, take a look at that. The price that I liked to buy initially was the same price that kind of bounced off of. So again, I got to keep that same kind of mindset. I'm like, if I like a price and price action pulls back to that price and shows me a reason to buy, I should be maybe even risking more this time around, because it's actually showing me that this price is confirming to me that this price may actually be a decent price to get involved with the idea to get long. But yeah, no, I'm a little bit more focused here on Palantir, as we did get that aggressive push back up. Not really getting any sort of selling that I was looking for just yet. But again, not holding on to a big chunk from back here, and it still has that original stop for the rest of the shares. Already made a little bit of a flow on the way down, and just waiting for the next kind of turn here on Palantir. Tesla maybe grabbing some of these highs here. You got to keep an eye out.
That's what I'm watching right now. Yeah. You've got the lower high at 423 on Tesla. You have the 3 p.m. or let's just call it the power hour dump, or whatever you want to call it there on Tesla, at the same price. So right at these pre-market highs, it's trying to hold above here. I think if we revert that, you probably play it back into the 420 level, which does look like it makes some sense to me. Obviously, we'll have that one on watch. Oh no, Holo. All right, Holo's kind of gotten away from our bid. Yeah, Holo, you've got to be kidding me. So Holo just came back into multitasking here. Just came back into 840. I tried to grab it on the way back into 8 even. I'm gonna nibble at 850. The thing about Holo is got a lot of room to run. This is I should have gone to the daily chart. Above this $8 level, this is the split high. Split high is at like 820. So as long as it holds on to the split high in here, I want to be looking for long continuation. It's a pure squeeze. And we've seen these things get past their split tops and then continue to run. But I think it's one of those. I'm going to nibble at 850 and then still have my bid down at the 820 level here for HOLO. We're also getting back into our resistance spot on Nvidia. So here it is. There's a 175, 137.50. It's up at that top, looking for the mean reversion here on NVDA. Tesla still grabbing. Holo's looking fantastic to that upside. As well. We'll see if we can't get in. It's already at $9. I don't want to take a breakout on HOLO. Still trying to get that first dip buy. But there goes Nvidia, now through the top. I don't know if we're going to get the breakout.
We're getting some breakout.
I don't know if we're going to get that breakout on Tesla, but certainly Nvidia is already starting to go. Got to look for that 139 if it can come in here. But my focus is moving on to that small cap on HOLO. Want to see if we can catch this bid.
Neil, that 427 Definitely, I think well within range. 428, just shy of 428 is the opening range high, like we said. About 4 points away from that one there on Tesla. But yeah, the market pretty much reverted a decent chunk, and we're chopping. If you look at the past few 15-minute candles, we're all of them red, green, now green again. Well within the range of each other, roughly, give or take a little bit there. Spider kind of coming back up as well. You can see the ES pushing back up. So let's see if this area is going to catch a little bit of a bid and we're poised to push a little bit higher. I'm curious to know whether or not we make it to 21 halves here on the Nasdaq, or we take a little bit of a pullback. Oh boy, there's some strong selling coming in on Palantir. Oh my God! Wow, look at the market slamming right back in, Neil. This is what I want to see.
There's the lit grab.
There it is. Oh yeah. All right, so let's see. Let's play ball. 77 threes here.
It's not baseball season.
On I thought you might like that one. 77 30s there, but yeah, no, it's
actually this is the time of
spicy.
This is the time of the year that I start to think about it. Yeah. So there it is. There was a lit grab. There ended up being a lit grab on Nvidia. It ran our stop, but then you see the topping tail candle. If I'm shorting this area here and you topping tail candle it, I don't mind getting out, and then on 3 minute it's going to look like we just got back in. We're exactly where we got out, but that's fine. Now you're in on momentum to the downside, and a similar thing just happened in Tesla as well. So I'm talking about Nvidia going red to green, and then now green back into red. VWAP still sits at 137 even. So just trying to stick with the same names. I'm looking over at Holo to see if we have a chance to get into that. That's still going up on HOLO. And that stock is looking real strong here on HOLO. Like every time, it's kind of wild. Like every single time you get on the bid, it's sort of an obvious level. Holo just breaks it back out again. This is a super strong stock, but I'm still not going to take a breakout. I want to be able to catch this dip, and I want it underneath $9, not above. So patience is going to have to be a virtue. Tesla, there's your lit grab. And if it can, obviously it can pull back into VWAP, but 420 is VWAP. Might catch a bit of a bid there. So if you're watching, Tesla's still looking like it's making a bit of a topping tail here. But I'd like it to put in a lower high. You're still making higher highs and higher lows, which makes it a little bit tricky to want to go into that long trade. Let's go see what is going on in the land of crypto with Adara.
The last day of the year, I thought we'd take a look at one of crypto's winners. Actually, in terms of crypto stocks, apparently percentage-wise, the winner. I'm seeing here, it's an article from Crypto News. It's as of Christmas, so not sure if the percentage is accurate, but MicroStrategy, best performing crypto stock this year, up about 400%. It's actually have this AVWAP up from the time that we had that short report from Citron Research, so we're well below that level, continuously rejecting that level, but MicroStrategy had quite the year. Just to have a quick recap, we had a 10-for-1 stock split. We've had Bitcoin purchases announced every Monday for the last 8 Mondays, so lots of Bitcoin purchases there as Michael Saylor continues to push that strategy, actually appearing at the Microsoft, so not MicroStrategy, but Microsoft board meeting on December 10th to urge them to also get Bitcoin there. So interesting look here for MSTR, also a recent NASDAQ 100 inductee. So great look for this stock this year, though they are certainly struggling, especially since we made new all-time highs and dropped on that Citron Research short report. Now, in terms of Bitcoin itself here, we'll take a look at BTC to USD. This daily chart, we're now starting to see, unfortunately, lower highs and lower lows for BTC. However, as of that drop yesterday, we still held that 90.50 level. Sharif and I were talking about that level just above that 90,500. Then we did break below the other key area that we mentioned, 92,000. So Bitcoin bouncing for now and actually above previous resistance here from the weekend of that 95,000 level. But we'll have to see if we're able to actually reclaim that most recent lower high, which was, interestingly enough, at 100,000. Key levels for BTC to watch as we head into the new year, guys.
Obviously, some big movements happening in crypto-related names, but I love the way that it's holding on to that 95. If you don't break 95, I think we could make at least another run at that 98,000 level. And then keep in mind, it's a 24-hour market, so it still has a chance to move, even though we have the day off tomorrow. Bitcoin's not going to take a day off whatsoever. So Nvidia does push back in, and we just got 137 quarters just almost filled, but it didn't quite get it. I'm not moving the bid, just going to leave it out in front of VWAP. You make a fresh high, jump out, waited for it to make a topping tail candle on that play. Still looking at holo. You've got to be kidding me, holo. I've canceled my bids at this point. Like, it's broken a little far away from that $8 level, and now you're getting these topping tails at the $9. But I'd like to see it maybe break the high and then maybe pull back in to see if we can join this. So let the stock determine where the next play is going to be for me on holo, because we did just miss the bid. I think the next time it comes down, I'm not going to bid the stock. If I see a chance to get in, I'm just going to maybe swipe. This is not one where getting in on the bid has been successful. When you want to get in, you pretty much just have to hit the offer is the best case scenario. Sometimes a 5-cent spread on HOLO, despite the fact that it's a $9 stock. It's a little bit of a spread here worth punching in and just paying a couple of extra cents. When you're trying to grab 830 or 840, you shouldn't care between the two. You should just want to get into positions. So I was sitting on the bid thinking I was going to get picked up, because usually we do, but that was a bit of a fail on my part. So here comes Nvidia. We kind of stuck with this one because it was still setting up underneath the flat bottom break and still holding the bottom end of the range from yesterday's trade. So while we're not in holo, we are back into Nvidia. It's just the $0.50 that it's giving us back into VWAP right now. Still want that follow through 137, but kind of sticking to our guns with this chip name to the south side and seeing if we can get a break of VWAP here, Obi.
Yeah, so we're pulling back off of not necessarily pre-market lows, but this consolidation that we had right going into the open there, 77.6s. So I get stopped out going into 77.40s, breaking that prior high. It only goes about 20 pennies more, but not too worried. It only had about 10% of the position left there. But we are getting that selling coming in aggressively once again off of the highs there. So again, futures in that range, both the ES and the NASDAQ. Wow, look at that selling. Oh my God. So I was just like, oh, the selling is getting absorbed. That's what I was thinking as it was consolidating, holding above 77.40s. But then it gives up that 77.40s, pulls back into 20s, and then just slams right back into 76.90s here on Palantir. But you know what? Let's see what the chart is showing us. We got that aggressive selling off of the open. We make a low 75.7, 75.6 whatever, 75.8 is the higher low. Now, we did break that prior high as well, 77.40s. We break it by about 20 pennies. And then now let's see, as the market consolidates, does Palantir give us a higher low? Does it hold VWAP? Or does it continue to sell off and give us a little bit of that range? So this kind of scalp is done for me, where I was just like, all right, I didn't really feel as confident kind of getting short 77.30s. But again, it works out, seems to be working out really well currently, as we slam right back into VWAP right now. 76.80s currently trading here. So we got a couple of super chats here. So let's we can cover some of those. I don't know if we mentioned Kyle Burdett saying, "Oh boy, bring the pain." Definitely, we know somebody might be short. Short maybe the spiders or the market there. So shout out to Kyle Burdett. Thank you for the super chat there. And Nick W asking, thanks for the look on holo. Made a nice chunk. I dip VKTX for a long-term swing. Neil, what are your thoughts on VKTX and also CRSP? And one last one, Christopher Mulligan with a super chat here. Happy New Year, gentlemen. Cheers to 2025. Cheers to you as well. Happy New Year to you as well. And yeah, today's New Year's Eve here in Toronto. So
well, it's New Year's Eve most places. Well, it's already New Year's if you live out in Australia and New Zealand, and of course, and probably a few other places we move on. But you know what? And shout out to those super chats. I do want to answer the question. I will get to Viking at one point here, but we always look for trading opportunities out there, and you stick to your guns, but you have to have a plan of action to do that. I think you want to find that plan of action and hone it with a platform like eSignal. You want to trade smarter, not harder. Everyone's trying to upgrade to an elite trading experience. Well, find a platform that gives you reliable data on every single market, on every single equity, using every single indicator that you could possibly imagine with eSignal. It allows you to back test those strategies once you find them. It allows you to curate a fantastic watch list. And then when you go to execute, I was just showing you on HOLO how I wasn't able to catch the bid when it was at my prices. Well, with Tick Replay, you're able to go back, look at the tape, look at what was happening in the moments when you were trying to trade so that you can refine your execution strategy. So whether you're back testing, whether you're forward testing, whether you're using tick rate play to refine your trading, eSignal is going to be for you. It's about having everything in one place, in one shot with reliable data. That's what eSignal is all about. So don't miss a beat. You want to execute your best trades now. Scan the QR code that you see in front of you. Click the link in the description and take your trading game to a whole nother level like Eugene Struthers. And I'm sure you know who that reference is there, Obi, because doesn't everybody know Eugene Struthers?
Of course.
Oh, I know. I'm just messing with you. But I appreciate the super chats and thank you. I think it was Nick Dubs. Nick W. was asking about Viking. I'm on the bid again at Nvidia there in VWAP, but I just wanted to go to Viking. So, look, I think I already mentioned this, but I liked the 50 period, so I'm already in this stock. I like the 50 period moving average where it held and had some support. One thing to keep in mind with Viking, this is a potential takeout target that doesn't necessarily have the cash to get their oral to production, right? So they're going to need to raise, which is why you're going to see pressure on the stock, or maybe find a combination. But it is rounding into the 200 period moving average, which is the kind of the bigger go zone. There's your double top here at about 24.25. I think if it loses $25, that's where you get concerned. And even a shot play where you're like, I'm putting an amount in it that I don't mind going to zero, and this is a hero play in my long term, even those require outs. And if it closes under the weekly there, I think that's where you want to give it up. But it's entering the second buy zone down around the $25 level. And like I said, this is one of those stocks where, in my personal opinion, if it heads, if you lose it all, it's that type of a shot play. Because I'm seeing this as if there's a deal done and if they make a breakthrough, it's over $100, easy, maybe a 150. And I think that could be sometime in the next couple of years. But yeah, it is a bit of a risky proposition, that stock. So going back over to Holo, and again, thank you for those super chats. As we were just talking about eSignal, there's your one red candle in HOLO. It just pulled back into 860. So while we were doing that, we might have just missed our chance to get in to Holo without buying an absolute top here. The stock is on one today.
Yeah, definitely. Like we mentioned earlier, a lot of opportunities in the small cap world here. Again, whether to the long side, to the short side, lots of movement, lots of volatility happening here. But something that's not as volatile anymore is that Tesla is still trading in and around that 420 mark, 421 currently right here. Okay, so there's some selling coming in once more in the market here, 76.80s here on Palantir. So I'm just looking for whether or not it's going to hold this this VWAP area. VWAP, it's on VWAP right now, 76.80s. So let's see how this one kind of pans out. But the market, you can see, just still trading within its opening range. Let's see what the sectors are doing with Adara with Sector Watch.
It's worth noting here, CNBC discussing Apple and Tim Cook right now. Not speaking to Tim Cook, but just be aware here, AAPL being discussed. It's worth taking a look here at the sector board because this looks distinctly different from what we saw this time yesterday. Every single sector was red. Today, we are actually just seeing a lot of gray, so a lot of flat performance here. Electronic technology and technology services, both notably flat, even though Dan Ives of Wedbush gave a lot of these names the nod this morning in its 2025 top AI tech picks. There's a really interesting look there. Finance a little bit green, retail trade pretty flat, commercial services flat, utilities. Health services a little bit of green actually, which is a little bit shocking because the sector has been sold off the entire month of December since the shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Health technology pretty green, but Eli Lilly bringing this group to the downside. And now it's time to talk about the sectors that are actually strong on the day because we have a few. Consumer durables here led to the upside by Tesla. Energy minerals, another good look for this sector. We knew they were on watch yesterday with that push up in UNG. Communications and process industries also looking good today. Thank you.
Right, so
thank you very much, Adara. I appreciate you. There's a few things that are standing out. I saw David Kyle mention another one of these runners just made another fresh high. Well, pulling back a little bit a couple of minutes ago, Onco just made another fresh high. So I think it's halted at maybe twice, at least for me, actually maybe three times, with a couple of down halts in there, believe it or not. Only one up halt and then two down halts, making a fresh top up 360%. Stop me if you heard this before. This is another reverse split, and then now you're bouncing off of the bottoms here. So always be careful with this. I think when they get to those key post-split prices, like the prior bottom here at $3, that's sort of an obvious area on ONCO. This is one where I would pay for locates if it got to $3, because if it does what Mullen did, and spoiler alert, Mullen has almost given everything back. Sometimes these repeat offenders don't last long. They trap people when there's exuberance gapping up, and then this is what happens on the back end. So Mullen has almost closed in the entirety of the gap. It's got about 10 to 15 pennies, and then the rest of it comes in. So we'll be a little bit careful with these reverse split runners. Like, it doesn't really take much to get them going, but then sustaining the buying is usually the problem with those names. So Nvidia now tracking back underneath VWAP. We did take a stop out in here at 137.5, only for it to wick the top and then set back up for a playback into VWAP. So about 75 pennies in the money. I got a bid down at 136.5 to take our next fill. Polo still looking pretty strong. And I'm going to go ahead and check the price of locates at least on that ONCO. Because I know what happened yesterday is I didn't pay for locates on a name I was anticipating could get to the level. When it got there, I didn't have them.
Yeah, so I think that's there was a couple times as well where I'm just like, if there's a name that I like, I'm kind of like curious to know what the short borrows are priced at. Do you ever take a look at that just to feel out like the demand?
I like to see
of
when
the borrows themselves.
Yeah, sometimes if what'll happen is, if there's a big change in the demand on the borrows, like it starts out at, like, say just maybe 1 cent a share, and then as the stock goes up, it makes a fresh high like 11 o'clock, and all of a sudden it's 5 cents. Sometimes you can catch where the turn is if it goes parabolic, that borrows price. Like from going from like 1 cent to 5 cents, all of a sudden it's like 50 cents. Oftentimes it's that kind of a jump that can lead to a bit of a top when it gets a little bit ridiculous how much people are paying to borrow.
Yeah. No, I think
this one's nothing. This is less than 1 cent a share on ONCO.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. No, and that can definitely give a little bit of information there. Yeah. So nothing happening right now. Nothing too crazy, at least, Neil, as the market just chops in its opening range. We kind of talked about it. It was only about roughly just slightly over 15 minutes left until we pass it off to the midday how to trade show. And yeah, nothing else too crazy. But yeah, some of the trades off of the open that were absolutely wild was that MSTR trade, MSTR to the downside, a little bit of continuation from where that selling came in prior day as well, that 318 area coming in off of the open 318.59. Yesterday's end of day high, 318.81 there. You can see that selling coming in right once again. So not only has this level sold off the open yesterday, into the close yesterday, off of the open once again today as well. So a little bit of selling happening underneath this 320 level on MSTR. Let's see if that one can continue there. I don't know if we're going to see 300s again on the day, Neil, but I'll definitely be watching for that. Palantir continuing to the downside right here. I got into a little bit of a long here above 77. I'm willing to hold a little bit against me here, as I don't have as much as I had I guess before for the push, but that short trade shows up once again and shows up nicely as we continue to sell off of this 77.60s area here on Palantir. 76.50s currently as the market teeters near its lows, but this is where we found a bit. Multiple times. You can see the past multiple 15-minute candles. This is the area on both the ES and the NASDAQ where we found an aggressive bid back up. Let's see if that shows up again, or do we finally kind of break that trend and pull to the downside here. Tesla as well. We did do a lick grab of that prior high, pushing up into 424s, only to pull back into 418s currently, but technically still making higher lows and higher highs, not counting that opening range high just yet there on Tesla. So inside action nonetheless. Let's see if we get more of that here on Palantir, and let us know in the chat what you guys are trading, and I'm more than willing to take a
Rivian's
look
going
at
nuts
that.
here.
Rivian, yeah, someone in the chat just talking about Lucid.
Lucid, Rivian, both make moves. I just double checked. I didn't really hear anything, or not that there needs to be news for a stock with a short float like this to get going. Okay, so I think Sharif's going to send it to me because I didn't see anything when I checked this one out on Benzinga. unless there's something from yesterday. But either way, it's broken out a nice consolidation level here at 1430. You can see it's a bit of a double top from last week here on Rivian. It's a head and shoulders on the daily. Then this is the next leg of the shoulder if it can get through 1475. So watch this 15.5 level on Rivian. Nice little technical break. Look where it held. It held the line right on that prior resistance. I think this curl on Rivian has still got room. I'm kind of, you never want to be hoping, but this is one where the last time it got to 18, I didn't do any selling. And this time, if it gets to 18, I have this in my long term. I am going to do some selling on Rivian if it gets there. So 8% looking pretty good there today. And I believe Sharif has just sent it to me. So what's the news on Rivian? It's Lucid, actually, with the news. Started deliveries of the Gravity in the U.S. yesterday. So I guess you're just getting dragged up here on Rivian on the Lucid news.
Yeah, we can't forget that delivery numbers are coming out on Thursday, right? So as soon as the market opens back up again after New Year's Day, we get Tesla delivery numbers and I think a few other EVs as well, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, that's definitely something to look forward to. Again, deliveries being one of the top catalysts that Tesla brings.
All EVs, really, yeah.
Yeah, all EVs. I think even more than kind of earnings.
Not to interrupt, Obi, but I got to just a quick update here because this reversion on Nvidia is reverting the reversion, to steal a term from you.
Oh boy.
Where this is the move up, it does the mean reversion, shorted it on the trend line. It just took VWAP. I took some out before it broke the trend line, so I'm holding on to the last 20% of the trade here. But that's a bounce off VWAP and a reversion of trend. If it closes this bar above and holds on to VWAP here, then I want to be covering it. If it holds underneath, then we hold for the lows on Nvidia. But just wanted to give an update on that position as we go to Adara. It's 10:50.
Actually interesting here. Rivian might have a little bit of another catalyst as well. I'm not sure if this is really going to be moving anything, but I'm seeing Benzinga reposted this or talked about this, so I want to mention it. On Sunday, Marques Brownlee, who is known here for a reviewer, he's also known as the man that killed Fisker. But anyways, Marques Brownlee basically said that he sold his Cybertruck, and when people asked him on X, he said it's because he likes the Rivian better. Rivian, the official Rivian account on X, got involved in this as well, so RIVN potentially also getting some influencer love anyway, and Marques Brownlee, it cannot be overstated, as a very important influencer in this vehicle space. Now we're going to take a little bit of a look here at the US dollar as well. This is such a bull flag here on the DXY and the daily chart. We talked about this over the last few days, this push up here, especially with that FOMC rally. Then we have this resistance of right now at 108 halves, 108 halves, currently around 108.4. So this is a really good look, trying to take out yesterday's top. So we'll have to see if the DXY has this nice push to end 2024. But this is quite the rally off that $100 level that we made back in late September. In terms of news here for the US dollar, there is nothing. It's been a pretty light week just due to the fact that it is a bit of a holiday shortened week. But on January 3rd, we're going to be getting here, so it's going to be Friday, some ISM manufacturing data. Then when we get back here on the 2nd of January on Thursday, we're going to be getting jobless claims and some S&P 500 PMI data. Not S&P 500, S&P. So keep an eye on some PMI data for the rest of the week, and just keep an eye on that DXY bull flag. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Appreciate it. That's actually a much better catalyst for Rivian. I don't know how jazzed I was about it if it was just going up on sympathy. Like, you'd rather there be a little bit more juice than just a sympathy play. But yeah, strong looking trend there on Rivian heading into that $15 level. We'll see where it goes next. I just showed you guys the update on Nvidia. Oh, you're in Palantir.
Yes, sir.
Just about to show. See, the interesting thing about Palantir is it's right back on the 15-minute chart. It never followed through. So yesterday, it bottomed out at 76 when we were short 78. Today, it bottomed out again here, and you're putting in some higher lows on Palantir. I was just about to say it's starting to look good if it can hold on to VWAP, but still have these sharp red candles. I like the fact it's putting higher lows into a stock where it's flat bottoms on PLTR. Well, I did reverse into Palantir yesterday, but I did so at an even dollar level. And as I was just updating you, trend reversal on Nvidia, so it holds on to VWAP. It gave us a 60 short. Our best out was 80s, and now you're right back above VWAP. So it's the reversion of the reversion, to steal a term from Obi. There's your sharp move up. We shorted that move back into VWAP. But going to get out of Dodge is now it's proven that it's held on to VWAP. If your reason is to short it, When it broke the trend, when it breaks another trend, I have no issues getting out of it. And David Kyle, you're right. ONCO, yeah, it never got to $3, but it might have halted down. It's still in an upward trend even with the halt down. This is halted down once, twice, now 3 times. And the last couple of times it caught a bid right after halting to the downside. I'm still eyeballing $3 before I would look short on ONCO.
Yeah, so I'm still kind of watching this PLTR. I like, as soon as Neil was like, "Oh, Nvidia breaking that trend," I like that for the confluence there. I looked at the market. I'm like, "All right, well, we're catching a bid exactly where we have been for the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 15-minute candles on the ES, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as well on the Nasdaq." So yeah, a bit of a chop in the range, but using that information to kind of to see if things can happen here on equities as well. I like doing that there. Nvidia with a little bit of a turn. Let's see if that comes in with a follow through as well. Apple. Nothing too crazy on Apple as well. A lot of these tickers still trading within their range. Alphabet, very compressive. Tesla, very compressive within range. Amazon as well. Amazon actually kind of flat bottoming. Oh boy, look at that. 221 is a clean bottom there on Amazon. So let's quickly take a look at that one here. AMZN. Yeah, take a look at these bottoms right here on Amazon. A bit of a triple bottom with lower highs building into it as the market kind of teeters in and around its lows here. So going to continue watching that one there. That's interesting as well. But nothing else too crazy going on. Bitcoin at 95 threes currently trading, so nothing going on there. AMD poised for a little bit of a fresh low there on the day, so let's watch that one. SMCI still well within its range, so it does seem like Neil, that it is small cap season, and Rigetti taking a bit of
Rigetti dumping
pull to the downside. A lot of like rangy and price compressing or compression kind of price action on the day today so far. So far in the morning session, at least, with only about 6 minutes left to go till 11 o'clock here. And yeah, just reading some of the tickers you guys are putting in the chat. Yeah, sure, we can take a quick look at some of those. Let's see, FFIE. We know we were watching that one in the pre-market. Let's take a quick look at how that one is doing and what that's up to. So we did pull back off of that $5 level. Didn't quite get back up to there, making lower highs since then with a current day low at 337s there. So nice. I guess the short is definitely working out on this one there. Somebody else was talking about CVS as well. I don't know what's happening there, but let's go in for a bit of a checkup there on CVS. So 44, nice little push. Wow, that is a bit of a bid happening on
quickly, Obi.
CVS. What's up?
A couple of things happening. Well, we showed what was going on in Rigetti. Holo has now lost VWAP as well. So like, it is what it is. Like, you can want it to bounce somewhere, you can have it lined up, you can see support, but when it loses support, there's just not much you can do. Like, there was never any mean revert, there was never a bid like it was catching before. So I end up not trading HOLO. And if this ends up doing what Mullen did, or what it looks like Rigetti is doing here, you could end up back at some of these lows. I don't know that the short's completely done yet. And there was just there's so many of these happening. There's another halter that I saw in the chat people were mentioning. And we'll go over them. I know people are trading these. BDMD is halted to the upside. But pretty much every single one of these runners that I've been watching so far have yet to really follow through very well. So I think this is one of those take your profit where you can, because the continuation play hasn't been that good. This is a little different in that sometimes we've been looking at these breaking out these tops. This is halting going into the prior high at $6.30. So there's a little something up top here where you actually have a level to trade off of with this BDMD. Just be very careful. A lot of these are looking awfully weak when they lose that high of the day break. Example there with HOLO. Example, of course, with Rigetti. Of course, AMD's right back at those lows. AMD is flushing here. Yeah, it's always AMD. Yeah. Like, I'm over there. Like, look, don't get me wrong. Like, Nvidia.
We talked about that range.
No, we did talk about this range, and I know we traded Nvidia to the south side today, and it did work. But AMD continues to hold this trend line, and every chance you get to short into the top of the trend line does make some sense. I think the continuation play, maybe VWAP, certainly a flat bottom break, and to be involved there for this one. And Rivian, yeah, we liked it. Now it's starting to come back. So I think if you're, and again, you can like the catalyst or not like it with Marquez Brownlee giving it some juice, but the prior high is still at 1430. So if you're looking for anything long, I still think finding some kind of a small capper makes sense. The NASDAQ is lower highs, lower lows into a flat bottom. So I still want to give small caps in the second half of the day a bit of a chance. Rivian looks pretty good because unlike Holo lost VWAP, it has a chance to regain it now, but I want a mean revert there or a straight up hold of the prior high. Want to look for the setups that you like. So that's dip buy only strong stocks, trade the shorts at the prices that's still set up for you, like Nvidia at VWAP could still come into play for me, but they got to be a little bit patient with only about a minute or two to go here till we fire you guys off to the Bash Brothers.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so like I said, some of these moves coming in quite nicely here. So Palantir, what am I looking at here on Palantir? So this is what we were looking at in the morning session there. Yeah, so this blue line here is VWAP. Let me take care of the rest of these lines here. So we've been kind of orbiting in and around VWAP, but what I liked was that higher low, and now we're kind of picking up a little bit higher here with the market kind of bouncing off of the same areas here. So we didn't quite get back down to 76. We made a higher low. Now we're kind of struggling a little bit with that VWAP for a bid there. But yeah, let's see if that can potentially come in. But what I was looking for was VWAP sellers. Didn't really quite come in as well as I thought. But the pre-market low sellers definitely were nice. And that if you had that idea, you were rewarded a little bit there. So for initially you got that 1.5 all the way down to 76s from 77.5s, and then now you get about a point all the way from 77.5s to 76.50s. But we are making higher lows. See if we make a next higher high as well. Opening range high sitting just shy of that 81. You can see that right off of the open. We attempt to push. So the high here on the opening candle on the 3-minute is 77.95 and then traded at 78.01s just before the open as well. So don't know if we're going to get all the way back there. Let's see if we can. But I like that we're making some of these moves as of right now. But if VWAP stays heavy and sellers kind of come back in on top of VWAP and we get that market tailwind as well, I'm more than willing to kind of be wrong on this ticker here and maybe even get back in short if that's going to be the sentiment. But I'm trying to do a little bit better with identifying what the trend on the day might be and trying to get with it as well. So let's see how this one works out. Like I said, more than willing to be wrong on this idea more than a couple of times to see if it'll work out. But hopefully you guys have had an awesome morning session. And Neil, it is 11 o'clock.
It is 11 o'clock. We're going to fire you off to the Bash Brothers. Two things, Holo and Rivian, same time. They're both getting to prior day highs and looking to make a little bit of a bounce here. The market is going to test those lows almost imminently here. So I know Mr. Burdett's going to be happy for that. Still a small cappers day in terms of the gainers, but watch out. This day is not over. It is a full day of trading today. Just a reminder to everybody. So we are back at 2 o'clock and we have our aftermarket show just like normal. But for now, let's fire it off to the midday. We've got the Bash Brothers, the Professor, and Joey Options. Go get them.
Yeah.
Ooh. Boom! What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, the final episode of 2024. That is your boy, Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And we already have Havana Woody. Boom! Let's make some money, baby. Absolutely. Shout out to Havana. Pumped about that. Kalua, sup? Good morning, folks. Good morning to you as well. 1 hour left in this time zone anyway for the morning. We're going to wait for more of the viewers, Joseph, to head on over from the other stream. Took in a little bit longer today. Oh, Packer patience there. Lots to talk about. 4 triple-digit winners in small cap gapper lane. We'll talk about those in a hot second. There we go. We got my man Covalence coming out of grade 11 chemistry. We got David Clark and Adair. Shout out to Charlie Taff and Andrew Chow. We got Zabo, Mr. Long Shorts, and L Souls. Shout out to Richard Peterson and Maxi Jr. Trader forever, as opposed to temporarily, of course. Felipe Lopez Lopez and Kristen Norman officially unburdened my favorite dude in the chat. We got Pilot Josh, who was watching football yesterday. We got Vin. We even have Joseph, who's made it onto his own show today. Mark Susi, Tim Snyder. Big Spile in the house already, probably pleased that the ES just went red. We got Bax. We got Beantown Patriot. Shout out to Crypto FOMO. Shout out to Nessa and the OG Darwin. Cody Duggins. I was about to say Huggins. We got Every. We got Alvaro Mario Sosa, as well as Sarah Bredet. Now, Kyle, we got Sarah Bredet in the house.
Oh.
I don't know if you're gonna be okay with that. Last time I used your moniker Big with somebody else, it really disappointed you, and you actually invited that person to fight. Bitcoin Trader TV, we got Juan Wick and Eclectic Passions, and shout out to Mary S. Lyman. Joseph, good morning, my man.
Good morning, my brother. How was your evening?
It was good. Hopefully this evening is even better.
Oh, we got a little party to go to.
We got the house party,
The house party,
right. Up in Markham. Should be like
right.
all the high school, the university clan, everything like that. Yourself?
That's good time. No, dude, I'm just relaxing, making lasagna.
Yeah,
yeah, exactly. You know what, guys? I'm going to be totally frank on this front. I'm feeling FOMO and ROMO to the fullest here. My friends are in Mexico partying. It's been a tradition of ours for years. They're going to be calling me, sending me videos, just rubbing it in a little bit there. But, I mean, sure enough, I had to post on my Snap all the previous years that we had to go together. So just a little backstory before we get into the lesson of the day. Met a bunch of friends from Dallas, Texas, and then we've been going together.
You just send those people the videos and the pictures of Jamaica.
Yeah. Well, yeah, some of them are going to be there too. So yeah, it's not going to be as good to rub it back into their face. But yeah, we'll be over there in Jamaica in February there, folks. But guys,
he's already doing it.
He's already at it. There can only be one big one. Also notice that the false big profit ain't here no mo. Whoa. Okay.
Shots fired just to start the show. We're already getting controversial,
Jeez.
Joseph. So I'm just going to show the small cap gappers I've got on the side chart.
Before we get
and
into
then we
the
got a
lesson,
hell of a
my guy.
lesson, obviously.
All right.
Joseph dropping options today. All right, here we go, guys. BDMD, the big boy winner on the day. We're already up 594%. We're knocking the door of $8 and 600%. You bet your bottom dollar I will be looking at this one. We'll keep an eye on it. Multiple halter as well. ONCO, another big boy mover, 267%. Retracing now back into that $1.50. I'm all eyes. HOLO, a holdover from yesterday, just broke down below VWAP. This is going to have to get above 8 for me to get interested. FLYE, not the biggest dollar winner on the day, but it's up 104% and it's above VWAP, so it's aces in my book. APM, 315%, looking to take 6 again, above VWAP, certainly playable under my system. And VRME, another triple-digit winner, Joseph, 113%. Sadly, though, breaking down below VWAP, we're going to have to wait for this one to reclaim the level. BREA is obviously kind of a V-shaped retracement right back down below $1. And last, but certainly not least, I had Nikola. I was going to take this on VWAP, and then the bottom dropped off Nikola, so that will probably be losing its spot on the side chart. Lots to talk about today, guys, not the least of which is the lesson we got coming up. We got a great one for you. Options.
Oh, there we go.
She was okay. So I was worried a little bit that she was trying to troll me. She was gonna, go, you fine, do me dirty. No,
Yeah,
she had some ideas.
She got some good ideas. Call me Cicero. I'm pretty sure he's Italian, though. I'm pretty sure he's from Rome, right?
Is he?
Yeah, he's
okay. I didn't know that.
Cicero is.
All right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I just know
Cicero.
the 3 Greek philosophers. You got Plato, Socrates, and Aristotle. I don't know which one. I'd go for there.
Socrates.
I love how you just whispered. I go Plato.
Plato?
I like Plato's allegory of the cave. Anybody who read that is super interesting.
Call me Cicero from now on.
I like it.
Yeah.
All right, what do we got, Joseph?
Okay, guys, we're gonna hop into some Greeks. Ramin already spoiled the party on this one, so I was going to pop it up here. We like this. And there we go. We got Cicero and Plato right here. Folks.
Joseph, your buddy Greg just dropped a $20 super chat.
No,
we gotta take that
holler at him. Yeah, hit it. What is he?
Gregory.
Gregory.
All right, we're just spending the money. He says, for Joseph's pity fund.
Oh
you
my
have to interrupt the lesson for that.
Yeah, you have to, Greg, man. You know what? I DM you later, brother. Much appreciated for that. I'm sure you're putting in a monster session. Happy New Year to you and the family, most definitely. So I hope you guys have a good one. I know you'll be enjoying a couple neats this evening. There's no doubt about that, guys. A couple on the rocks are neat. I think he likes it neat. So fancy guy,
you
Greg.
Like how she went into the lesson to change the picture?
Yeah, that's all right. But yeah, my good buddy Greg, thank you much. Love, brother, as always. But here we are. Let's get right into it. Again, here with Cicero and Plato, folks. We're going to hop into the options Greeks, even though Cicero is Italian. But anyways, let's move forward. And we're just going to go through all 5 of them today. All right, so we got some material that we need to cover. I think the most important ones are definitely Delta, Theta, and Vega. There is no question about that. Rho is interesting, and obviously Gamma as well too. I enjoy them all. I know a lot of people are obsessed with Gamma squeezes, and we'll touch on that as well too there, folks. But let's get right into it, all right? And here's all the symbols. I thought that was pretty cool. We put all the symbols for the Greeks up there as well, all right? All right, folks, so in options trading, the Greeks are a set of calculations used to assess and manage the risks associated with the potential options positions. They are financial measures that represent the sensitivity of options price to certain underlying variables. Each measure has a different impact on the options contract price. All right, so you guys know, you hear me talk about selecting deltas quite often, using it as a percentage metric in whether that options contract will expire in the money or out the money. Then you know we have theta, time decay, extrinsic value that goes along with that. Then we have gamma is essentially delta's delta, and then we have a vega, goes with volatility, implied volatility, and rho, that is interest rate sensitive. But I think we have an ad read here, and then we're going to go into the next step.
Yes, sir. To wrap up 2024 with a massive savings opportunity from Trade Ideas right now, exclusive to Trader TV viewers, you get 25% off any subscription with code TRADERTV25. That's one word, TRADERTV25, or go big with a 30% off the premium annual using TTV PREM30. So TTV PREM30. Both are valid through January 3rd. So don't miss out on these New Year's savings, and let's crush 2025 together, Joseph. Going to be pumped up for next year. So
Yeah. I'm amped for 2025. There's no doubt about that, folks. But okay, so we just went over kind of what the Greeks are and how we're going to implement them in our day-to-day options trading, all right? So this Greek measures delta, this Greek measures the change in options price for every 1 point move in the underlying asset or stock itself, okay? So delta has a range of -100 to 0 for puts and 0 to +100 for calls. Simple as that. It doesn't exceed that, and it stays within those ranges. And you'll notice that they have a little bit of a different metric when we look on the chain, but you just move the decimal point over a couple places, all right? So if the contract delta is 0.8, this means the options price will change $80, right, or 0.880 cents using the options contract multiplier of 100 for every $1 move. If the options contract is valued at $1 with a delta of 0.8 and the underlying has a $1 move, that options contract will now be valued at $1.80. Simplistic stuff, right? So that's just what you want to look at when you're looking at deltas. You also have the ability to use this as a percentage metric and whether it's going to close in the money or out the money. And then when we go over and just look at the chain briefly, we'll be able to establish that, and from an eye gauge that I personally like to do, all right? So here we are on the options chain here, folks. And as you can see, we have the delta column highlighted. And I just want you to look at this from a percentage metric, how I mentioned this, but also in just what we kind of stand at from a value standpoint, all right? So as you can see here, The farther we go out the money, the lower the delta is. So every 1 point move, that delta is going to fluctuate and get closer to that one delta, as high as it can possibly go. So now I want you to look at this from a percentage metric, all right? So Apple is trading at currently $245. This is when I took this screenshot a couple days ago. But I want you to look at this 240 strike price right here, okay? And I want you to see the delta being 0.95, all right? So look at this as a metric as, okay, if I were to buy this $240 strike price, we're already in the money. We're buying this with intrinsic value. Use that as a metric and say, oh, and gauge it in an aspect like, oh, okay, about 95% chance that we're going to expire in the money by January 3rd. It makes a bunch of sense, right? And then you can do that as well when you step out further on the strike price. So just keep that in mind. So at this point, when you're dealing with delta, you can see that we have a delta of 0.95, as I previously mentioned. That's almost 1-to-1 as for every $1 move in the underlying asset that contract is going to gain $100, all right? So, but again, when you buy an in-the-money contract, that doesn't mean you're going to be profitable right away. You still have to include time value, and you still need that underlying asset to appreciate in order to be profitable, okay? So just use that as a metric. And the same thing with the put size. As you can see, the higher we go in strike price, the 265, we're sitting at a 95 delta. When the price is trading at $254, that makes sense. We're bearish. If we were to buy this contract at 265, and it's trading at 254, sure enough, in a span of 5 days, even less now, that this contract is going to expire in the money. That doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be profitable. Just always take that into consideration, because that would make the game way too easy if you could just buy in the money contracts that are going to expire in the money, as I just explained. So Gamma, all right, provides you with the expected change in delta for each $1 change in the underlying asset. So people like to refer Gamma as delta's delta, all right? As it is greater, so Gamma is greater for at-the-money options, decreases after the options contract trades more in the money or out the money, all right? So the Gamma is greatest when contracts are at the money, okay? So just keep that in mind. Gamma is always positive, unlike some delta. When you're on the put side, it is negative. And like Theta, Gamma increases as you approach expiration. So the fluctuation within the delta can become vast. And when you go to those 0 DTE, that's where you can see those massive fluctuations in delta, all right? So let's take an example here. The contract has a delta of 0.7 and a Gamma of 0.2 with the underlying asset moving from $100 to $101. The adjusted delta would now be 0.9. It's as simplistic as that, all right? So you can almost do these own calculations, but there's no need to do that because everything's so fast and forever changing, okay? So keep that in mind. So here's the exact same example. If this 255 strike price were to go, at the money strike price were to go up to 256, then you will see that delta being adjusted, all right? So that would be 0.7 something, whatever, I'm not gonna do the math, but you get the concept that that is now added, and then now the Gamma will also be changed, and therefore changing the delta of the options contract, all right? And the same thing on the put side there, folks, okay? So just keep that in mind. We'll go over Theta, and then we'll take a little break and see what Vega and Rho are up to after, all right? So Theta is the Greek metric that represents time decay in contract values. This is really important, okay? So when people buy out the money contracts, essentially you're only owning time value on that asset, all right? So just keep that in mind. So if a stock XYZ is trading at $100 and its $105 call is $1 with a Theta of 0.2, that options contract value will decrease $20 every day. That variable is always changing as well too. Nothing is stagnant in the variables such as all these Greeks, okay? So just keep that in mind. So while Theta works in favor of option sellers, Theta works against option buyers. So that's why option sellers love Theta, because day by day, as Theta increases and that contract stays out the money, the more likely you are to keep all of that options premium, okay? So here you go, and it's the exact same thing. We have the Theta column highlighted. if you were to buy these contracts, so say this contract was $3.30, if it were to stay at the current price and not fluctuate, that contract will lose $20 per day, okay? So that's simplistic stuff coming to Theta, Gamma, and Delta, all right? So we will come back to Vega right after we hear from our guy, Sharif.
All right, we're involved in BDMD here with an average price of 71. Just wet the beak at 7. Let's see if it can squeeze above 7 right now. It's above it, but a very, very light move above 7. I'm waiting at 7.25 next. This one we caught, well, I don't want to say the bottom. We didn't catch the bottom, but we had planned DCAs. I'm quite sad that I didn't have my DCA at 6 filled. That would have given me a fundamentally better cost basis, but we're going to work into this one, hopefully, and then take out some tops here. So the next level, I'm waiting at 7.25, but again, having trouble with 7. Now, this candle that we're currently in right now on the 5-minute chart, the 11:15 candle, is an inside candle ensconced by the highs and the lows of the previous 5-minute candle. So it kind of looks like, you know, we're in a bit of an area of indecision right now. I'm talking about BDMD. It's up 557%. Let's keep an eye out on this one. I'm also involved in a down halt here on ONCO. That was a planned dollar cost average at that $1.60. I think we're still in a decent position here on ONCO, despite the fact that I'm caught in the down halt. I'd like to see this hold up above that $1.45, $1.42. That's where the volume weighted average price is hanging out. I'd like to see it hold above there. I've already placed my stop below VWAP. So if this one dips and loses the volume weighted average price, end of trade. Excuse me, end of trade. All right, back to BDMD as it continues to whiffle and waffle south of 7. And there is a seller of note here. You can tell just by the way the level 2 and the time in sales is chopping and churning that it is a seller of note at around that 7 area. So the high of the day, closer to $8 than 7.75, 7.94 HOD. As we come back down now into the $0.75. I'm leaving everything the same on this one. All my planned dollar cost average, the one at 6 I'm leaving, the one at 5.50 I'm leaving. I'm going to defend this one into the volume weighted average price, okay? I've taken small share size to start and I've already de-risked here, allowing me to be able to DCA into my levels. I'm never going to be able to catch the bottom or likely catch the top. That's what we're going to plan for this one, and we're going to defend it into the volume weighted average price. Currently on my chart, VWAP's hanging out around 540, a little bit below that $0.50 area at around 550. I've taken account for that by having these orders, these resting dollar cost average orders to defend 6 and to defend that 5.5, with the ultimate out, though, of course, being the break of the volume weighted average price. I will have no smoke south of that VWAP area. Okay, back to ONCO. It's open now. Back into that $1.50. This is going to have to hold VWAP. VWAP currently at $1.42. Not adding here either. Okay, so if it gets back into that $1.70, we have a $1.70 cost basis right now, 157. It's what it's printing. I'm going to pack my patience now. If this one dips into that 142 and clearly defends it, I'll add at that level for a VWAP at. So that's what I'm looking at right now. I'm involved in BDMD and ONCO, doing well on BDMD, not so good on ONCO, not so well. So we'll keep an eye out on this one, see if this one wants to pop back into the high side. I'm also keeping my eye on APM, disappointed with myself. I did have a trade planned for APM at this level. Look at this beautiful rounded bottom and a defend of the volume weighted average price. It has a wide range per candle though, and if you haven't traded these small cap gappers, it behooves you to know what I mean by range per candle. That means that well, it depends on what time frame you're charting. I chart on the 5. So per 5-minute candle, look what the average price range is. That has to feature, number one, into your profit takers, into your stop losses, and into your position size. If you have a wide range per candle, it behooves you to work into the position in case the bottom drops off or you can't afford to take that kind of risk on a per candle basis. So I'm keeping my eye here on APM, or already took 7. Here goes 7 1/3 on APM. This one is in the high of day. It's up an eye-watering 430%, 734 HODD on APM. Packing my patience over here. I'd love to be able to work into this one, but it's going to have to settle down a little bit more. I like it possibly up that 6.5. So there was an obvious area of resistance at 6.5 on APM. If it comes back in and tests that level, I want to be a buyer in and around 6.5. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to load it up on another trading screen. I'm going to put a dip trade for APM at that 6.5, Joseph.
Hey, good stuff there, my friend. I'm just sitting here waiting. NVDA is really tanking here, folks. So we're just going to continue to monitor some things. The market is extremely weak today, so not something I was particularly prepared for. But I mean, you got to be ready for everything, kind of in this market sentiment. So sure enough, NVDA is really starting to pull back, creating some new lows, just giving back everything that it put up yesterday as well too. So negative 1.5% on the session thus far, and Tesla also starting to sell as well too, folks. So I think I'm gonna wait for a bottoming signal if we do decide that we want to turn around. I'm not going to chase all the way down here, totally fine. We're gonna wait for those setups to come to us, and then we're gonna look to take advantage of them. So guys, continue to let me know what you're looking at in the chat. If you have any questions about the options Greeks, make sure you ask me, tag me in the chat as well too. I'll do my best to answer as many as I can. But let's take a look at some of the top volume stocks on the session thus far, guys. So RGTI kind of leading the way here, with about 75 million shares traded on this session. So let's pull up RGTI real quick and see what we got going on over there. Is this something bullish or RGTI? Because I didn't really look at it this morning. So yeah, starting to pull back in. I mean, from a daily perspective, we've just been absolutely parabolic here. So totally reasonable for that type of pullback. Not going to panic too much on that front. So let's zoom in a little bit here. And sure enough, we are starting to sell like the overall market. Totally justifiable. Let's see if we're going to get any bottoming signals on the day. I mean, it is kind of I'm not going to call it a half day, but I think it's going to be a lax day on that front. Come 2 o'clock, it's probably going to be a lot quiet. That volume is going to start to step off, even maybe around lunchtime. So let's be real patient, wait for those opportunities to come to us, and then see if we have the ability to take advantage of them. So now sitting in second place is NVDA. We just went over that, and then Tesla as well too. But SoundHound is up there and continuing to just put up all this volume day after day. I have to start paying a little more attention to this thing. But again, kind of just resembling the overall market here, starting to sell. Clearing these bottoms here, we broke that 5-minute opening range, had the inability to come and test it or anywhere relatively close to any of these highs, and then continue to move south here, southeast. So let's see if we break the support system that we've established and then head a little more southeast there, guys. So let's take a look at one more, and that's PLTR. Again, sitting at about 22 million shares traded on the session, really forming this wedge here. So if we get any form of volume to step in and we break to the top side or the downside, then I'm going to look to participate on that front, all right? So keep that in mind. I really like the way PLTR is setting up. It is kind of holding compared to the rest of the market, so that's a positive signal for me as well too. So if any relative strength decides that wants to step in, then maybe we can look to get involved here. And other than that, those are the top volume thus far. And then I'll send it over to Sharif real quick while I get the top performing sectors ready.
Absolutely. Here. Okay, so we added at that 5.5 on BDMD. Now it's going to have to hold here. So this is the 5.5 VWAP area. If it gives up VWAP, I want no smoke on this one, as I mentioned. So we're cost basis of 611. It's printing 590 now. I've obviously moved down my profit takers to account for the recent price action. I'm waiting at 6.25 and then around 6.5 here. But again, we're not out of the woods. It's back into $6. It did defend that generally that level, but you know, it's kind of anything can happen here, right? The bottom can drop off. It can print a new high a day. That's how these small cap gappers go. So here we go back into 6.25. Seller at 6.25 over here, unable to ascend above that. I'm waiting at 6.25. So let's see what comes back into 6.15 over here. I see you guys talking about HOLO halted to the downside at 595. HOLO now negative on the day, down over 7%, was one of the winners that we had yesterday. Just allow me a minute over here. One of the winners that we had yesterday that was a triple-digit winner. It is now a loser on the, well, for now. It broke below 650. That was the closing print yesterday on HOLO, and it's below that right now. So we're going to give this one a look. We'll keep an eye out on it. Here comes my possible dip trade on APM. I'm waiting for this one at around, I put the dip trade in front of that 6.5. only because I perceive to be an obvious area of earlier resistance at 6.5. So we're going to give this one. Here we go. It's coming in. It's not printing me. I'm waiting at 660. There we get the fill. Now it's going to have to hold up above 6.25. So we're going to give this one a little bit of risk over here, below 6.25. So we'll risk down to 10. Let's see what this one does. What price do we have? 659s. So we'll pack our patience over here, see if this one wants to bounce up. But if it doesn't, we're not going to give it too much room. All right, ONCO bouncing right back up. So break even on that one. I'm waiting in the low 80s for a print back into 76, liking how this one is trading, but definitely not out of the woods, and only one print on this. This is going to halt up unless it's going to be a false halt. So I got caught in the down halt on this one. Let's see if this one ends up halting to the high side. False halt at 177, back into that $0.75, and down we go again. I'm having to monitor all of these ones. APM, ONCO, and BDMD, they're all kind of moving a little bit wiggly here. Shout out to Piggly Wiggly. Anybody in the States knows exactly what I'm talking about. Obe knows. So we're keeping an eye on BDMD, Joseph, and ONCO and APM. Looks like we're going to get stopped out at APM, though. It's coming down, and we did get stopped out. So that's the first L of the day.
Hey, that's all right. Pretty Panda, Sharif, Joe, Happy New Year's, boys. Something is going 1K% today. Could it be NCI? Doesn't matter to me because I'm going to sell after 12% as usual.
I like
all right, Pretty Panda. I had to pull up NCI as well. So Neo Concept Intelligence Group up to $1.41. Let's see here. NCI. What are you in? Oh no, it's NAS. Okay. Are we halted here? I think so.
I
think so. Yeah, you like halts. Okay, but yeah, guys, let's hop back into the top performing sectors of the day. All right. So, oops. I don't know if I'm allowed to show that. Okay, so
what happened over there?
yeah, that's all right. That's okay, guys. Yeah. So,
bang.
Guys, bang. So, energy sector, XLE, sitting at the top of its class here, folks. All right. Trading higher, but now pulling back, starting to break some support levels here, sitting up about 1.13% here on the session. This is XLE, guys. If you're looking for any relative strength, here we are, XLE, the energy sector, looking half decent. Sitting in second place, up about 0.75% there, is XLRE, all right? The real estate sector, absolutely flat on the session. Not necessarily something that you would want to be trading, but again, you can see these pre-market gap ups and the gap ups heading into the open. So up about 0.74% on the session. And then we have XLB, material sector ETF here, guys. Up only about 0.3%. Again, not trading overly well here, folks. Again, that would just be due to the pre-market gap up and that pre-market trading. Now coming back into those key levels, running into some resistance, some prior resistance here. Let's see if we can go test the bottom of this opening range here on XLB. All right. So let's go from the bottom up now, folks. What is the third place worst performing is, that's the tech sector. I always mix them up. Okay, so is XLY. And there we go, the consumer discretionary, all right? So we're negative about 0.23% on the session here. And as you can see, it is relayed in the price action that we can see on the chart. And then XLU being in second last here, folks. The utilities continuing to sell off here, breaking the pre-market support levels and continuing to the sell side. And then that's in last place, Sharif. We have the tech sector, XLK, down about 0.5% on the session there, folks. So those are the top three and bottom three performing sectors on the day.
All right, man. We're doing well here on BDMD.
Right,
I'm happy that I defended this into VWAP. The only reason I was able to do that is because I position sized appropriately. Given my shutdown, given the nature of the stock, we've got a 578 long. I just took out some at 7, so we're over $1 in the money on this one. We're going to see if this one wants to run up again through 7. It's having a lot of trouble with 7. And if I can make one quick observation over here, despite the bounce off the obvious key level, it is now putting in lower highs. I'm talking about BDN dang T. okay? And here it comes right back into 6 again. So if you're not ready to stomach this kind of volatility, don't trade these names, because this is kind of what you get. You get wide percentage moves. Since I've been in this, it's already moved up and down over 100%. From that 580 something that I was in into the $8 touch that it had at the top there. So keep your eye on this one. I don't think I'm going to have another dollar cost average to wait at that 5.5 again. I don't think that's what I want to do at this level. What I want to see here is continuity above $7. If we get above $7, I can add into this position. Given how we've traded at $7 the last, I want to say 10, 15 minutes, and with the obvious seller that we've had here on the iceberg basis at $7, if we can take out that seller, then I'd be more than interested to add into the position, but I don't want a dollar cost average over here. We've got 4 more outs on this bad boy, so I don't need to be quick to take it out. We're already doing well on it. I don't want to take out too much more over here at this level. Now, boom, into ONCO, seller at 80. Can we take him out? And bang, we get that print on ONCO. Let's see if we can take it out here in the high 90s. Curling, baby, off that volume-weighted average dang price. We'll see if we can get that continuity. There's a lot of volatility in these names, man. Holy cow. ONCO, zigging, zagging, BDMD, zigging, zagging. Look at this topping tail candle that I got printed. And the only reason I got that print on ONCO is because I had a resting order. Use resting orders with these small cap gappers. They don't hang out in the price range that you want to print on for all that long. And if they do, they're met with obvious incremental selling at these key areas of support and resistance. So we'll see if this one wants to pop back up. Right now, rejecting off 82 is my next beak wetter. You know where I'm going to sit. If we're in the 60s, you know where I'm sitting. If we're in the 80s, you know where I'm sitting. 88s and 69.
Hey,
that's the way it is, Joseph. Here we go with the 80s again. What's my size? I can take out more here on ONCO. I don't need to hold that much. So here we go, popping back into 82s. There's an obvious seller in the low 80s here. That's twice now we're rejecting off that 82 level. Kind of weird level to be rejecting off. Anyway, we're waiting at 88s. Let's see if this one wants to pop back up. Packing my patience with ONCO. Down goes BDMD. We're still about like 25 pennies in the money on this. I'm going to take out a little bit more here because it looks like we may halt to the downside. And if that's the case, well, you know, I don't want any smoke. So we'll take out a little bit more there. 3 more outs on this one. Packing my patience. Anything below my entry at 578, done. What are you looking at?
Gonzino, eh? Out of Dodge. We're getting out of Dodge. Yeah, I've never been to Dodge. I'm pretty sure it's in America.
Okay.
So, yeah, so have you been to Dodge?
I've driven a Dodge Ram.
Okay, all right, that's fair. Yeah, I used to drive a Dodge Ram. Never been to Dodge. Anyways, yeah, guys. I mean, IBIT selling, yes, let's go. I mean, I don't want to say that, but we want to get a little bit more here. So continue to sell here, IBIT. We're sitting in this PLTR short. Let's see if we can break. It's holding up strong relative to the overall market. So again, there might be some strength in this thing. If we don't break these key support levels and then we decide that we want to squeeze back to the top side, see you later. I'm absolutely I'm out of this position. Kyle Burdett just tripled my IBIT put position. Okay, that's hectic. But okay, I see where you're going with that. What's your price target there, Kyle? Let me know what you are looking at and what range you are looking to start to take some profit on. But yeah, guys, let's see what's going on here. I don't love this price action as we are kind of compressing. Totally fine. I think we just got to be a little patient on this one, especially on this front here. So if we break 77, I'm out of this position, and then we can reassess and look for something that maybe is a little more weak or something that is strong and looking like that it wants to turn around. Okay, so guys, continue. NCI opens up for 1.6 seconds and then halts again. Yeah, absolutely. It's moving like crazy right now, up quite a bit on the session. I think over 100%. But guys, we are going to send it off to Adara.
We're going to take a really different approach to our afternoon sector, or I guess midday sector watch segment. Usually what I do here is take a look at the top performers to the upside and downside on the S&P 500, but it's the end of the year. So why not switch it up? In case you're wondering why this sector board looks a little bit different, it's because this is actually year-to-date performances. So you can see here which stocks performed really well. Shockingly, being kind of sarcastic, electronic technology and technology services really good. Finance was great. Retail trade commercial services, utilities, communications. Health services, though, very red, as was most of the technology sector. Some consumer non-durables names as well, notably Pepsi and Mondelez, pretty weak. But now, what we're going to do right now, also congrats to Sharif, who's, shout out to you, Sharif, I'm just seeing a pump his fist there. Get it, Sharif. What we're going to do here is take a look at these performers here, the top performers in each of the top sectors. The top sector here on the year was, drumroll please, communication services. And that's going to start here with Netflix. Netflix up about 85% here on the year. That is the year-to-date chart here of Netflix on the daily chart. Some resistance here we're running into, but great look overall for NFLX. There's several new all-time highs this year. Then we have KKR, which is the top performer in the financial services sector. This is interesting. Finance. KKR was actually added to the S&P 500 earlier this year alongside CrowdStrike in June. So KKR, new S&P 500 inductee, but leading the financial services sector to the upside. Financial services were up about 30% here on the year, or 28%, and KKR here was also up about 80% on the year. Last but not least, another recent S&P 500 inductee, that is DECK. Unfortunately, this chart is not split adjusted, but this is Deckers. They were added alongside SMCI to the S&P 500 in March, and they led the consumer discretionary sector to the upside. Consumer discretionary is up about 25% on the year, and DECK up about 85% on the year. So DECK, KKR, and NFLX leading the top three sectors on the year, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. All right, guys, we're caught in the up here on ONCO. I've taken some profits, still have several more outs on this one. Let's see what the tap is. 99s, the halt level is 97s. Good look right now for your boy Onco. What is this company anyway? Don't really give a you-know-what, but commercial stage biotech company, $60 million market cap, 210 million shares traded, and about a 20.33 million share float, with a short float of 1.64% negligible. All right, we're still holding, as you can see here on BDMD. Look, I put my stop already below my entry. My entry's at 78s. We're printing 50s. Anything below my entry, I'm gonzino. What I do like right now on the 5-minute chart is it's showing me higher lows incrementally on a per 5-minute candle basis. So I like what I'm seeing from the lows perspective. I don't like what I'm seeing from the highs, because we're putting in equally lower highs just like we're putting in higher lows. So that's a bit of a compression pattern. Let's see how that resolves. As you can probably see on the position board, I'm back in APM, the one I took an L on. We already printed on it to the high side. Now I'm looking for that 95s. I'm bang. We take out 95s there. Let's see if we can take out 6s. I'm waiting at 609 right there on APM, looking for this one to hold the volume weighted average price and squeeze back into that 650. What I'd like to do is see if it can take 6 decisively, or is it just going to be a scalp trade on it? If it takes 6 decisively, like with aggression, then I'm going to add to this position, okay? Assuming we get printed and bang, we take out 610. Boom. Let's see if we can set up a little bit up here, Joseph. We're going to sit in the low 20s for another scalp there. APM headed to the high side. Just as APM is headed to the high side, BDMD headed to the downside again, back into 6. So keeping my eye out on this one. I don't want the bottom to drop off, despite the fact that I put in a stop with a wide spread. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I use limit stops. By definition, if you're using limit stops, then it will only sell the shares that you have on between the 2 limit prices that you put in. There's a trigger price and a full limit price. And so I put a bit of a spread between the two to account for any slippage that we can get. Go APM. Into 640s we go. We only have one more out here. I have to add into this position, man. It took out, I'm going to have to add in here. So we're going to add into this despite the fact that I don't want to add, but we're going to have to add in here. And now I'm going to set up above the $0.50. Well, actually, no, below the $0.50 and then above the $0.50. So we'll set up there into 57s. Let's see what we get over here on APM. Don't like adding highs, but hey, that's just kind of what you have to do because I didn't have that much. Joseph, what are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm just talking to Pretty Panda here. He said he's in NCI as well too. So I mean, that thing's halted once again, trading at $1.54. So I mean, good luck there on NCI there, Pretty Panda. And yeah, Greg, you see my message, so hit me up, brother. But guys, this PLTR trade just kind of just zigging and zagging here, as Sharif likes to say. We're just chopping around in this area and in this definitive range here. So again, if we squeeze above 77, then I'm out of this trade, and I don't think I'm going to try to short, right? So I don't want to short this market right now, especially that we're kind of extended to the downside already. So we're going to look for positions that we can look to take a potential long, and that was on the NVDA front. So why am I in this? I think I see some potential bottoming signals. Are they going to be definitive? Not 100%. Nothing is 100%. So if we break 134.92, I'm out of the trade. But as we continue to work, then maybe we look to add a little bit to this to the position, which I think we're going to do right now here, folks, just to see. Just to get a little more test of the waters, because I don't think that we're going to sell too much more. But again, I could be totally wrong. We are trading below the volume weighted average price here on the session, with all the mega cap tech stocks kind of doing that as well too. So SPY and Q's trading below VWAP. Can we pull back and hit the volume weighted average price? Once again, let's see, only time will tell. I'm going to hold this until 136. 136, I'll take half the position off, and then we reassess the situation. What do you got going on there, man? You're giddy today.
Things are moving, boy. Yo, this is a good day today,
it's
Joseph.
A money storm,
There we go, right into the high side, bro.
Jeez, Adara, what is Adara in? What is it?
I don't know what Adara's doing, bro.
Everybody's got something.
$12 winner on MSTR.
Everybody's got something going on here.
Who knows what she's doing up there, bro?
Chaotic.
Sorry, it's today. Joseph, look at what happened over here.
Let's see it, brother.
At the top here on BDMD, we're long 78, so it's $1 and change. I'm waiting on the north side of 7 now. We're having issues with 7. Let's see if we can take out 7 here on BDMD. I'm leaving that order just where it is. We were halted to the upside on Onco, and then we made a new high into that 205s. That's actually not a new high. I lied. A skosh below the high of the day at around 207s. Now we're caught in a down haul. Only one out left. This is the one that I'm most proud of because I added into this position, and I was worried that adding into this position would be trouble. We took out the majority. I've only got one out left here on APM. So if it breaks that 590 area, we're going to flatten out here, Joseph. If it breaks this level, I'm happy with this trade, but it's obviously coming right back down. But let me tell you, another move into 550 on APM, I will have a resting order to defend the volume weighted average price on this one. Still above 90s right now on the ask. That's why it didn't flatten out. Let's see if it can move back above 6. But this one is zigging and zagging. BDMD just tanked to the downside, and we got most of it out there on the stop.
Bang.
Happy about this. Wow, bro. Okay, so that position board is wrong. I am all out of BDMD. I don't have any more, so that position board incorrect, saying that I'm still in at 578. No, we got stopped out on the way down. Wowzers, dude. Are you kidding me?
Wowzers.
Moves into 7, then it drops into 5.25. Wow, range per candle, guys. Range per candle.
Who says wowzers? Inspector Gadget?
Yeah. Inspector Gadget. Boom, boom.
Yeah, it was a good show, man. It was a classic show. I remember when I was a kid, I collected, you know how you would get the toys and you got to build them? Inspector Gadget, I got all the pieces.
Hey.
So yeah, I'll never forget that. So wowzers. That's a new.
Your boy Spile Burdette there, he's dropping money. Adara, this is for you.
Jeez.
Shout out Adara, the spread huntress herself. Oh, that's a nice name. Spin the gosh dang money and send out the cash cow, baby. I'll spend the money for you. But Obi, you got the cash cow there.
Hosan.
Whenever you're ready, my man. The Katina man has it on his.
What's his name? What's his name? Hosan? The cash cow? Where did that name come from? But yeah, guys, just a quick touch up. My good buddy GV sent me this. He was trading Tesla today. So nice work there, Greg. Nice catch in the bottom there. All out here and here from our good buddy Greg V. Thanks for the $20 super chat, my friend. And beautiful trade there. Oh, whoa, top tick stat up there as well, too. So nice work there from my guy, Greg V. As always, smashing it. Greg. So nice work, brother. Way to end the new year, or the year, sorry, and head into the new year on a big W. So thanks, brother, on that one. Nice work as well, too, my friend. So glad to see that type of stuff going, but guys, we're starting to creep up a little bit here on NVDA. I want to join some of this fun that everybody's in there, so we're looking for 136. Are we going to get it? You know what I'm going to say? Only time will tell, my friends, and that's it. The bearer of all news, time, we love it. So let's continue to hold on to this position, see if we can start to pull back a little bit. But you know I'm going to look at the volume by time profile. It is not looking the best here on the 5-minute chart. Slowly starting to dwindle as we start to increase in price here. So this pullback on low volume, can this insinuate that we are going to make another leg down? Possibly. I don't know. Guess what? Only time will tell. We need to wait to see if this trade is going to continue to work for us, or we have to get out of Dodge and get out of this position. All right, folks? So keep that in mind. NCI starting to pull back a little bit here too, Pretty Panda. So we got to keep that in mind as well too, my friend. Kyle, you said 95, you're 95K, you're going to take a little bit of an L, but I think that Bitcoin is still going to continue to move south. Adair pointed this out really well. We are making lower highs on BTC. We kind of squeezed. Is it a bull trap? Maybe. Sharif mentioned this yesterday. I'm waiting to buy some more. So head south. If we head south, guess who's buying more? Your boy. That's it. Bang. And that's simple. We got another $2 super chat. Head and shoulders on SPY? Maybe. Let's take a look. I don't see anything on that front, but let's zoom out here on the daily. Let's see what we got from a daily perspective here, Sharif. On the SPY, head and shoulders, I don't necessarily see one. This isn't the best looking one, but I mean, if you want to call it that, then we can call it that. Head and shoulders, maybe we head south on the SPY, my guy.
I like it, man. I like it. Okay, here we go. All right, guys, I said something to Ram, and here we go. So, guys, Lucid is delivering. Just pause it for a sec, Ram. I want to kind of preface the whole thing. Lucid is finally in the stage where they're able to deliver the gravity. Now, I was really interested in picking up this car, selling my car and picking up this specific one. We're not going to have any deliveries, sadly, in Canada, likely until the end of 25, maybe early 26. That is not the case down south, obviously, as you guys get first dibs. This is Lucid's first move into the SUV market, which we know is bigger than the sedan market now. So here it is, Ram. Let's show it to them. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but yeah, now people are getting it off the production line. I love this car. This is a serious car. If you guys like Lucids, but you don't like the sedans, kind of like me, this is the one that I've been looking at for a while, and I don't know how you guys feel about it. It's kind of it's a three rower. Well, and I don't have a family, obviously, so a 3-rower.
It looks like a minivan, kind of.
A little bit. It's got that big bulbous back.
Yeah, back, the bulbous.
Right? Which is, they do that for the 3rd row.
All right.
But this is, dude, it's all screens.
It's all
like,
screens.
Nvidia must have a lot of money invested in that, because all GPUs up in that thing, right?
Jeez.
So that's the gravity. Lucid up big on the day today, I think. Where was Lucid? It was up big. Holy cow, it gave back everything, dude. Lucid's only up 0.63 now, so I thought it would definitely be a bit more sustainable.
You know what's funny? My grandpa used to have this old white Benz. I don't know how old it is, but it was really old, to the point where in the back seat, it was a hatchback. The back seat were 2 seats facing oncoming traffic. Have you ever seen one of that? Have you seen it? Yeah.
Hold on.
Those
My
are
mom
cool.
used to have a car. It was an Oldsmobile.
Oh, really?
Right? Oldsmobile, whatever.
It's like in the trunk, 2 seats in the trunk, and you're facing the. That thing was pretty cool. That's funny, guys. But yeah, we're slowly starting to recover. We took a little bit off of NVDA here, folks. Before 136, totally fine. As we continue to recover, just a 10% partial on that front. So let's see if we can still continue to recover on the overall market. We are starting to head towards the volume weighted average price once again. So keep that in mind. I think if NVDA decides that it wants to squeeze, the overall market is going to join and participate with it too. So yeah, a lot of people are liking that in the chat. The Mercedes R500, yeah, possibly. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was funny, and I highly doubt that's allowed these days to have 2 seats in the trunk facing the opposite way. So yeah, funny stuff, and it was white. So a nice looking car, wasn't horrible. So yeah, exactly. I like but yeah, guys, just to go back again, I'll point these out multiple times here, is that these signals here are really key to me with the underlying and isolated volume signature. This can insinuate, hey, we're ready to potentially turn around, and sure enough, we take the break. of the high of that candle, and then we just continue to hold on to this position, looking for a target of the volume-weighted average price.
All right, sir, we just took out some more there on APM. Let me just load up my screen here. I only have one more out, so I got to pack my patience on this one. I want to see what you guys were saying about the car, though. Mark Susi says it's awesome. The what now? Says digital gravity. I don't know what that means. What else we got over here? How much is Hertz Scrambler? Yeah, that's the problem. It's going to be over 100. Nice station wagon, says Reg. Okay, he doesn't like it. Rev Boost. It's like a Range Rover / Wagoneer. Yeah, kind of. A little bit. It's got that Wagoneer kind of style where, you know, the Wagoneer is quite boxy. Obviously, the Rivian is like that as well. Eschia, shout out to you. Rondo, Lucid. From a chassis engineering standpoint, may be the best car in the world. Look, I'm not going to vouch for that. You sound like you know more than me about that kind of stuff. But from what I understand, Lucid, the Lucids, the Rivians, they're like a no compromising type manufacturing process in the sense that they're not cutting corners, which obviously increases costs substantially, which is why they're so expensive. But obviously from a customer's perspective, you're loving life because there's no corners being cut, right? So I hear what you're saying on that. It makes production more expensive, as I mentioned, but also more challenging. But from a customer, you don't care about that, right? Unless you're waiting for the delivery to no end, which maybe some people are. Definitely looks like a minivan. It said Trader Forever. You're not wrong, brother. That third row kind of gives it that vibe. So shout out to you. Does it come with a trading station, says Digital Gravity. Brother, I think there's enough screens in that bad boy that you could actually have a trading station. I'm sure you'd have to set one up. Swirling Brain. To me, Lucid looks plain Jane. Respect your opinion, brother. I mean, I don't personally think it looks plain at all. I think it's got nice stylings and nice curves, this, that, and the other. But KKP, people with no family should not be driving SUVs and minivans. All right,
What?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
I'm sorry. I
insane.
will sell my car immediately.
That is an insane
I did not
take.
mean to offend anybody.
That's an insane take, dude.
I let him, bro.
That's
Let him.
insane.
You can say whatever you want. Tyler B says, nah, it was a Volvo. I'm assuming you're talking about the look. Yeah, sure. What else we got over here? Escape Planet says, I have a 70 Coronet wagon that has those seats. Okay, I like that. Mr. Moon was asking me if we want to become part of the States. I gave him an answer there. Let's see, and then I think that's basically it. Then all the answers are done there. Yeah. Absolutely, Swirling Brain, no problem.
Let's take a couple step back here.
Sure.
All right,
Go.
People who don't have family shouldn't drive an SUV. Come on, man. Come on, I got to put my hockey bag in the back. What if the boys are playing too?
Sorry,
what if,
Joseph.
What if I got to drive the boys to the game?
You got to figure a different
I got to figure it out. We got to take the old 320. Oh man, you don't even understand the old 320. I used to drive my hockey buddies in this thing. 2 bags in the back, one in the trunk, one in the back seat. Buddy sitting with the bags in the back seat. We had to upgrade to the X1, Sharif. We can't have 4 hockey bags in the 320, man. Come on. Get out of here.
Aldrin Giller. Aldrin, yeah. Lambo has an SUV. Exactly. The Urus.
Yeah.
Everybody likes the Urus, right? Like, it's an expensive Audi. That's what it is.
You think
right?
so?
Yeah, it is. It's built on the same platform as the Q8.
You know that guy who just tears apart the vehicles? Have you ever seen him?
I saw the guy tear apart the Cybertruck.
Oh, okay. Well,
saw that?
all right, yeah. No, I seen him tear apart the Urus, right?
I didn't see
and,
that.
And it's like all Audi stuff on the inside, like the computers, Audi. Yeah. He just gets like these cars and then just absolutely ravages them. Like rips off the door panels, rips off everything. Yeah. You gotta see this guy.
Bro.
He does it to like all like good cars, high brand name cars, right? And just rips them apart. This guy's just ripping the doors off of the Lambo. I'm just like, oh my days. So yeah, anyways, guys, let's get back to talking a little stocks. Let me know what you guys are looking at here. We're starting to pull back. Reverting the reversion, I guess, as Obi would like to say. We didn't quite make it to the volume-weighted average price just yet, but we got to be a little bit more patient, I think, on this front. The overall market is extremely weak today, which is it's kind of dampering the Christmas rally, the Santa Claus rally, which we can call over now. So the New Year's rally, I think it's done Zeno here. guys, as I mentioned before, the volume is going to start to drop off a little bit here. So we need to keep that in mind as well, too, all right? So we may not get those extended moves or those recoveries that we're necessarily looking for in the market. So just be patient. Don't hyperthink everything. Don't micromanage all your positions. Just let things play out. Put your stops and your orders in place, and let's see where the day takes us. But guys,
What?
another $10 super chat. Yeah, guys, Jabroni might want to load up all his boys for a weekend trip. They all won't fit in his Kia Soul.
Yo, bro.
Bro.
Big smile, bro. You know he doesn't have a Kia Soul.
Bro.
Adara, what's that boxy car that you like? The Nissan. What did she say?
All the way back there.
What did she say?
I don't know.
No,
Yeah.
there's another one. She likes that Chevy HH. Nissan Cube.
The Nissan,
That's the one.
that thing is.
Kia Soul. Okay, so I knew there was a Kia Soul in there somewhere.
Oh my
So
day.
it's Adara who likes a Kia Soul. So that joke should be to Adara.
Yeah.
Big Spow was trying to troll Joseph over here about the Kia Soul.
Kia Soul.
Shout out to Big Spile Brudeg. Bang, get some Jobroni. All right, guys, I'm back involved with ONCO. It's at VWAP, so I'm going to give this one about 10 pennies attempt over here. Onco, we're doing real well on this one. I want to do a little bit even better. Let's see if we can get that print in the mid-60s. That's where I'm waiting right now. I'm all done with APM. We took $1 off the bottom there, off that, where was I? 577. We took it out at 680. Pleased with this one. APM putting incrementally higher lows, but it's got wide range per candle. Wide range per candle usually spells trouble if you punch in at highs, because usually it retraces down. That's why it's wide range per candle. So keeping my eye out on this one. Obviously, I don't have the best price on that L, but I was pretty close because it rejected 696. So I'm packing my patience on Onco right now. If it wants to hold the VWAP, the volume weighted average price, it's also VWAP and the $1.50 level are overlapping right now. And I like that from a technical support perspective. You want to see something hold up at VWAP as well as that $0.50 level. Sometimes the $0.50 level and the whole dollar level act as psychological areas of both support and resistance. So when they overlap with another technical area like VWAP, it sometimes helps a trade, but we shall find out. So we're long right now at 49s. We're printing 55s. Let's see if we can get something up here in the low 60s on Onco. What else we got going on? Mary S. Lyman. I have a Scion, or I think it said Scion.
Scion,
right?
I think we're looking for.
TC. I see those all the time, Mary, on the street. There's a lot of them in Toronto. Ram. Uh-oh. She's chiming in. What car should I get next, y'all? My Explorer is totaled. I didn't do it. She did. She did do it, but it's okay.
She did it,
Oh God! There's a video. There's a picture of
What'd
it.
she
The
do?
first thing she did when she walked in the morning is she showed me a picture of her total car, which I felt bad for because I know how much she loves her car.
Would she hit a curb?
Yeah, if the curb's another car.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah. So Ram, I don't know. I'm not throwing it out there as an idea, but you're the one that was saying you wanted a TRX Ram. What's going on with that? She already has a truck.
Oh, sorry.
I know. It's downstairs? Okay, I'll be right back.
What kind of truck is it?
What?
What kind of truck is it?
Yeah, what kind of truck is? She's got a Ford Explorer.
Oh, but I thought it was total.
It got fixed. It's been a minute now. It's been like a few weeks. All right, guys. We got to just do this super quick here. Hello from Dubai, Nina. New Year's in 3 hours. Enjoy watching Trader TV. In the meantime, we love having you, Nina. Thank you for the kind words and for the $17.99 dirhams. Thank you very much. I actually know what currency that is. Huh? Not bad. All right, guys. Appreciate you, Nina. For now, though, we're going to send you to Adara at the big desk, and after that, Neil is going to have the lesson of the day.
To call the day wild would be probably an understatement. It's been a really exciting day of trading here. These major indices, S&P 500 down about 0.2% on the day. NASDAQ down slightly more, and I would say NASDAQ, the chart looking a little bit rougher here. Currently below that previous support around that 514 level. We had this wick above it. Currently trading around 513.77 with the next level of potential resistance. I guess new low of days here if we can break that support around 512.80s. IWM, though, to contrast, actually doing quite well. Very much removed from our highs around that 223 area, but still up on the day for that Russell 2000. Tons of tickers to talk about today. We had tons of moves in small caps, especially. We still have crypto on watch. We saw what MSTR did off the open. Tesla on watch here as well. And we have to talk as well about these small caps because they did, as mentioned, really run the show. HOLO. This is initially up about 30% in the day. At lows, it was down about 30%. Tons of halts. You might remember MicroCloud hologram from back in February when it had its massive push to the upside. As of right now, HOLO still known for being super volatile here with about a 5.5 million share float, roughly 10% of which is currently sold short. Huge day as well for a lot of these EV names. Rivian made this random little pop here around 10 a.m. Only catalyst you could really find was a couple days ago over the weekend, Marquez Brownlee actually tweeting that he prefers the Rivian vehicles to the Cybertruck. So that is of note. Also, as well, as Sharif pointed out there, Lucid announcing some positive sales data. So Rivian could be related, but FFIE, MULN, and NKLA, so some of these smaller EV and non-traditional vehicle plays, absolutely on watch as well. Make sure you vote in the chat here because we have 3 polls during the midday at 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. We have our vote for the rundown. So you have basically 4 tickers to choose from in each of those polls, and the top 5 tickers will be covered on the rundown at 2 p.m. Then at 12 p.m., we have our special Playmaker poll. You choose if you want to go long or short the SPY as a group, and then Joe and Sharif will take you through that trade. But in the meantime, we're going to take you over to Neil, who's going to be delivering his last lesson of the day in 2024. With that, take it away, Neil.
Thank you very much, Adara. And of course, like everything else, sure, maybe the last one of the year, but there will be plenty in 2025. Look, you would have seen something happen on not just the quantum names today, but on several low float or small cap runners on almost simultaneously. So how is it, if you're focused on only one, it could look really strong. The breakout could be set up, the continuation play, which you like. There were really good continuation plays, both long and short today. And continuation on something like a Rigetti or a quantum name would have been looking for the long trade. But why was this what was looking? This is a fantastic V-shaped recovery. There's no question about it. Right at the open, you're going to see a dip, look like it's breaking out, and who wouldn't like this kind of a break after it trapped some shorts? But there was a warning sign. Admittedly, it never broke out, and I spent some mental capital looking for the breakout that never occurred on Rigetti, thinking it would do something like it did in the afternoon the previous day, which was go another couple of bucks after holding VWAP. Tried the VWAP bounce, and you'll see it flush down in. Holo's now halted to the upside. I'm going to get to that one last. There was a sign that you could have gotten away from this and maybe actually been looking for the reversion, and that's to look at the cohorts. Because while this was making that V-shaped recovery, and I'll zoom in for you on Rigetti, well, bottom all the way back into the top, I on Q was doing this, which is the same, rejecting lower highs and then pulling back in. You can pull up QUBT if you happen to like. This one was trying to bounce and holding under its pre-market lows and actually continuing lower. So what you had was a swath of names that were adjacent to it that were actually giving it up. So yes, Rigetti was pressing higher, but all of these other names were dump and then continuation to the short side of the trade. And in that particular case, when they all start to roll over and you've got charts that are all parabolic and it's also a lower liquidity type of day, ultimately it isn't broken through that high. The reversion becomes a very good trade because you've got a follow through that you can see the potential. You know where the bottom is. You've seen what its cohorts. I'm just going back to a 3 minute so you can see the last couple of days a little more cleaner here. You've got bottoms that give you a huge move. You've got tight resistance up to the top. You've got the rest of the group, whether it's going to be small caps or whether it's going to be specifically the quant names pulling back in. There's a lot lining up for this as the risk to reward to at least try the short is going to make a lot of sense. You can always go long if it ends up breaking out yesterday's high. That's a separate trade. So it was an obvious one on a reversion. And then here, I'm just going to quickly show you what happened on Holo as well. Because the real reason is when I turned to Obi and said, instead of looking for, and this is after all of these other small cappers had started reverting back in, I was looking for some kind of a hold of VWAP on Holo because it's upward trending. So there's your test of the high. I'm like, okay, let's go back into VWAP. Now at this point, they've all rolled over, all of them. And you reverted this trend line as well. So I'm going to be angry with myself because clearly there's a double top. There's when it does the trend reversion. I'm still thinking VWAP bounce because I've sort of wired myself in to look for longs on the small cap on the, somewhat of a holiday type day before a holiday. So we end up missing a chance to play a disgusting reversion to the downside. Now, the key here for HOLO is remember, everything had already broken back down. The quantum names had broken back down in. What was the other name that was strong that wasn't necessarily a quantum name that was a small capper that was squeezing? It was Rivian in that moment as well. Like Rivian, on the way back, it gave it up and lost VWAP. So when you have multiple names with the same profile, all going up on sympathy squeezes, whatever it might be, once they start to roll over, you got to look for the other direction. And this was the case. We ended up into Rivian, but we didn't get into Holo. That was a big missed opportunity because there was not a better. I mean, what are you going to do? The stock went from $8 to $4. Like, you're probably not finding a bigger flush than this off VWAP. And just to the halt, because this is all red bars from the VWAP fail. That's 8 to 6, and then it halts. Like, you basically fall, backwards into a 550. Now, ultimately, I'm just going to quickly end it with this. I was watching this with Obi as yesterday, this is where the inflection point happened in the middle of the day, was at $4. So I was eyeballing the $4 level the whole way. I'm like, please open up at $4. Please open up at $4. It ended up opening up just above $4. So I did go long when it broke the $0.50, and I've scalped most of it out into 550. It's to be able to get something out of this. If we break this whole price, I'll look for something in and around $7 as an out. I'm already trailing underneath that previous halt here at 556. So if it gets underneath this halt, then I am going to get out regardless. Otherwise, I'm just going to hold somewhere in the ether and keep trailing it. But the lesson here was you didn't have to look very far this morning to see reasons why these quantum names and low floaters were going to come in. INQ led the way, QUBT, lower highs as well. So as strong as things looked on Rigetti, probably should have been willing to look for that short reversion that it could catch up because the risk to reward was fantastic. You're risking 20, 30 points and you've got $1.50 to the bottom. Sometimes you've got to be able to step away from the direction that you want to play and observe which direction the group is going. It's not just about big caps following each other and following the market. Sometimes these are going to follow each other as well. And you've got to be able to make that swing when that does happen. Holo just reopened, so just a quick update. It's now busted another halt price. All right, if it loses here, all right, bottoming tail wick is 580. I still have my stop at 555. If it can close this bar above 6, I move my stop to this higher low. Otherwise, we'll leave it at 555. So Holo on the rebound trail. This will be ridiculous if it goes back to green again. But your lesson of the day, make sure that you are willing to short, if you can, these massive reversions when these small cappers start going in the other direction. Got to be able to capture some, especially when it teed up like all of these quantum ones did this morning. Good luck, everybody.
Hope everybody enjoyed their Neilage of the day. Thank you very much, Neil Roberts. Every day around that lunch hour, Neil's lesson of the day. Ram. It's ready. All right, Joseph, before we play it, so everything's moving autonomous. Waymo's throwing their hat into the ring. Obviously, Tesla's been doing it for a hot minute with FSD, but they want to throw their hat into the ring with fully autonomous coming up hopefully in 25. But Joseph, that's not the only thing autonomous that's on the road. I don't know if you've been to SoCal lately, but there's a lot of delivery, these mini delivery vehicles deliver pizzas, they deliver alcohol, I think, even in some cases. Those are autonomous and they're driving on the sidewalks, people robbing them.
I think I've seen a couple of these.
So here's this video. Now, hold on. I got to preface this, Ram. These are 3 different autonomous vehicles. The car that's recording is an FSD Tesla.
Okay.
It's going to record a Waymo iPace colliding with an autonomous fridge that's carrying drinks. Play the video, Ram.
Play it.
So keep your eye out on the top corner. See where that thing... Boom, here it is, there it is. Boom, the F-Pace messes up the fridge. Play it again, Ram. Here we go. This is the Waymo I-Pace making a right turn, and crossing is a fully autonomous fridge carrying pizza or whatever, and boom!
Bang.
So much for LiDAR being like
LiDAR, the top of the class there.
Exactly.
All
Can we zoom in on that? You zoomed in on that pretty good. Oh, okay. The Tesla's
Okay, now we're
making a right turn.
driving it now.
Yeah, look
We're
at this.
driving it.
You're jokes, bro. I'm
right.
telling you, autonomous, we're not even close to being fully ready yet.
Bang.
Boom. Sorry, fridge, you're not getting your pizza today.
Yeah, that's what I would be more frustrated about, was not getting the pizza. If anything, I would be infuriated. Okay, I was going to ask you this.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yep.
M series, AMG, or the Q series, Sport Q.
Okay.
I know you
So
got
it's the S, it's the RS comparison. Then you have M, then you have AMG.
Yeah.
My old man's a Benz guy.
Okay.
I was never a Benz guy, only once.
All right.
So I'm gonna have to say AMG.
All right,
All right. I know M's got a lot of respect. And then the RS to me is third. But I mean, everybody has it. I want to hear what you have to say about that.
Yeah, I would go along those lines. Maybe I would go M series, AMG, and then the RS.
All right,
Sure.
all right,
I like M series.
What's
man.
wrong with
M3.
SVR too? How come we didn't throw SVR?
I don't
there?
even know what that is.
That's for Range Rover.
Oh, is
and
it
Jaguar.
Ranger? Yeah, well,
that's kinda like
well, I don't know.
Special vehicle
Is it a
operation.
part of those three? Is it kind of that?
It
I
is,
mean,
man. My car is an SVR, bro.
But like German engineering-ish kind of.
Yeah, true, good point. Yeah.
So
No, but I always compare like your supercar class, like the ST for Ford, right? If you have that ST model, that's like the special fast version, I guess.
of everything.
And then what's the one for GM? The V's, right? It's like something CTS-V or whatever.
Okay.
So that's kind of like their special motors. AMG obviously is hand built, so are the I believe the
M series.
the M series motors are hand built as well. Let's see what everybody was saying about that whole thing there. Funny. The Hawk says Sharif has transportation on his brain. I mean, I guess, right? It's going to be kind of a big thing going forward. What else? Swirling brain. If you don't like how Waymo drives, stay off the sidewalk. That's hilarious. Yeah, I know, right? You gotta avoid everything. Yeah, self-driving is genius, says KKP. LIDAR, L-I-E, says Swirling Brain. I like that. The Exile, Wally getting slammed. Oh, he got slammed, all right. Let me tell you.
Yeah, Wally.
Oh, what else? Looks like the fridge ran the light. Yeah, that's the point, though. You're going to have dumbass people on the road, and the cars have to take account of these fantastic individuals that are on the road. What else? Harmon B, those machines would not do well in an Edmonton winter. Yeah, I bet, brother, I bet. I
wouldn't do well in an Edmonton winter, let alone a machine.
What about Winnipeg, Adara said?
Yeah, well,
I think they got you beat, though, Adara. I'm pretty sure Edmonton's colder than Winnipeg.
Winterpeg.
No? She says...
I don't know. It has the name Winterpeg, so Winterpeg. Yeah,
I like that. I like that.
Those are two provinces you most likely won't catch your boy in. I'm not going that way. It's too cold. I'm a southern folk, so I would be heading south. Yeah, other than BC, you ain't catching me in.
I like Alberta.
You like Alberta? It's
I
nice.
like Alberta because of the politics.
Yeah,
I like Alberta because the no sales tax.
No sales tax.
Right. Lower property taxes.
So
I like Danielle Smith. She's the premier of Alberta.
Oh, she's going to the inauguration.
She's the only Canadian politician invited.
Crazy.
Your boy Dougie didn't even get an invite. He's a conservative. Right? He's fiscally conservative.
Yeah, whatever Dougie's up to.
Whatever Dougie's up to.
Yeah.
All right.
You see the governor she's like a potential governor of Tennessee. You see that girl?
No.
She's crazy or something. Yeah. I forget. I can't remember her name.
Christy Nome?
No, I think she has more of a Spanish the kind of last name. Yeah. You gotta look at this girl.
Yeah.
No, you gotta look at this girl. She's conservative to the fullest. All right. Yeah.
All right, guys, here we go. Let's get back into some trading, baby. So here's what I did with ONCO. So ONCO came into the volume weighted average price. It was a buyer at 49. We scalped all the way up into 69s, but it came back into the volume weighted average price, breached it. So I got stopped out for the last remaining amount. I could absolutely be persuaded to get back into this one, but it's really this one that I want to focus more on, APM. So this one, as I mentioned, got wide ranges per candle. Let's get involved with this one as it has a bottoming tail into 6. Now, I'm willing to defend all the way into 5.5 over here on APM. It's been putting incrementally higher lows, but it's also had a lot of trouble breaking through $7. It's up 356% on the day. I guess we should put some respect on its dang name. But the point is, I'm trying to get it off key areas to get the best price. Let's see if we can ascend up again, maybe even have another opportunity to touch $7 and maybe get a break and take and a hold this time of that 7 area. I'm waiting at $0.25. Let's see if we can cross into that $0.25 area. It's been good. I mean, generally, we'll have to wait and see if this bottoming tail candle that we put in here means anything or just a quick print on our way down for a 5.5 break. So keeping my eye out on that APM, as well as obviously the ones that we've been trading all day, BDMD, which is now below VWAP, and ONCO. As I see it, ONCO did defend, dang it, VWAP. So maybe I should have had my stop a little bit below that $0.50. Look to do a little bit better next time. Joseph, what do you got?
Hey, good stuff there, brother. We're just still holding on to this NVDA trade. We're waiting to see if we can continue this squeeze higher, folks. The overall market, I mentioned multiple times, sound like a broken record, but we're pretty weak on this session, all right? So just keep that in mind. We may not get those extended pullbacks that we are looking for, so we just have to be prepared and have a game plan in place in order to execute the way that we should and will on those types of trades. Now, guys, yesterday we didn't get quite to 1,000 votes on the Playmaker poll. Let's get those votes up. We want to hit that 1K target on the Playmaker poll. We're sitting on just under 300 right now. We still got a lot of time, about 45 minutes or so until we dock that trade. But I want to go into the new year with a W, and I hope you guys do as well too. So let's get those votes in on the Playmaker poll and choose wisely. As said, presented on the poll. And leading the way today, Sharif, is the shorts, 51% to 49%. So let's see if they can take over and we'd have our first potential short ever on the Playmaker poll. But guys, continue to let me know what you're looking at. Someone in the chat mentioned RCAT. Let's take a look at RCAT real quick here for everybody. RCAT, oh, wow, yeah, going to make another leg to the downside here. As you can see, we broke these key support levels on RCAT and still headed to the south side here. Put in an absolute beautiful day, but now we've given back the majority of those gains that yesterday's session had endured. So let's zoom out a little bit here and see where we're at. And yeah, I mean, with this run that RCAT has been on, that's totally fine. Like, this may be just a breath. If we can hold these support levels around $12, that's definitely positive. And then if you see the volume and the momentum step back in, then sure enough, maybe we can take that leg higher. But RCAT starting to pull in as well too there, folks. All right. So let's say AMD. Yeah, let's take a look at AMD for you real quick. It was strong early. I remember looking at it briefly in the opening drive. It was relatively strong, but now starting to give back a lot of the gains and holding these support levels around the 116, 117 area fairly well. I'm just waiting for this thing to tell us that it's ready to turn around. I think we need a little more positive reports. So coming earnings, let's see what Lisa Su and company has in store for advanced micro devices. And then we take it from there. As of right now, the sentiment of this stock is relatively weak. I wouldn't be looking for any extended or continuation plays to the long side until we get a couple positive catalysts under the belt on AMD. So just keep that in mind. That's what I'm specifically looking for. If you guys are looking for anything along those lines or something totally different than me, then please let me know. So if you think, why would fund managers want a lower S&P for year end, think mutual funds and bounces? I don't know. That's a good question. If I worked in the field, I can maybe answer that for you. But can you please check BA currently getting killed in calls? Yeah, absolutely. We'll look at BA before we send it back over to my guy. Boeing, you're getting killed in calls. Let's zoom in here real quick before we zoom back out. Okay, yeah, getting killed in some calls. Yeah, tough look there. I'm not too sure about your expiry if it's this week, but again, just look at this run that BA, going to zoom out now, just look at this run that BA's been on. Really strong, so you may not get that continuation today. Hopefully you've given yourself enough time on those contracts that allows you to wait for this stock to kind of rebound. This is a really key candle, in my opinion, as we decide to pull back on an isolated volume signature. Let's see if we can hold this 169 level, this 170 level, And I do think that there's going to be some potential topside to Boeing, some continuous topside on Boeing. But as of right now, this is just a pullback. I wouldn't get too worried about it. The most important thing is time value on those contracts. So just make sure you give yourself enough time. You guys know I sell weeklies, but if I'm buying something, even just from an experimental standpoint, I'm just starting to realize if you think that you should give yourself 3 months, well, guess what? Give yourself 6 months, all right? Because you're going to need that time value. Yeah, it's going to cost you more on the chain, but it's worth it instead of allowing those contracts to expire money. And then within the last week or so, or 2 weeks or a month, your contract starts moving in the direction that you need it to. But too much time value has been chewed up on those contracts. So you can't be profitable, and you now need an extended move. So my opinion is always give yourself double the amount of time that you think that you need on options.
All right, I want to read what Angelo in the chat wrote. Canada will be the 51st state soon. So I disagree with that. But since you brought it up, there is this now, well, I don't even want to say it's being talked about widely. It's really Kevin O'Leary.
Is it Kevin?
Kevin O'Leary apparently headed down to Mar-a-Lago to meet with our friend, the Orange Man.
Yeah, Orange Man.
And the topic of discussion between Mr. O'Leary and Mr. Trump was what O'Leary is calling an economic union. I don't know what exactly that ends up being, IRL. He was trying to make it akin to the European Union. And saying, you know, it's going to be similar to that. You share a passport. You've got, whatever economic agreements together, more obviously than free trade and what we had before. So let me just throw this your way. Yeah. What are your thoughts about an economic union where you keep your sovereignty as an individual country, but you're more kind of involved
I guess,
together?
I mean, I'm not going to complain. Like, if we can adapt some of the laws that the States has, then I'm not going to complain on that front. Taxes, yeah, and other things.
Neil's giving us the
and other things. You know what I mean? Yeah. But you know what? I think this is just an ultimate troll job by Donald. Right? He knows there's weakness in the Trudeau caucus. Right? So again, he's just bullying kind of our government right now. I don't think that's ever going to happen. Apparently, the majority of Canadians would vote not in favor to join the United States.
In a full, as the 51st state. But according to O'Leary, I don't know what data he got, Joseph, so I'm not vouching for the data. But according to him, most Canadians want some sort of economic union where, again, you have your kind of sovereignty, but you pick up some of the benefits.
So if we pick up nothing but benefits, by all means, I'm not going to complain. I wouldn't mind joining the strongest economy and the best economy on the planet, right? So again, you can't really complain on that front. So I mean, hey, but again, I just mentioned I think we're kind of being bullied. Trump's bullying us because of the weakness within our own government ourselves. So yeah, that's it. I would, if we can adapt some laws, like you said, you know which ones I'm talking about. Then hey, by all means, sign me up.
I love it. I love this controversy. I love when you guys get into the chat. Let us know what you think. Be Free says Canada needs free speech and what? Right to arms. Sure. What else we got?
We do have right to arms.
We not like them.
Not like them, but we.
Somebody over here has got an arsenal.
Because we do. Trust me, we got the right. There's no doubt about it.
It's getting thinner and thinner. Let's join Canada instead. At least New England, Pacific Northwest, California, Colorado, New Mexico. I know. Okay, sounds good. What else we got over here? Bright Awakening. Be proud for Canada and the U.S. has the best reliable friendship long term. They do.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good point. Fantastic point there. Come to Nevada. No tax on your hard work, says Crapstock. Love the sounds of no tax, brother.
Yo, my days. Imagine that. Imagine Canada adopted kind of one of the Caribbean countries that Canada was looking to adopt.
I don't know.
It wasn't Turks, was it? I
didn't even know.
Okay, this was a while ago. Okay, anyways, but something like Puerto Rico, we have a nice, warm climate place where us Canadians can go retire and pay no tax, man. Life would be Fantastic.
I didn't know anything about this, bro.
Really?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Hey, chat, chime it in. What Caribbean country was Canada looking to adopt? I don't know how. I know there was just like rumors and speculation about it, but I know there was in like talks and a bunch of news articles with Canada adopting a potential Caribbean country.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Use of natural resources, Sankit. Yeah, I don't want to say we have unlimited natural resources, but we got plenty. Plenty of the stuff everybody's looking for, whether it's oil, whether it's rare earth elements for your batteries, your new gen batteries, lithium, cobalt. We got it in spades, baby. We got potash. We got unlimited amount of water. Let's just call that a spade a spade. We got a whole bunch of stuff up in this, you know what. So people are saying Aruba.
Yeah, there's too many different answers. I don't think any of them are right. Someone said you can have Haiti.
Wow.
I
Okay,
know.
I don't want to just poop on
know.
that country, man. That poor country's
Tough.
beat
Yeah,
down, man.
it's tough, man.
All right. Yeah, I love the comments here. Tom Anthony, plenty of snow, eh? Yeah, I got you there, Tom. I got you. Okay. We have Alaska, sure. But you can have more.
Yeah.
What else? An abundance of maple syrup, says Muy Cansado.
Yeah, muy
Sorry about
cansado.
that.
Very
Muy
tired.
cansado. Oh,
Very
yeah,
tired,
yeah.
man.
Forgot about that.
Remember
that for a minute.
Remember the maple syrup heist? Like millions and millions of dollars of maple syrup was stolen. Dude, what? Yeah.
Where have I been at?
Yeah, this is like maple syrup is a serious commodity, folks. Like this thing is like it is extremely now protected in Canada. And anyways, I think it was somewhere in like the East Coast, Nova Scotia or something. These dudes just stole like thousands of barrels of maple syrup worth millions and millions of dollars.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. I don't know who you're gonna sell it to, but I think it was Turks and Caicos.
Was it?
Yeah, Turks and Caicos.
I never
Yeah,
heard about that.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
so interesting. I love how you guys. I look at B Freeze making fun of her accent. I love how you guys say out and about, out and about.
No, the West Coast is brutal.
That's different.
Yeah.
If in Toronto, you're not gonna get much of a Canadian accent. Unless we say A and stuff like that. But you're not going to have the pronunciation that's distinctly Canadian. You either have to go out into the real countryside or you got to go like where nobody lives.
You really hear it out in Alberta, I think.
Oh, yeah. Probably Winnipeg.
Yeah, Winterpeg.
She doesn't hear us, so it's
Yeah, Winterpeg.
All right, guys. I'm loving the comments today, man. Tad Uko says Canadian whiskey. Yep, we got plenty of Canadian whiskey. Just ask Crown Royal, baby. I won't be having any of that tonight. No. What's your favorite drink, by the way?
Tequila.
Okay. Any specific way you do it?
No, I'm on the rock. I'm an on the rocks type guy.
Fair.
Right. So I'll just take it straight or on a couple cubes in there.
You gonna have anything tonight?
Maybe we'll have a glass of wine or some champagne. Nothing crazy.
Maybe the one that Obi got us. Don't poke the bear.
Oh, don't poke the bear. Yeah, maybe we'll
That's
crack
the
that
sickest
there.
wine bottle ever, bro.
Yeah,
the best name ever around here. With or without the worm. Oh, questions asked.
Ooh.
Can we get an answer?
I've never eaten the worm before.
Neither have I.
Yeah, but I heard it gets things a little crazy.
I like.
Yeah,
I like.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not allowed to have any Goldschlager.
So, oh, whoa.
I'm banned.
Goldschlager. Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
Is that the one that did you
Things
dirty?
happen. Bad things happen when Goldschlager is consumed.
schlag.
Not that I've been drinking alcohol. I think I can count the amount of drinks I've had on one hand entire 2024.
Wow, that's
yeah,
crazy.
literally. Yeah,
Oh,
so
wow,
not much of a
yeah,
drinker anymore.
good on you. For me, that's vodka. I don't know how people drink that stuff. Barf.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no. When you're dieting, though, vodka water is...
Yeah, vodka water.
Yeah, or whatever, if you want to have sprinkling or sparkling water,
guys.
I mean.
I see you.
All right, guys, I got stopped out of the remaining amount here on AAPL. Yeah, we'll get back to some trading. I tried to take a VWAP dip, as you guys can see there at the $0.50, broke down. So that's the end of my dalliance here with APM. But there's a new small cap gapper making its way onto the scene. It goes by the ticker BNRG. Let's bring it in and have a look at it. It's big boy moves to the high side right now on BNRG. I'm getting this one a little bit late. I saw it while it was on the way up, but we were kind of having that conversation. So, and besides, it's a chill day today. I don't even know why it's not a half day, but all good there. BNRG, it's at VWAP right now. It just momentarily breached below that volume weighted average price into that $1.82. VWAP hanging out mid-90s, 194 and change. Look, I don't want this one to be a V-shaped retracement where it has a nice move and then it just gives back the entire move back down into that $1.25, $1.33. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to obviously keep this on the side chart, but if it holds VWAP on a second candle basis, so the current candle right now, if it closes above VWAP and then that second candle also does as well, we're going to punch long over here. BNRG getting its best move in the midday. Look at that volume spike right at 12:05. It started moving. I mean, it did a little bit here in the earlier time slot around 8:30. It got off the schneid at a buck or whatever. It closed out yesterday. Got into that buck and a third. Did nothing essentially from 8 or 9 p.m., all the way to about 12. And then somebody hit the buy program, and now it's trying to hold that VWAP, though. South of $2 is BNRG. Definitely going to keep this one on watch. Separately, BDMD worked its way back above the volume-weighted average price, but it is having issues with 6. And if I can make this observation, we're still putting in lower highs. Above VWAP or not, or otherwise. We're still putting in lower highs vis-a-vis this topping tail candle. So you want to definitely, if you're going to punch along and you're going to punch along with some shares here to make some money, you definitely want to see a decided trend change. And I'll submit to you, this is not a decided trend change with the lower low effect still in force. So definitely keeping my eye on these small cap gappers. If they kind of want to reignite and get going again, absolutely be willing to get involved. But right now, I'm not liking anything that I'm seeing in small cap gapper world. I've got my scanner on the top screen, as viewers of the show will know. So I'm always looking up to see if there's anything new coming on. And that's how I found out about BNRG, but nothing right now that I like. So, holy cow. The inverse MSTR is at days high. Adara, are you still in that short? You got stopped out because is it at lows right now? It just cracked 90. I was just checking with Adara because she was short MSTR for $110 winner this morning.
MicroStrategy.
MicroStrategy. I like that. So I'm keeping my eye out on these two, Joseph. But BDMD is making a move here.
Hey.
So it's starting to move up aggressively. So this lower high situation, I mean, we change that trend decidedly above $7, okay? Because this candle here at 11:40 on the 5-minute, that's the rejection of 7, and that's what I'm gauging as an area crest. So in order to change the lower high trend that we're on, we need a break and take a 7. Despite the fact that it is above the trend line and it is now making a new high above the previous 5-minute candle. I'm talking about BDMD up 500% essentially. Definitely interested in getting back into this one, but I need to see a bit more. Be free. $2 super chat.
Dang.
Short nuke from 40. Sell or add. Thinking 30. You want to look at that one?
Nuke, absolutely.
And UKK.
Yeah. Let's go. Was that on the super chat?
Yes, sir.
Let's go. Nuke. Okay, Nuke from 40. Sell or add. Thinking 30. All right. Well, I like the description. Let's see what we got going on here. Nuke. Oh, okay. From 40, seller ad, thinking short nuke from 40, thinking, I mean, man, that's a tough one. I mean, you're in the money about $2.50 right now, so congratulations to you. Thinking 30, let's zoom in a little bit and see what today's price action is bringing us. Okay, not the most liquid thing, that's for sure. So let's zoom out real quick. Again, one thing is about the 30 price target is that you're going to have to run through this support, right? Not saying that it won't happen. I mean, the run that it's been on has been astronomical, essentially. So again, this pullback may be a little deeper than anticipated. So if you decide that you want to it breaks these 34, 33 kind of support levels, then sure enough, you might get that $30 price target. But just be wary of these support levels. That's all I can say. But just continue to hold on to a position that is working. If it's working, no need to let it go. So just keep riding that wave until it tells you otherwise, until something signals you to either get out or take some profits, or to add into the positions, right? So again, just wait for those specific signals. If you do think that it's going to continue to the downside and you break those key support levels, sure enough, add into the position, take some profit, add, and then continue on that downwards path. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on Nuke. Just wait and see and wait for those key levels to come into play, and then you can make decisions based off of them. But guys, something that I'm waiting for.
What?
Is Sharif.
Oh.
Let's go.
What is that,
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
We're starting to sell a little bit here, folks. I shouldn't be getting too giddy because even though I do want to grab some more, but let's wait and see. We got these key support levels coming up as well too. Put in a really nice recovery session yesterday. I liked how Sharif mentioned, hey, is this a potential bull trap? Yeah, maybe. I thought that it was because this squeeze was insane, and then shortly after, in the aftermarket hours, it just gave everything right back in about half that span of time. So again, let's continue to monitor what IBIT and Bitcoin is up to. I do think that we break the key support levels around that 92K, 90K price target on Bitcoin. So I think let's pull up Bitcoin here real quick. Yeah, okay, so we're on the 5 minute here with Bitcoin. Let's zoom out here a little bit here, folks. Okay, so yeah, so as you can see, we put in this really nice hammer. This made me feel a little bit of FOMO because I let go of a couple of shares right at the bottom, which was slightly frustrating, 20%, maybe not even or so. But again, we decided to sell back down to those key levels again. So let's see if that breaks. I think if it breaks, then we're going to see the next level will be 87 and then probably 85 from a psychological standpoint, right? Are we going to get back to 80? Maybe. That can happen in a span of a couple of days. But again, I'm just going to wait for this to break down. If it decides that it wants to break down, then I'm going to look for those distinctive turnaround signals, Sharif. And then when we see those signals from a daily standpoint, that's when we're going to swing the bat extremely hard on this thing.
All right, man, let's have a look at the future right now and the Mag 7 in general. Everything is continuing to bleed to the downside. Meta at day's lows. Get in here, Katina, man. All right, brother. All right, man. There we go.
Hey, my guy.
Happy early New Year's, obviously. I'm not going to obviously say.
You got any hockey this week? You got any hockey coming up for the New Year's or what?
There's we're going to the PWHL game.
Oh yeah, nice.
And then there's a family skate tomorrow. So
Family scale.
I'll be there.
Take care, Katina, man, brother. Hope everything is good and the fam is even better. All right, guys, let's have a look at the Mag because everything is bleeding to the downside. Apple at day's lows. Amazon at day's low. We'll get into 1 second. Meta at day's low. Joseph, we just printed the low of day right now on Microsoft. Everything bleeding to the downside, Nvidia included. Who's faring the worst out of the bunch? Nvidia down over 2%. Tesla down 1.64%. Those are the worst two. The best faring on the days. Amazon only down half. And then goggles down 2/3 at Apple. 0.75% there. So everything headed to the downside. A lot of weakness today in these markets. Let's keep an eye out on that as the blood continues to be shed here. Let's keep an eye out on APM. I'm still very interested in getting back into this one if it is able to reclaim the volume weighted average price. BNRG kind of gave up VWAP, so I'm no longer interested in that. Keeping my eye on that $2 level on BNRG, and ONCO also bleeding to the downside. It's really BDMD. That's the only one that's interesting me right now because it's the only one that's above the volume weighted average price. But the problem with that one is it's still continuing to make lower highs if you were to base your area off that $7 crest. So I've got nothing to get into at the moment, and I do apologize. Usually we're in a few positions by now or during this time, but there is nothing to my liking and nothing really making moves that I can kind of get behind. Okay, now, having said that, let me qualify it with this. HCTI just halted to the upside, I believe. Yes, it is. Halted at $1.43. It's up 73%. But by today's standards in small cap gapper world, 73% is light. But it is the second winner now, or the second highest winner percentage-wise since we rang the bell. So I got two columns, percentage winners from 4 a.m. and percentage winners from 9:30 a.m. This one is second on my list only to BDMD in terms of percentage winners since 9 a.m. So HCTI definitely going to be in focus. As I mentioned, though, halted at $1.43. We're going to have to wait for that bad boy to open. I don't know exactly when it halted, and I haven't checked either. So this one halted to the upside, 73%. Definitely interested to see if we can weasel into a trade like that, Joseph.
Hey, Sharif, we got another $5 super chat from Dragos. Sup, young fellas. I'm retiring from my job today at the age of 49. Alex Karp and PLTR has granted me financial freedom. Happy New Year's. No, Happy New Year's to you. let me know where the party is, because if you have financial freedom, call us up. Hopefully you live somewhere warm. We can come and join you and endure in some of that financial freedom with you, my guy. But no, congratulations on the ripe age of 49, retiring. Hopefully you spend that wisely or don't spend it at all, and go and travel the world if you haven't already. So yeah, congratulations to you. That's good to hear. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Dragos. And hopefully you didn't sell. Did you sell all your PLTR or what did you do? Let us know. Chime in, write in your super chat, kind of what you did with some of those PLTR shares. But I mean, congratulations to you, and I'm curious to know what your average price was on those. All right, so I mean, your financial freedom. My guy must have been heavy and must have been in there for a long time. So once again, congratulations to you. Hopefully that is exciting, and welcome to the new chapter of your life. It's starting in the new year. What a great time to do so. But yeah, guys, got out of NVDA here, folks. Yeah, John, we gotta let me know. We're gonna come and party. It's New Year's, so maybe he can fly us out or something along those lines. Yeah, take the PJ. Thanks to Alex Karp and company. But yeah, guys, here we are. We got out of here, and good thing we did, because we decided that we wanted to sell significantly more here. This market is continuing to the downside with SPY tanking. So it's dump city, as Neil likes to call it. I think something along those lines. But yeah, not looking too pretty. Let's take a look at the Playmaker poll, guys. We only got 20 minutes left, 300 more votes. Let's get that to 1,000. But it is another neck-and-neck race. Who is going to edge this win out here, Sharif? I don't know. It's 51% to the short side and 49% to the long side. Let's see what these next 300 votes bring us, and if we decide that we would want to go long. I voted long, I'm pretty sure. I don't even remember, to be honest.
I think I voted short.
I voted long. Why? Because I like that the market was selling, and I want to look for a potential bounce in this, all right? So I think at some point, even though the volume by time profile is starting to pick up a little bit here, I think at some point we're gonna bottom. I could be totally wrong, but if we can catch that bottoming signal and be patient, wait for that signal to be able to be identified and really stand outish, then we're gonna look to play that retracement back towards the volume weighted average price. But as of right now, that volume is stepping into the downside, and we are continuing that movement to the southeast. So that's something that we definitely need to keep in mind. And with NVDA and some of these mega cap tech stocks continuing to sell, I know Amazon is selling a lot too here, so we got to keep that in mind. If they want to go south, then the rest of the market, unfortunately, is going to head with it. So let's zoom out a little bit here on Amazon. And I mentioned this from time and time again. This is one stock that I wish that I got into significantly earlier, but I didn't. So I'm happy with kind of my holdings right now. But again, I think if I was going to pick up one or two things, it would be Walmart and Amazon. But we'll pull back a little bit here. Let's see how far off the highs we are off of Amazon. It's only about 6%, and the market is, I mean, a lot of analysts are saying, hey, the market is due for a 10% correction. So, I mean, let's see. If we do get that, I think a lot of individuals, a lot of investors, a lot of swing traders, and even intraday traders are going to look to buy those dips in this market, because, I mean, there is some tailwinds for the broader market leading into 2025. Other than kind of the interest rates and the FOMC, do you see any headwinds for the overall market? And maybe tariffs.
Yeah.
And maybe tariffs.
And I don't know. Look, I wasn't trading in 2016 to 20. Kind of. I caught the tail end of Donald Trump's first presidency. But from what I'm hearing a lot from traders online, is it's wild. Tweets are going to move the market. Well, whatever X is or whatever it's called now. Because, you know, I don't know. I think he might be a little bit more subdued this time around. He seems a bit more subdued, not as combative. And
even though he wants to buy essentially every country.
But he's not, like he's not as combative though, but yeah, he still comes out with his great ideas. That's not the point. The point is, what I'm trying to say is kind of, it's a very volatile time. Again, I didn't trade during it, but from what I understand is you can wake up and the market can be down 2% off a tweet, right? And whatever the situation is there. So we'll have to wait and see. But that's not bad for day trading, because we look for intraday volatility,
we like
whether it's up or down, right?
Yeah. So you're familiar with Steve Leisman, obviously, on CNBC.
Yeah, the bonds guy.
And and you know what? He had a really good point too, and I like this point. He said, okay, so his portfolio consists of some bonds, obviously sensitive to interest rates, right? And then he's like, but then I own equities that are also sensitive to the current overall market and the interest rates.
Right.
So he's like, how do I get exposure to something that is less interest rate sensitive? Because we know how these stocks and how the overall market is reacting to these interest rates. There is none, right? It's like, where do you go?
Every investment has to be, well, I don't want to say every, but it's always a mathematical calculation, right? About interest rates are causing this type of effect, whether it's in equities, bonds, crypto, even crypto, right? It's so super interest rate sensitive. Great conversation. But we have to send it to Adara at the big desk quickly, and then we'll finish that.
Yeah, for sure.
So to let you guys know here, we have another Trader TV Research original graphic here. Follow us at TTV Research on X. Here we're taking a look at Palantir. Yesterday we posted the SMCI chart. We talked about it this morning as well, but if you can take a look here on X, you can see all of the highlights on Palantir's journey from $8 to joining the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. So take a look there. You can check it out, TTV Research on X. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, guys, I forgot to mention, look, we're at 250 on Apple. We're at 21.2 on the Future. I'm like, all right, let me just see if that 250 defend wants to work. I already scalped a little bit out. We're not going to give this much room, if at all. A break of 250, a decided break of like that 249.90, and I'm gone. We'll look to scalp. I'm trying to front run this one, knowing full well I'm against the trend here. It's a 250 attempt at a support level, with 21.2 being awfully close as well. So not putting too much stock into this one, but pardon the pun, but yeah, we're gonna give this one a try. I appreciate you, Adara. Sharif is 100% authenticity, bro. I do not lie, but you know, some people don't like that, because if you tell them what they don't want to hear, well, then they're upset. No, but to build on your point, bro, whether you're buying art, wine, you have to assume that rates influence your decision of what to buy, because it influences the cost of money, the cost of borrowing, the opportunity cost lost in other investments. So I don't know. I'm just speaking off the cuff here. I feel that kind of interest rates affect everything
Absolutely.
around.
I totally agree. And just another thing to touch on that. So I remember earlier in the market when we were kind of just at the beginning of this new monetary policy, raising of interest rates. And do you think we're at the stage where good news is bad news? And you know how when we were in that where it's like bad news is good news. So do you think that the kind of everything has flipped, and then now we're back into the front where good news is essentially bad news? Or
I think we've flipped back to normal. I don't know. Because we didn't want jobs to come in strong, because it was going to push inflation and was going to push down the rate cuts. I think we're back into that kind of equilibrium area, right?
Okay.
Look, the States is faring a lot better than most other developed countries right now. They're booming, their economy's strong, stronger than Canada, stronger than England,
it's strongest on the planet.
Right. Yeah, and it's recovering a lot better than some others. So we're in that phase where I don't think we're, like as Jerome Powell said, we're not going to get aggressive rate cuts as much as we thought we would last year.
Well, and that's one more thing here before we get back to the stocks.
Yeah, go.
Why is one thing I didn't understand, so at the peak of interest rates, the market was pricing in like 9 cuts. They had like 6 or 7 cuts priced in for 25. What is the minimum cut here? Like, how you can't be cutting 25 basis points at pretty much essentially every meeting, or 50 basis points.
No,
that doesn't make sense.
Well, I don't think they thought they were going to recover it this way. I just don't think that they thought the economy would remain as robust, jobs would remain as strong. And I don't know. But clearly they had a different outlook as to what the economy would be currently and into 25 than what they're forecasting now. And that's okay. You know, personally, I think we need the rate cuts on this side of the border more than they need it down south, specifically because of housing. We got COVID mortgages coming due in 25 and 26. Those are going to be markedly higher than what the interest rate that they got was. If you just explain something to you guys, we have 5-year mortgages on this side of the border. You guys have 30. So every 5 years, we need to worry about new interest rates coming or mortgages coming due and them being refinanced, rolled over at higher rates. The problem is you could be in a home that you can no longer afford. You don't meet the stress test at that point. A stress test is basically this test that the government forces banks to give everybody who applies for these mortgages. If you don't meet the stress test, you're going to be forced to sell. And so we were worried about that, about people being forced out of their home, having to sell, depreciating prices, obviously, because that increases the supply of homes. So that was what we were worried about. You guys don't have that problem.
Yeah,
namely,
nor do they have variable mortgages.
and they don't.
Yeah,
and they have
right,
these
so
30 years locked in at 2%. They're not worried, right? This side, everybody's sweating.
Sweating.
You know what I mean? So a completely different look at food.
Food.
Sorry, I was reading the chat. No, someone wrote can't afford food. Yeah, completely different look at the economy on this side of the border, and obviously different considerations there. But I think that the States is holding up far better, likely as a result of this AI tailwind, man. I mean, there's just so much coming in with that.
Yeah. Okay. One last thing. How much debt is too much debt?
Oh boy. Yeah, I think
From an
Western
American,
democracies
right?
have way too much.
Right. So at one point, is it going to topple the economy? Because you can't just keep piling on more debt.
That's a tough one.
Right? Like, how much debt is too much debt?
Yeah, we keep kicking the can down the road, and by doing that, you're passing on the buck to the next generation who's going to have to shoulder this. So I personally don't like it, but then again, can you cut spending? I mean, what are you going to do? Where are you going to cut from?
Yeah,
Let's see what people are saying here in the chat. Big Spile, only those with great credit can get 30-year fixed. Thank you. Did not know that, brother. I guess my sister's got great credit. 5-year mortgages, when do you ever own it then? Well, you keep rolling it over, brother. I mean, a lot of people, because of the nature of mortgages here, they really focus on paying down their mortgage quicker than obviously the 25-year amortization that we have. They try to pay it off quicker by paying off the interest portion and then actually being able to pay down the equity. But you're right, like certain families can do it, certain families can't. You're gonna have to actually go the entire 25 years paying off the loan. It's obviously a bit of a tougher look there. Let's see what else people are saying. Yeah, people living on credit cards. Man, I love the comedy hour. Oh man, I don't know if that's a compliment or not. From this individual called Tony. Who else we got? Chaos is a ladder, calls on Home Depot, says El Sol. I love that. What else? What else we got over here? Runs, Biden did well. Hold on to your butts for incoming. Shout out to you as well. Pretty Pandas watching LITM2. Slow ATM at the moment. I'm still involved in Apple. What I'm doing is I'm trying to catch the bounce off that 250 on Apple to see if it'll hold. It's definitely not rocketing up by any means, shape, or form, but it's not breaching that level either. So keep an eye out on that. What else we got over here? U.S. has $1 trillion plus in credit card debt. Yeah, my understanding is you guys are at all-time highs with respect to credit card debt, but that's to be expected because the economy is growing. So you can't have a growing economy typically without the debt rising as well. Usually they move hand in hand. But yeah, good point there.
But at what point is it has to stop at some point, or do you just keep
sovereign debt is different than credit card debt. Credit card debt,
sovereign.
Sovereign debt is a whole.
But again, like what point is it going to crumble? Like I don't know. Is it a house of cards? Like you can't just keep stacking up the debt. I don't think. I don't know.
That's the thing, brother. I mean, it's a tough look there.
Yeah, totally.
I don't know what their breaking point is. I don't know what percentage of the GDP they have as debt now. I think it was a third.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
something like that.
All right, well, hey,
or is that the budget deficit? I think it's a third of GDP. Their budget deficit.
Okay.
What else? What else people are talking about there in the chat? Escape Planet. So Canadian banks make a killing off of mortgages. Yes. That's the answer to that.
A lot of things too.
Yes, absolutely. What else we got? Delinquencies are rising both in auto and credit card in the USA, says Trader Forever. Absolutely accurate. I always keep an eye on that. When the banks on this side of the border, which are very well capitalized, and they definitely weathered the financial crisis a lot better than American banks. However, they're not going to have outsized years like American banks can have as a result of their conservative nature. But I always keep an eye out on delinquencies, both auto and mortgage, as well as credit cards. Credit cards usually you can get data month over month, while the other ones usually are waiting on the quarterly basis. So yeah, good point. We haven't gotten to the point where it's you're really at like 30 or 40-year highs, but we are at, I think, decade highs for both home mortgage delinquencies as well as car loan delinquencies. In fact, one of the banks on this side of the border that you guys have, mostly in the Midwest, called BMO, which stands for Bank of Montreal, they got out of car loans altogether. They shut down their entire car loan division. Oh, yeah. They don't want any of that smoke no more. So yeah, point well taken. Point well taken. All right, Eddie R. all countries have their pros and cons, but hearing you talk of Canada is like you guys don't have health insurance covered or other things. No, we do. We do. It's not the greatest, obviously, especially if you're waiting for more complicated procedures like MRIs and other things that are costly. But, you know, if you want to go to your family doctor, walk-in clinics, that's obviously readily available everywhere. You just show your card, which is issued by the province, and you're good to go. But to let you guys know that a lot of family doctors don't want to work in this country, namely because of the taxes. And now there's new capital gains laws that they're not happy about. So they go down south. And our doctors get trained in Canada, and then they weasel on over to the United States to get paid more, obviously with these HMOs and whatever you guys have down there, as well as pay less tax in certain jurisdictions, obviously. So
Kevin's not happy about the new capital gains tax.
Of course is not, man. I mean, most people, their wealth is tied to real estate, right? And so they haven't taken away the capital gains on your primary residence, but that could come. Yeah. Right? Like they haven't done that yet, but that could come. Now, I don't think the current government stays in power long enough to be able to do that. But, you know, that was definitely on the table, Joseph.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know. That's irking too, because he's right. He made a solid point. When you just keep raising the capital gains tax, it almost makes the country uninvestable, right? So why would anybody want to invest their money here and have to pay an absurd amount of tax on half of their return, opposed to just going to invest somewhere else? I mean, yeah, you get the Canadian economy, but you guys know that we're not doing too good. We had, was it like not even a 1% GDP growth in the previous quarter? So
Exactly.
There's other
sub one.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of another thing that I wanted to point out too. That's why, again, trading American equities and stocks, we talk about the economy, but it's easily the best economy because the growth is there, the growth aspect is there, just from a liquidity standpoint as well too. That's why, like for me, it's not worth investing in China where you have the CCP or whatever they're called there. It's just like you don't want to work against those people. You don't want to be going into a country where they're going to continue to raise tax on you. So that's why I think America is just a great vehicle in place to invest your money and park your money for the long term. And even EU is tough at times as well too, right? Germany's economy isn't doing that good apparently either. So again, yeah, thankful to be neighbors to the Americans and have the ability to trade these markets on a reasonable time there, folks. But hey, we're in some NVDA. Back to stock talk here, folks. We're in some NVDA off the bottom. We broke this resistance. Let's see if we can slowly start to recover. Again, I'm going to point out that volume by time profile. Not looking too pretty on the 5-minute. It is slowly starting to pick up here on the 1-minute. I know, Sharif, you're still in Apple, is that correct? Yeah, hovering at the bottoms. All right, so yeah, the market is starting to slowly recover. Guys, 907 votes. Wow. 50-50 at 900.
No way.
Yeah, dude, that is insane. I've never seen this. Okay, we're going to close the poll in 3 minutes. We're going to close the poll in 3 minutes. Let's get this to 1,000 votes. This is the closest neck-and-neck race I've seen thus far. This is absolutely insane. 50%. Guys, get those votes in. We're going to get that to 1,000. We'll call it 1,000 flat. Or maybe if it's still 50-50 at 1,001, that's it. The winner it's decided at that point, guys. So get those votes in. 80 more. Oh, look, now they're just climbing. How are we still at 50-50? This can't be updated. But anyways, guys, slowly starting to pull back on the overall market here. The SPY slowly crawling towards the volume-weighted average price. Not quite there yet, but a nice engulfing candle. I'm going to point out the volume by time profile once again here, dwindling as we start to appreciate here in price. So we just need to keep that in mind. Are we going to trade up towards the volume-weighted average price and then slowly start to curl back over again? Maybe, possibly. That's definitely a potential play as well, too. Do we even get to that, to the VWAP? I think there's going to be some key resistance at this 586.75 level. If we punch through that, then I think we can continue to the top side. But as of right now, the market is slowly starting to recover, I think being led by NVDA here.
Absolutely, yeah. Nvidia looks like the best of the bunch. Apple, quite anemic here with that $0.50. I'm long at 15s. We went the beak there in the mid-40s. Now I'm waiting in the mid-50s, but it's really having trouble. And quite frankly, it's still below the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. Here it comes. We just breached 50 on the ask for like a 1 second, and then down we go again. So Apple seeming like it is quite anemic. Quite frankly, it is. It is the worst one right now, if I could say so, in terms of a bounce, than all the other Mag 7 names. It's the only one that hasn't touched at least the 10 exponential. Case in point, Amazon at the 20, breaching the 20. Meta at the 20. Microsoft well above the 20, looking to take out 424. Google at the 20. The NQ above the 20. Nvidia about to touch the 20, and then Tesla kind of anemic, a little bit like Apple, just breaching the 10. Okay, so we just popped into the 60s, so we're doing well here on the dead one. We just took out some at 55s. It's now time, Joseph, obviously, to set up at 69. So see if we get the print there. Bang! We get the print at 69s. Let's see if we can run up a little bit more now. On AAPL, it was a 21,208 bounce and pop, and we are now above 21,300. We're still well below VWAP, and we're still negatory on the day. To go green, we're going to have to work above that 21,400 mark. I'm talking about the NQ March contract, so it probably behooves me to have another beak wetter here for Apple. You know where I'm going to sit. I'm going to sit at 88s come what may. Otherwise, I'm going to let this come all the way down into that 250 area. So still negative on the day, not putting too much hope into the long here in a recovery like into 21,500. We're still seeing lower lows and lower highs in the general trend on all the Mag 7. So if you can kind of see that, we're putting in those lower highs, lower lows. Nothing really has changed for me anyway on the futures. To change the lower high trend, we need to work up above that 21,302. I'm basing it off this 1150 area crest that we rejected at 21,360. If we can work above there, then that would be a new area crest and a marked change in trend. We have to send it to Adara at the big desk with crypto.
Take a look here at crypto. Because it's the last day of the year, we're going to continue doing kind of year in review type segments today. Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Ripple. We're going to look at the 12-month charts. Bitcoin here, as you can see, we had quite the breakout, but it's interesting enough here. Bitcoin to USD, not a lot as much volume comparatively this year anyway, from what I can tell on this chart on Binance. And maybe I'm looking at this incorrectly. I need to take a look at this more properly perhaps, but great breakout here either way to that 108 new all-time high. This is a huge year for Bitcoin in a lot of ways. We got spot Bitcoin ETFs. That's going back to the start of the year. We also had now Gary Gensler stepping down as SEC chair. We're going to make room for Paul Atkins, who's viewed as very bullish for crypto. So it's been a great year for Bitcoin. You can see that here with this push into new all-time highs. We're going to start 2025 with what looks like a pretty bullish candle on the year for 2024. Now it's time for Ethereum to USD, which is also looking pretty bullish here. There's clear support if you go to 2022 to 2023 here, that around $1,200 level. As of right now, we still struggle with that 4,000. We broke above it, but made a little bit of a double top on the daily, if you recall. As of right now, though, despite that resistance around 3,600 on the closing basis, going to close here right below 3,400 on the year. And last but not least, we have XRP to USD. That is Ripple. This one is, I would say this is a rounded bottom chart. And what's even better, it looks like we're going to close the slightly higher high than we had when we previously started this pattern here, 2017, 2018 on the year. That being said, it's still, I guess, a little bit removed here from all-time highs, but interesting look here. Nice fundamentals for XRP. It's also worth noting we're to close above that previous resistance level that we had as the top in 2021. Make sure, guys, that you vote for our last poll of the day, the rundown poll, or not last poll of the day, but last poll of the midday. That's going to be opening around now. You have 4 tickers to choose from, and the top 5 between that poll and our other rundown poll at 11 a.m. will be featured on the market recap. Back to you. No, on the rundown. Oh my gosh.
Hey, where are we going? We're going back to us? All right. We're doing it live, all right? We're doing it live. Yeah, guys, nice little grab off the bottom here on NVDA. I'm slowly starting to take some off the top here. Slowly starting to recover as well too, guys. But again, we got the votes in, and wow, the longs just edged it out once again there, Sharif. So I want to document this one here real quick.
Here we go.
Here we go. Who, Kyle? What do you say?
Oh, no. We're going to do the playmaker.
All right, we're going to do the play. All right, I thought Kyle had something. I thought the shorts were going to win today. That's absolutely insane. Guys, wow, 50 to 49%. That is definitely the closest. It was neck and neck, 50-50 there at that point. I got to work on this equity curve here, guys. It's not as pretty as I don't know what's going on with it. So I got to sort. There's something wrong with the cumulative here. So I got to fix that. I'm pretty sure. Let me see if this is not going to do anything right now, but again, yeah, maybe it did. But anyways, we got to figure out what's going on with that, and we will get it sorted. But Sharif, let's document the trade, my guy.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
587.03.
587.03.
Out.
Oh, wow, I got
Our
hold
stop,
on.
yeah,
587.03. Our stop loss being
586.03.
586.03.
And then we're going to take profit at 589.03.
589.03, folks. All right, so you see it there first-handed. You see what we're in December 31st here, 2024. The final day of 2024 has been an absolute fantastic
rocket.
23
and 24 been two rocket ship years.
2 rocket ship years off the bottom.
Best years, they're saying, since 97, 98, the last time we had 2 years back-to-back.
It was like 20%. Wasn't it like 20% back-to-back each year?
Well, the S&P, I'm pretty sure, is up 28% year-to-date. Okay, so the SPY, I don't know what the actual index, the SPX.
Okay, you have that there.
The SPY is up 24 and 2/3.
There you go. So yeah, beautiful.
And then
stuff
here, let's see what the Qs are up.
With the Qs, let's see what the
triple Qs are up 48%. Bro.
Wow.
48. Am I right on that? No, excuse me. Triple Qs, that's incorrect. It's 25.
Okay.
Sorry. So the Qs and the SPY are very similar. Kind of surprised by that. I thought that the NQ would definitely be higher, maybe because we pulled back a little aggressively today.
And I mean, last year's gains as well too. Yep. So is there anything? Yeah, is there anything else you can really ask for? We're up a 20% year.
Yeah, like 30%.
Yeah, that's crazy, dude. That's insane. So,
ask for it. Greedy.
Well, now we're gonna get. Exactly. Well, we know what happens there. But now let's see. Are we gonna get that 10% pullback that a lot of people are anticipating?
We'll see. We'll see. I don't mind that too much, man. Especially, I think that we're gonna have a good tailwind, whether it's through deregulation or expansion of other areas that are burgeoning right now, robotics, autonomous. I think there's a lot of tailwinds in tech, but it's really tech centric.
Yeah, and I think so. It's definitely driven by tech. I think with all the capital expenditure, we were talking about DeepSeek earlier. Right. So, but I think just from an American standpoint, all that CapEx expenditure on the AI programs is eventually going to start really paying off. And we mentioned this yesterday as well too. I think we're just at the beginning of this stuff. We might even be at the what's the thing that you do, the dial thing that you would hit.
What do you mean?
You know, old time you'd used to communicate.
The rotary?
the Morse code. Morse code. Yeah. I think we're exactly. I think we're still in that stage of the AI.
I gotta agree with that.
So, yeah.
All right, man. We're still involved in Apple here, but let me tell you, it's a 3-candle lower high situation on the 5. Here's what I'm looking at. So you get that nice move up, you hold 250, you get all the way up into about 250 and 3/4. And now we have lower high, lower high, lower high right now. But we also have, on the other side of the coin, higher lows. So I don't want to be quick to take it out, but I'm very, I got the feeling that this is a rejection of the 10 exponential, right? And then we come into the 10 exponential and then we start rounding all the way back down into that 250. Well, I'll have to wait and see. I'm going to pack my patience. I've got 15 long. Sorry, the position board currently not working right now, but once I take a fill, it is, my bad. I just have to take a quick fill. I'm waiting at 88, so I'm not going to take anything out over here until it moves up into 88. So I'm long Apple 250.15. We're printing in the 70s now. Again, having really a lot of trouble taking out that $0.75. So I'm going to pack my patience, see if we can get up into 88s. But the future still below, and the NQ March contract is what I'm talking about, still below that 21,360. That is my area that I've earmarked for what I perceive to be a trend change of lower highs. Because if we get above that 21,360, in my estimation, that is a newer high, a new area crest. And if that's the case, then we could easily work back into 21.4, and by extension of that, we could be back into at least break even, if not positive on the day. That's got to go above that 21,417. That is where we closed out yesterday. Topping tail candle right now looks like a bear trap here on the dead one Apple. It forces you in with another high above this candle and right back down you go. Technically, still though, another higher low, even though it has made another higher high, but it looks like it's really flushing to the downside. Apple looks awfully weak lately. The Friday, yesterday, and now today, Apple has been selling off aggressively after that 260 bump and drop. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what the situation is for the mag on the day. But it does not look good if you're a long. But if you're big spile Burdette and you're taking everything short, baby, you are just unable to count the amount of money you're making on the day because it's been a strong day for the shorts, no doubt about it. I'm keeping an eye also on BDMD here because it's been doing a hold of the volume weighted average price since about 12:30. So we're going on 40 minutes now of this one holding the volume weighted average price on a closing basis. Now this candle over here at 12:40 breached it super quick on a wick basis, but was able to come back and actually close far higher than the VWAP. So I'm unsure whether or not to get in at around 5 1/4, maybe 5 2/3, build my position at VWAP here on BDMD. Yeah, maybe that's not a bad idea. I'm going to have to give it room, likely about 20 to 30 pennies worth of room if I am to do that. So we'll load up BDMD. I think I've already got it up on a trading screen. Yeah, here it is. BDMD, yeah, it's putting lower highs. Seems to have some sell in here at around 640, 6 1/3. But that 5 3/4, 5 2/3 is staring at me right now as an area support level. Yeah, I'm not really sure how to approach this, Joseph. What are you looking at, bro?
Yeah, I'm just sitting here in NVDA, just letting it slowly grind higher, like the overall market here. So let's see if we can go and push that 136 price target that we're kind of aiming for, and then maybe we'll punch all out of the trade. John, are they trading 100-share blocks, or is that the only to make tracking easy? Yeah, we do one lots for the Playmaker pool just to keep it simplistic. One lot, one options contract. As I mentioned before, maybe we'll do a little bit of an experiment within the pool of just buying a flat-out contract at that time and then seeing what happens. From that standpoint as well too. But yeah, I'm really curious to see what's happening with the SPY here, folks. I know we've been talking about it quite a bit here, but is this going to be a little consolidation phase? These are two fairly strong engulfing candles here. Really strong bullish price action on these two prints. So let's see if we can hold this key support level here. We now punched through it. And now if we can hold that 586.75 level, I do think that we can take that second leg and then potentially go and test the volume weighted average price. So again, let's just be a little patient, see if we get that recovery in the market. Trading under VWAP this late into the session can be a little tough. We would need to see that end of day rally start to kick in, and maybe it does happen. I wouldn't rule it out, especially leading into the New Year's. Maybe some people want to make a little extra coin. The street wants to make a little extra coin before they go and spend it all on Wall Street. So again, let's just be a little patient, hold our horses. Someone in the chat asked us to take a look at Tesla as well too. Same thing, kind of just trading with the overall market. As you can see, we had this really, really weak 5-minute opening range. Buyers pushed it all the way up to 428 and then decided to sell it all the way down with the inability to go and test this high, creating a new lower high on that front. Now breaking the 5-minute range, and then sure enough, we did break it eventually as well too after we failed to make a new high there, folks. So keep that in mind. The primary trend is to the downside, but you can catch some of this volatility on the pullbacks. The pullbacks are relatively deep as well too, so the opportunities are there, and that's something that you want to see in the overall market. So that not a horrible look on Tesla. And actually, let me zoom out a little bit here as well too, folks, and see what we got going on from a daily perspective. And we kind of broke some key support levels. Is there going to be more immediate downside? I don't know, potentially. If there is, so be it. We'll wait for those signals to show up, those turnaround signals to show up. We'll either be able to recognize that from a volume standpoint or have the ability to correlate volume and price at the same time, leaving us with an indecision candle kind of at an extreme low, and then that maybe can give us a little bit of a signal and when the price action is going to look to turn around again. But again, I think there's a lot of tailwinds for Tesla in 2025, especially with Robo coming out as well too, working along Donald that has the Doge going. So he's going to get what he needs to get done from a regulatory standpoint and get those robo-taxis on the road. And then sure enough, we know the bull of all bulls, Danny Ives, thinks that this thing can go add another $1 trillion to its market cap.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it, apparently. Yeah, apparently.
But we're throwing around trillions easily now,
with the
man.
T's, man. I
mean,
like just throw them out like Broadcom.
Wow.
Apple, $5 trillion, Daniel Ives says.
That's nuts, bro. And it doesn't feel like it today, though, especially right now.
No, not right now. But by the end but he's like 12 to 18 months, $5 trillion. Yeah. Apple.
Well, we'll wait and see. I mean, look, let's call a spade, Joseph. People not talking well online about Apple Intelligence. That's
They don't
just-
like it?
No.
No?
Well, because the releases have been anemic.
Yeah,
You
they
haven't
have.
got the big boy release yet. That's slated for next year. So what people have seen so far, it's unimpressive.
Yeah.
Ram,
well,
have you been using Apple Intelligence on your 16? She's not using it. You're not using it by design, or is it just not integrated enough to interest you? Okay. So can I repeat that? She's in her fight with her husband, and because he bought her the phone, she doesn't want to use it.
Yo, oh
This
my
is the kind
days.
of person we have to deal with.
Oh my
I love
days.
this
That's
guy. I love how he's feeling everything right now
insane,
because
man.
he
Oh
knows
my
he's been through that. He
That's
has to go through it. His face turning red.
insane. Wow, that's crazy. All right,
Ram.
all right. If anything, I would use it more.
Oh my God, look who it is in the chat.
who's
The
it?
Hayes Records. Where have you been, my man? We miss you around these parts. I haven't seen your beautiful face in a long time. Shout out to the Hayes. Happy New Year's as well. Neil, he's sending you a Happy New Year's as well. The Hayes Records. He's giving you one of these right back at you. Shout out to you, man. I haven't seen you in the chat in a hot minute. Nice to have you back, especially in the year. Hope you've had a fantastic whatever you've been doing for however you've been long.
But just to touch on this Apple subject
go
one more
for it.
time, we know that they're usually not the first to the dance, right?
No, never.
Right? They're never.
much never, yeah.
But they always come out on top.
Yeah,
Right.
They do. They're and the issue. It comes back to a conversation I had with Theta, like I don't know, like a month ago, 2 months ago. Are you pro manager or pro founder / innovator? I.e., are you a Tim Cook kind of guy who can come in, didn't found the company, didn't come up with the product ideas, but a hell of a manager? Or are you more of a Zuck kind of guy, the guy who's willing to spend, take his company into debt, i.e. metaverse, and piss off shareholders to no end, right? And then have your stock go down to $88. Where do you fall? Manager or founder?
I think I would be more of the manager, right? Just, but again, founder as well too, or the Zuck example as well too, because I think you need to be innovative, right? You need to kind of test those things, because imagine if the metaverse was perceived from totally 180 degrees than what it was, right? So where would Zuck be other than him looking like an extreme genius and being one of the most successful people on the planet? Where would he be? He would be the top of the class. There'd be like, everybody doubted this guy. He pulled a rabbit out of the hat, and now look at the metaverse. But unfortunately, that's not the case. He's doing things, and he recuperated that with the year of efficiency, right? But again, I think you need a little bit of both. The combination of both of them would be good. But again, I mentioned that Apple usually not first to the dance.
No.
They tend to be they fashionably late, but end up being on top at the end of it anyway.
There you go. There you go. Well said, man.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Hayes. Anuvu, Happy New Year's to all of you. Great job as always. Shout out to Anuvu, one of the OGs in the chat. And I've seen him trade a small cap gapper too, so that's aces in my book, baby. The Spiled one chiming in over here. We have talked this before, but you can go over how you have your own colors set up your own level 2. What are we talking about here?
Maybe the gradient fill he's talking. The gradient fill on your level 2.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. If I can show the screen, Andre. Not the level 2, but the time and sales. So the time and sales is distinct in the sense that every color means something. The reason I've used this color code, it's a lot easier to see colors than to obviously read these small prints. So yellow means a mid print. It's neither high nor low. Red is selling at the bid. Blue is selling below the bid. Okay. Green is buying at the ask, and orange is buying above the ask. And Apple just broke 250, and that is my invitation to get the hell out for the remaining piece that I've got. I only had one out left. Look, if this wants to reclaim 250 and then show me that it wants to hold that level, I'll get back in. But 250 on Apple break. So I hope that makes sense to everybody. And the reason I've done it that way is when there's aggressive selling, like when you see blue, or aggressive buying when you see orange, it's a lot easier to digest what's happening just by seeing colors flip in. And you, obviously, when you're trading these small cap gappers, it's really hard to read anything on the time and the sales, right? Because it's just moving so quickly. So you can kind of get the idea of what is happening just by the colors coming in. But when you're seeing umpteen amount of yellow, like we're seeing right now, it doesn't do you any good, right? So I hope that helps. And I'm always willing to obviously rehash that for you guys. anytime you guys have questions about how I've set up or Joseph set up, we're more than willing to help out with that. All right, what else we got over here? What are people chatting about? Apple pressing 250, says Tyler B. Absolutely right on that. That's why I got out. Joseph, Birch Music. I use the tape for momentum trades. It is nice to see the tape go green as volume comes in. Absolutely, brother. It's a lot easier to see on that chain, on that look there. Esu Redmond, Happy New Year. Lost a lot, I guess, this year, my first year. Next year, green. Got a lot of work to do. Don't let that discourage you, my man. And Adara's giving you the clap up there. Let me tell you, persistence is absolutely a requirement in this game, because you're not going to be good right away, and that's just kind of the way
it's impossible. And Neil made a very key point as well too. Mental capital, right? Your first couple of years, be prepared to spend a lot of it. It is not easy. There's no doubt about that. But just keep pushing, right? Just continue to get in that screen time, and sure enough, you'll find a system that works for you. And that's why we do the Playmaker poll, Shreve. Yeah. And that's why we were talking about it yesterday as well, too, because you collect data in that aspect, and then you can eliminate what's good and what's bad. But yeah, and just to touch a little bit back on the tape, everybody has it their own ways, but I mentioned this before on one of the sessions, and it really helped me. Find yourself a platform that allows you to go back to any certain day. So if you collect your data, journal your trades, you can now go back and watch the tape. And watch the tape of I mentioned this before, watch the tape of an extremely strong stock out of the first hour, then watch the tape on an extremely weak stock out of the first hour, and then watch the tape on index or stock that just moves essentially sideways for the hour. And then you'll be able to differentiate the difference in those price action movements. And I think that's really key. That really helped me, and it helps you depict exactly what you're looking for. So yeah, that's my two opinion. And someone said, "Oh boy." Yeah.
All right. I get it. The phrasing, I got it. Okay. Shout out to Scott H. Sharif. I'm long RVSN from 2. My only current trade. Happy New Year, guys. Joe, Neil, and Sharif. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Shout out to Scott H., one of the small cap gapper traders, OGs in the chat there. Let's have a look at RVSN and see what Scott's up to. He's long at $2. All right, so he's 17 pennies in the money. Shout out to my guy there, Scott. It's been a good move up lately for RVSN. Having a bit of a down day, though, below that 246 that we closed out yesterday. But it had a big boy day, especially yesterday. In the closing print, I want to say at 245, this thing really got going. Got off the schneid there, as my man Neil likes to say, at around that $1.80. $1.75, and by the time it was all done, it had hit that 2 3/4. But the aftermarket brought more gains for this bad boy as we got above $3. I think we got to about 317, 318 there. So we're well below the aftermarket high, and we're below the closing print from yesterday at that 250, 248. So this one looking to curl back up, Scott, but it's an inside day. So not necessarily a bad thing if you're looking to swing this, because you're neither lower nor higher than yesterday's extremes at the high and the low. So a good look for RVSN. I'll keep an eye out on that one. BDMD is starting to put it, well, I don't want to say starting. It has been putting in lower highs, but it did find its footing at $5. And I was trying to look to see if I could weasel into this one. But now it's kind of doing this thing that sometimes small caps do, where it's not respecting VWAP at all. So it's above it for a little bit, then below it for a little bit, above it for a little bit. You guys get it. So I can't base anything here on VWAP anymore. We got to look to price action. And specifically here, I think it's the whole dollar levels that's acting as support and resistance. So we get that bounce off 5, a reject off 6. So we're kind of compressing here. If you look at the price action, if you use this as your area trough, well, we've got a higher low. And if you're using this as your area crest, well, we've obviously got lower highs. So it's compressing, it's up 450%. How does it resolve? Well, if you look at the textbooks, they say compression patterns typically resolve in the direction of the trend. You only need to look at the percentage up on the day to know what the trend is. But, you know, that ain't really my look. I don't mind, though, sitting towards that $5 area. Let's sit at 505s, see if we can pick up a scalp off there. I don't mind that either. So we'll look to get into something here. Not much happening, at least for me. I'm keeping an eye on these small cap gappers. Okay, Sissy has found its way to the sea. Hey Neil, it's SI. I'm making it up. It's halted. Homie's like, what you call me? All right, we're moving up here. We're gonna halt. It looks like at 538. This might be a false halt. SI moving up. It's at the high of the day. It looks like it will halt at that 538. Still hasn't halted yet. Well, it is. Technically, it is halted, I believe. How come it's not showing me a halt? There we go. Now it's halted, 538. So finally we get something going here in small cap gapper world. We're going to keep an eye out on this one once it's open back for trading. Here are the details on it while we're waiting. $9.25 million market cap. We got 1.25 million shares traded on the day, which is nothing, but this one just started getting going right now. The float on this one, 6.2 million shares. And let's find out what the short float is here on SPCE. 15%. So that 15% of that 1.25 million shares borrowed for short, SI. Do you know what the president of Egypt is called? El Sisi?
El Sisi?
Yeah, his name is Sisi, but you know, whatever. El Sisi. I don't even know what that means in Arabic. As everybody's name in Arabic means something. It can't just be like sounds, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
But
just can't be sounds.
Yeah, it
just can't be sounds. Yeah, Canadian names have zero meaning. I guess.
No, but seriously, Cesar Sandoval, shout out to you. SPCE has resistance at the 100 SMA at 581. Let's see what our man Cesar is looking at there. I'm assuming, let's have a look here. 581. Let's go to the daily. Let's chart on the daily on this bad boy. Okay, so when's the last time I should say we were up here? Okay, right. I'm assuming you're looking at this candle, 581. He says, I don't know where you're seeing 581 there, Cesar, but it looks like they're all, you know, like look, these are all down days. Obviously, I would either use that 7 2/3 or I would use that $10 area. Let me know how you're seeing this, Cesar, because I don't see that same resistance area as you do. But it means tough guy, Joseph Birch, really? I don't think so. The incredible Mr. Lib. UK sympathy play to SPCE. All right, let's have a look at UK. Let's flip to the 5. What are you talking about, bro? There's like no volume here on UK.
There's no liquidity in that whatsoever.
No, not at all. I don't know if they're in the same industry or whatever, but the liquidity is kind of soft on this one. I'm going to keep my eye on our friend SPCE over here, see when this bad boy opens up. Let's load it up on a trading screen here so that we can get a better look at the level 2 and when this bad boy shut down. So it closed out at 1324.10. It looks like 1324.10. We're currently, the time is 1326, almost 1327.10. So we've got another couple of minutes on this one. I'm going to keep my eye out on it. The tap right now, the theoretical auction price, so we halted at 538, and the theoretical auction price is pretty much break even, 539 right now. So let's keep an eye out on that one. Still has a few minutes before it opens. All right, let's see what else people are talking about over here. What else we got over here?
Tanking,
Apple's tanking. It's giving up 250.
Wow.
That's no good. That's no good at all.
No.
Yeah, so definitely got out of that one in time, but should have probably seen the short there, Joseph, especially with that 10 exponential rejection on the 5. And you had the entire Mag 7 do the same look, but they're not at lows. Apple is the only one at lows. Good call. Well, actually, Google's at lows as well. But you have, for example, Tesla above the low, Amazon above the low, Meta, and I think Microsoft just printed the low as well. So it's Google, Microsoft, Apple, but definitely Apple looking like it is the weakest of the bunch right now.
Yeah, for sure. Someone in the chat mentioned RVSM. Were you trading this earlier today on the session? Oh, did you?
Yeah, he was.
Okay. You guys were just talking about. Okay, well, wake up, kid. But okay. So yeah, I mean, it is trading extremely well here, trading above the volume weighted average price. So just a little bit of an outlier to the overall market here. But if you guys see any relative strength, please let me know. Other than that, we got to go look at some of the top performing sectors to find something that may be relatively strong. And we've seen XLE from earlier, so if we want to look at a broader aspect and see all the top stocks in this basket here, we are starting to pull back towards the volume weighted average price. Surprisingly, and I wouldn't have expected this here from XLE, is that we came and we held the volume weighted average price, and then we made a new high of day there. So expect the unexpected, I guess I should say, in this game, and then everything should be kosher. But again, really nice look there on XLE. I don't know if there's going to be a play here. Potential double top here, Sharif. If we do decide that we want to break through the volume weighted average price, there can definitely be some more momentum to the downside here, especially if this 85 and a quarter price target decides that it wants to get breached on the session. We only have about 2.5 hours left on the day. So again, momentum would have to step in. This market is extremely weak. Not the best thing that we would be looking for on this Tuesday, especially leading into the new year. But again, a lot of tax implications being foresought here. I'm pretty sure people trying to do some tax write-offs, et cetera, whatever it may be, offloading some shares. But I think that's more or less going to start in the new year. So we'll just continue to see what's going on with this market. If these mega cap tech stocks can decide that they want to continue to the southeast, then all you can look to do is participate. You don't want to fight these guys, especially you got individuals like Nvidia. I don't know why I call them individual, but I mean, this stock, Nvidia, if it wants to break this low, 134, definitely going to be some more downside. The volume is starting to cool off a bit here, guys, so just keep that in mind as well, too. Looking for anything with relative strength, guys. Let me know in the chat what you are looking at. Does Nasdaq close tonight for New Year's, or is it open? Well, I mean, it closes. The futures, I'm not too sure. That's something you would have to ask Sharif, but I think they close at 8 o'clock if I had the futures. Tonight, 6? Is it 6? Is it 6? Okay, so yeah, 6 o'clock. Blue Ocean, I think, closes at 8 o'clock or something along the.
Yeah, the equities will actually go for longer than the futures.
Oh yeah, does it? Oh, okay, okay, but the futures open up on Sunday at.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay.
Well, in this case, like New Year's Day.
New Year's Day. Oh, okay, yeah. So then at whatever time. Maybe not. Does it close? Yeah, that's a good question. Hey, that's a good question. Maybe we hop on Blue Ocean later if we really want to get some trading going. But yeah, guys, I don't have anything lined up as of right now. I'm going to be a little bit patient. I'm not, like, again, you can see that I'm looking for longs on these. So as of right now, I can't look to participate. I don't want to short the bottoms either, just in case we do decide that we want to rebound as well, too. So stuck in between a rock and a hard place at this point. Can't really complain, though, because we had two half-decent trades. We took the NVDA, and then we had the PLTR as well too, got stopped out of that. And I wish I was monitoring this a little bit more because we did break that level and then headed to the south side. So again, we had those multiple tests. We did have this squeeze here that I'm going to call this just a pure liquidity grab before it decided it wanted to go and test the lows of days. So again, just something that you need to monitor, and that's why it's important to kind of just hop out when your thesis is wrong, because another opportunity is going to arise. It's maybe not that your thesis was completely wrong, it's just that your timing is off, and that's one of the hardest things in the market is getting that timing right. So that's why you want to give yourself those ability to just either size into a trade that will allow you to kind of be able to sit out those volatility and those liquidity grabs and then get the move that you're looking for, or just punch out, reassess the situation, sit on your hands a little bit, wait for the setup to pull up again, and then that's when you take those second or third entries, all right? So just keep that in mind. But as of right now, guys, let's take a look at some of the top volume stocks again. RGTI still sitting at the top of its class here with 101 million shares, and then we have Nvidia as well too, about 90 million shares traded on the session, with Tesla a cool 46 million. So as this thing started to appreciate in price, the volume slowly started to dwindle on this thing here because it's obviously becoming more expensive. So let's pull up a Tesla chart from a daily perspective and see what the volume by time analysis is telling us here. So again, I mean, it's pretty steady though. Okay, I can't really say that. So maybe I have to eat my words on that one. But again, Tesla's starting to pick up some volatility, heading to the downside, breaking some key support levels. I do think there's going to be some more downside on this thing before we go and push for that $500 price target. Yeah, guys, continue to let me know. The market does not close early today, Mohammed. It closes at 4 o'clock as usual, all right? And so buy-fi guys gains was over 7 Gs today. All right, nice. Nice look. I'm not going to try to pronounce your name. White'll get how to videos. 7 Gs today, we'll take it. Dang. Drinks on you, there's no doubt about that. Yeah. And yes, the market closes at 4 p.m., folks. What do you got going on there, Sharif?
I'm just watching Sissy down halt now at 4 2/3, halted at 465, still above the 10 exponential, still above VWAP, not involved in it. Gonna pack my patience. I want to see what it does. But I want to talk a little bit about Tesla. And so we all know, in 25, we are expecting the new Model Y. We know the Model Y, one of the best-selling cars in the world. And this is what's being floated right now as the new look for the Juniper. That is what the Model Y, the new Model Y is codenamed right now, Juniper, not Jupiter. And it's expected to have very similar interior, obviously, to the Model 3. So you'll lose the steering wheel spokes. You'll have a bigger screen, but you'll have lighting, excellent interior lighting, and you also get the the light bar at the back there. That's
I like these light bars.
Yeah, become like a very EV thing, you know, both in the front and the back. We don't know if this is the actual going to be the actual look being speculated right now. I don't know why this thing has Chinese plates on it, but yeah, obviously they have a Shanghai facility. They're going to be probably building them out there. They build the Model Y out in Shanghai as well. So this is a Juniper, expected to be released in the first half of 2025. You gotta assume, you know, this moves the needle a little bit here with respect to deliveries. I mean, I personally know that I like the Model Y, don't get me wrong, but it has been a bit dated. We've been seeing it on the road now for about 5 years, and it is time to for a change, especially with the amount of Model Ys we see. I don't know in the States, but you can't see enough of them over here. There's so many. So the Juniper expected in 2025. This could be one of the tailwinds, obviously, that Tesla catches. In addition to the many other tailwinds, it has. Eric McCambly says it looks like trash. I respect your opinion, brother. Like, hey, you don't like it, you don't like it. RJ McFly, light bars, cool. Go Juniper. Or I don't know if you're trolling or you're serious. Such a plain looking car, says TX Trader. Yeah, you know how Elon does, bro. He likes that minimalist look, and he won't be sold on otherwise. So.
How do you think the Cybertruck is going to affect Tesla deliveries? Is that a positive thing?
You want some heat?
Yeah, I want some heat, man.
Okay. Well, the heat is that the Cybertruck now is outselling the Ford F-150 Lightning.
No way.
Lightning.
Oh, the light. Okay. Whoa, well, all right. Yeah, all right.
Can you imagine?
Come on, that would be crazy. America's most sold truck is the F-150.
Well, it's outselling the Lightning now, and like Ford.
Isn't the Lightning discontinued now too?
No, they've lowered production amounts, but no. But not discontinued yet. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you guys feel about that. What are other people saying over here? They're already building 600 Junipers a day in Shanghai, says Mile High Miles. Good, thank you for that. Like, I didn't have that actual piece of data. Our friend, obviously, everybody knows him, who watches the show, Randy. He's involved in an invite-only Reddit or subreddit, and he gets a lot of information from people that are working on the production line in Tesla who give that kind of information anonymously. So we haven't had Randy around lately, Joseph, but we got to pay some bills.
We got to pay some bills, guys. E-Signal. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Foresee profitable opportunities with the platform you need. Infinite data, instant trading. Know where the market is moving before others with lightning fast data. Charts that change the game. Customize and analyze markets faster your way. Better backtesting and scanning. Predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable, real-time data, up-to-the-second market info from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description, folks. It's right there, eSignal. Scan that QR code if you're looking to trade harder, not smart, or smarter and harder.
Ian Gardner, I'm a big Tesla fan. I'm also a truck guy. However, the Cybertruck might be the ugliest El Camino reboot ever. Best comment in the chat today. Do you like the El Camino?
You'd have to pull up a picture.
It's like an old 70s or 80s, like it's like sedan pickup truck.
Okay.
El Camino. There. I don't even know how to spell it. Yeah, there it is. Let me show you. El Camino. Car. I don't even think I'm spelling it right.
See, this is my.
There she is.
And you know what, Sharif? This is my beef. I asked you about this not too long ago. All right. So you ready for this here? Okay. Are you ready for this? I don't know. I don't know if we were ready to. If I'm allowed to do this. This is Bing. This is Bing here, right? Look how much more entertaining this is than the Google thing that you just pulled up.
Bro, what a tangent. We're talking about the El Camino.
Yeah, but never mind the El Camino. Look at Bing here now. Look how boring that was, that what you just pulled up. You just had to type
in the search results.
Pardon me?
The search results are not.
because it wasn't like this, you know.
The El Camino?
Yeah, it wasn't hydraulics.
Yeah,
Dude,
if you don't see an El Camino on hydraulics, have you really seen an El Camino? Get it, Neil. Yeah, Neil's doing his best El Camino front seat bound. No, but shout out to Mark Susi as well, who sent me this. He told me, look up Tesla Redwood. This is the rumored EV.
Sick.
Now, I think this is what we called the Model Q not that long ago. This is slated to be that Model 2, Model Q, whatever you want to call it, Redwood. Now, this looks awfully close to that Robo EV. Probably, Randy's not here, but there's a good chance that those share the same chassis. And that obviously reduces cost. We're expecting that as well. In case you're wondering what we're talking about, Tesla.
Why? Why though?
Tesla expected to drop a cheaper EV than the Model 3 in 25 as well, in addition, obviously, to the Juniper or to the Model Y refresh. So, yeah, that's some of the stuff we got over here. We never really know what it looks like until we find out, obviously, in IRL. So we'll keep, like, Ram's talking smack about it. She's like, it looks just like that, just like the, what's it called? The Croc there. Big Spile.
Croc, man. That's a Yeezy, man. Come on.
Oh. Sorry.
Dog.
I encourage all to remember one thing for 2025. Pigs get fat. Hogs get slaughtered. Put that money in your pocket. Keep it classy, Trader TV. Well said, Big Smile. Well said. Kind of crude, but well said. All right, guys. Somebody must have a Google put. Oh, you're getting called out, Joe?
No, actually, hold on, time out. Google's the second largest holding in my account. Right? So but I just want to be, who hit that?
I hit that Katina
Man. I'm like, where's Katina Man? Where is this guy? But I mean, come on, like, look at the differences there. You get news articles, you have Copilot right beside it as well, too. What is that, Sundar? Come on.
Throwing it on him, bro.
Yeah.
No, but seriously, though, look, I've been a Google critic as well, man. And quite frankly, when I use the search engine, which is very seldomly now, because I'm always in ChatGPT. Anything Clinton? ChatGPT. When I do use search, like I told you, one of my browsers at home, for whatever reason, dude, it's like programmed onto Yahoo, despite the fact that I keep changing it. It keeps going back to Yahoo.
Yeah.
Hot trash.
Trash?
Hot trash.
All right.
Like, Google's much better. Guys, second down halt here on Sissy. It's breaking down below 4, and it's below VWAP. Kind of what I expected there. Not really interested in trading this. But I see a new small cap gapper that has emerged onto the scene. COEP halted to the upside. This one can't seem to stay open, though. So I'm unlikely to be involved in this one, but let's have a look at what it's doing at the moment. COEP is the ticker, and it's, as I see it here, on the 4th up halt. Like, this is quite aggressive, despite the fact that it can't seem to stay open. Let's flip to the 1. Yep, so 1. First halt was 10 minutes. You had a 5, then you had a few here, a couple of 5-minute halts. We're currently involved in the 3rd minute of this halt. COEP, let me throw that ticker on there super quick. So this one, obviously, I don't really like trading these ones that halt to no end, but the higher low, higher high situation is continuing, whether it's halting or not, up 28%. This company, I don't even have information on this company. So, Coeptis Therapeutics Holding. I don't have any other information more than that. Not a float, not company description, nothing. So we'll keep tabs on it. But if it's not gonna stay open, then definitely not interested in it. Gotham House, COEP did a reverse split today. Let me just have a look at my blotter. I'm not seeing that, but thank you for letting me know. Let me see if it shows up here on the daily chart, because my charts usually show me when the reverse split. You're absolutely right. 1-20 split. Shout out to Gotham House for that fact right there. You get a 1-20 there, so probably to gain compliance back with the NASDAQ requirements of that minimum $1. So again, not much for me to trade, not really much going on at the moment other than, the future continuing to tank. It looks like Apple is working its way back into that $250 area, but this time from the sell side. So do we now use 250 as resistance? Here it is. We're now 250 on Apple, rejecting. There's some size there. Nothing really that moves the needle, though, as this one works its way right back into the 10 exponential. But last time, It worked its way into the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. I'm talking about Apple. It rejected it, and it gave you like over $1 of a move. In fact, it looks like it was from that 250.75 to that 249.43. So well over $1 move there off the top, off that rejection of the 10 exponential. Christian Morphin, Rigetti bouncing. Let's have a look at Rigetti. My arms are spaghetti. All right, let's have a look. Okay, down 5%, but back above 16 bucks. Okay, let's look at the 5-minute here on Rigetti just to kind of get an idea. Looks like it does have support at that $16 area. Last time we were below 16 bucks at around 11:30. We did bounce and move into almost 17, right back into that low. Let's see if it's able to recover off that level. We'll talk more about that when we get back from Adair at the big desk.
Let's look a little bit more into Go EV, which is Canoe, because I was curious here when we heard about that split. So the split actually took place on December 24th, so about a week ago. The reason I bring this up today too, because I knew we had talked about this earlier today, it was actually on the upgrades and downgrades. Stifel downgraded the Canoe this morning to hold, dropping their price target from $4.50 to 50 cents. So GOEV was quite the bearish catalyst today. And again, that reverse split, which happened last week, is worth noting too. They have a 14.3% short float with a float of 4.5 million shares. Sorry. So GOEV, that's just some details on that stock. Back to you.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, man. Just Joseph and I talking about it, guys. I want to say something here real quick. You know that you've been on the show for how long now?
I started, I think, in somewhat September. Yeah, September. It's been a while.
Wow, man.
Yeah.
That time flies, man. And I just want to say, obviously, with the year ending and stuff like that, it's great to have you on, brother. You've been a sick addition to the midday. I think people love the options take, obviously, that you bring every day and the lessons that you drop. So I just wanted to let you know, man, you've been a great addition. And
oh, man. Yeah. Don't make me tear up. Don't make me tear up there, man.
Yeah, so throw ones for my man, Joey Options there in the chat, guys. Obviously, love having him on. He was a trader in the back. I didn't even know him. I just saw that he gymmed.
You just gymmed.
That was it. That's all I needed.
Yeah, you gave me one of your protein bars there. Yeah, it's like, hey, you look like you go to the gym. No, but again, those kind words, man. We were just talking. I honestly couldn't be more thankful to get the opportunity to sit beside somebody as knowledgeable as you. And when you just kind of associate yourself with individuals like Adair, who's extremely smart, Sharif, Neil, Sean, Obi, and everybody in the production, it just makes you want to be a better person too, and just kind of stay within that healthy competitive landscape.
There
because I like having these conversations with Sharif, right? So I always watched CNBC too when I was trading at home on my own, and I kind of registered stuff. But now that we engage in it more, it's like, okay, I want to know a little bit more, because the man sitting beside me, his knowledge base is so vast, and it's like, oh wow, okay, I want to catch up. So no, man, it's really I couldn't be more thankful is what I can say.
We love having that. I love that attitude, man. You're getting a lot of love in the chat, as I'm sure you already know. So shout out to you guys. Thank you for the kind response. Shout out to Juan Wick, $2 super chat.
What is that? What does that mean?
That's Obi. What are you doing, Obi?
Why are we on Obi?
Who is that good-looking gentleman there, man? That's Bogdanov. I used to have Bogdanov's thing over here. I think I removed it. Oh, it's Kathy Wood now.
No.
Aw. Shout out to
call me back.
Juan Wick. This is a great show. Respect your whole staff. Thank you very much, man. I really do appreciate that. Shout out to 4XEU. I see you, sir.
Yeah, we see you.
And he's sending you the love as well. Shout out to my Bogdanov. Why does he look like that?
Why is his face like a lot of plastic surgery, eh?
Have you seen... Eh? It's a... you can't just drop lies like that.
What do you say?
I don't even want to repeat it.
We can repeat that? All right, yeah.
Mark Susi, you were an awesome leader on the show. Guide the flow. Well done. And stay humble. I appreciate you, man. Very, very kind words from you guys. I do appreciate you guys. No question about it.
Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, we couldn't be more thankful. That's all I can say. I don't have the vocabulary to kind of expand on how thankful and grateful it is to be able to sit beside these type of individuals. There's no doubt about
Great ad, man. I just want to obviously mention that, because I really haven't given you a shout out, obviously, for being on the show.
Need a shout out, man.
Right, so let's keep an eye out on these MEG, man. I mean, everything is down into the right now. I think Apple could be an interesting short again here, back into that 250 area. Now, it did have a lot of trouble with the 10 exponential previously. So I'm really interested if Apple does reject that 250. I don't need to be first. What I personally would be waiting for is either, number one, a move into the 20 exponential at around 250 and a quarter, and then a rejection, or rejecting the 10 and then making the first 5-minute candle to make a new low. So I'd be definitely interested in that. But Apple reclaiming 250 right now with a 4-candle green setup, but still well below these technical areas of resistance. So I'm going to wait for them to come in, and then we'll see if we can get anything in there. Yeah, we've been looking at 21,200 all day, Joseph. We could have a double bottom on our hands right now at 21.2. We initially got into 21.2 at around 12.30, 12.45. We did bounce off that level, and then right back again we go into 21.2, or in 21,204, and we're defending that level. We're certainly not above this area crest over here at 21,340. But if we could bounce, well, what great setup would it be if we had actually a double bottom off which to gauge the entry? So I'm packing my patience over here. There's only 11 minutes left on the show before we send you over to the big kahunas, but I'm going to be looking at Apple over here and generally the Mag 7 to see if we do get that bounce off 21,200. Keep an eye out on that. Kanye East. Joe, Sharif, Happy New Year's, bro. See you next year. Be safe, my man.
Yeah, be safe,
hope
my
you have
guy.
a fantastic time for whatever you're doing, tonight. And just be safe so you can obviously come back and we can see you again. And
Uber.
you out.
Uber, or what's the other one there? Lyft.
Lyft.
Just be safe.
Or Waymo.
Yeah, or Waymo. No,
Yeah, if you're in Waymo City,
if
right?
you're in the West Coast, you could take Waymo.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but watch out for the robots though. Those things here and there. You don't
We
want to
saw what
run into
happened there
those,
with that
yeah.
fridge. That poor fridge, bro. Eric, great show. Happy New Year's. And plus, Bing still sucks. Yes, Eric. I like you more now, my friend. Bing does suck.
So you guys, all right, I see how it is.
I'm
I
playing,
see
bro.
it.
No, I've got no issues with
got
Bing.
no-
It's not good.
It has Copilot right there, though.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but Google's incorporating Gemini now.
Is it?
right?
Okay,
Yeah, I'm
well,
pretty sure it is.
all right.
What else, you guys? Jose Perez, we appreciate you, my man. Compelled Cat gift some members. I don't know if we can. I can send you some. I never use any of my points. Big Spile just gifted me a whole bunch the other day. So I don't mind
Points?
throwing those around.
what?
Hey?
Points for Spile points?
Yeah, you know that I can send you points. Like every time you engage in the chat, you rack up points.
Oh, yeah?
You can duel with people. You can kind of do
yeah?
stuff with the points. Yeah. So let me see. I don't know if I
What
can
are these
duel you
points,
right now. I
man?
don't even know how to do it.
What does the duel consist of, though?
Joe, I don't know. We could Streamlabs does something or another. Let's see if it works. I don't know if it works.
What is duel?
There it is.
WC
Neil
on
Roberts just gave 1,000 points to Compel Cat because we are a community. Neil's dropping the cash in the chat. Bears versus Bulls just gifted me 50. Okay, I appreciate you. Bears versus Bulls, brother. How do I accept
Streamlabs?
get it automatically.
It says this, but Kyle Burdett wants to duel me for 5K points. Hey, I'm the most competitive person on the planet.
Exclamation point accept.
Exclamation point accept. Let's
you
go. We're riding now. Am I dueling?
There you go. What do you got?
What do we got to do
Kyle
here?
always wins, apparently, according
Brenda
to Neil.
wins.
Let's see what we got over here. So who won? Street Joe.
Oh, I'm 1,600 points short, man.
Sorry, brother.
Insufficient funds.
All right.
Man.
There we go. To duel others, exclamation point duel at username. Okay. I'm going to duel Big Spile over here. Let's bring in the chat. So
revenge me, man.
Everybody can watch along
Revenge
what we're
me.
doing. Here we go. So we're going to duel at Kyle Burdett. There we go. Come on, Kyle.
Let's
Let's
go.
see what we've got over
Come
here.
on, Kyle.
Okay, so he just gifted you 5,000 points,
Did
by
he
the
give
way.
me?
Yeah.
All right,
He just
my
gifted
guy.
you 5,000 your way. Right
But he
there,
called me
okay.
a brokey first.
All right, so here we go. He called you a brokey. I don't know why it's not. Oh, I won.
You won?
B3,
So that's it. We don't get to play a
no,
game
lost
or
50
anything like
points.
that?
There we go. I still haven't gotten anything over here. Joe W wants to duel you for 100 points. You can hit accept or deny. So I did it for Big Spile. Big Spile still hasn't responded. Duel 5,000 points. Absolutely accept. Let's see if this works. Come on now. Come on now. How do I get points? LOL. You keep spelling duel. I'm writing it as D-U-A-L instead of D-U-E-L. I suck.
No,
I'm an idiot. I was about to
Canadian.
use a word that would get me banned, but I'm not going to do that. So let's do it again, Big Spot. I hit accept.
Hey,
So.
I'm getting a lot of gifts here, though. I'm getting a lot of points here. How can I spend these?
Dual. Here we go. Accept. Are you actually?
Yeah, like Forex, my guy just gave me 10K. I got a bunch of other ones. So where do I, like, what can I buy?
Well, I don't know what
Nothing
you can
you
get
did.
with it,
No,
but you can
all
just
right.
float, I guess. I don't
All
know
right,
what
yeah.
to tell you.
Kyle, I'm no longer a brokey, so how does that
There you
feel?
go, Big
Yeah,
Spal.
Exactly.
There is clapping for you, okay?
Well,
They're in the chat. You happy, guys, now?
Yeah.
All right, I didn't say the other one. All right, so here we go. So Apple is rejecting that 250 area, Joseph, kind of like what we anticipated. There was my Apple screen at. I've kind of lost it.
How did we even get to
here we go.
dual? Like,
Let's just go back into Apple super quick because this could be interesting here. 250 rejection, topping tail into that 20 exponential. It breaches the 10. It kind of works up into that 20. We haven't made a newer low previous to the candle that closed at 145, but we're awfully close and we're below that area of 250 right now. So this could be another drop down here as the future doesn't continue up off its 21,200 bounce. And it looks like most of the Mag 7s right now are pushing back into lows. So this could be another interesting short on Apple. Now, I think you've got an area crest off which to work. So if you're a short Apple at these levels, personally, I put my stop above that 250, 20 area, 250 and a fifth, because that's the area crest. We couldn't print anything higher than that on Apple, so my stop would go there, but I'm not going to get short right now as we have to. Well, we only got 5 minutes left on the show, and I don't want to be nursing this trade while I'm at the green screen, so that is the look there. Shout out to Fat Figga. Chiming in the chat there. I remember that conversation. He said, yeah, you do remember that, huh? Yeah, I only got dinged for that once, but that's it's all good there. All right. I haven't got any of the responses to my duels, but I don't know why. In any event, whatever.
I'm over the duels. No, I have no idea what's going on. So I
haven't got any of the results yet. Right?
I know I lost one to Bear Bulls.
Bears
yeah, I didn't
Bulls.
have. I was a brokey before I could face Kyle. So.
All right. What do you got over there, Joe?
Yeah, I'm just saying thank you. CJ's forum. I'm so sick, and you guys are giving me the giggles. I can't laugh or I'll cough my guts out. Thank you. We don't want that. It's unfortunate. Maybe some tequila will help you feel a little bit better. I know a nice shot of rum or tequila will warm the body. So
there you go.
Get involved in that maybe, and then you can get the 150.
Hit them with the 151.
151.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. That's been a minute. Is that the 60 proof stuff? That is hefty. You won't eat 151. Huh? Okay. All right. So yeah, we're gonna avoid the 151 at all costs today. But guys, yeah, PLTR. As you can see, the momentum and the volume is really, really starting to dwindle here, folks. So again, just starting to move kind of sideways here in this price action. So we're going to continue to monitor this, folks. Again, like a lot of people are kind of just tuning out now. It's 2 o'clock. I know that in America it isn't a holiday, but I know a lot of people in the city here in Toronto aren't working, especially with the anticipation of this evening. So again, just sit tight with us. Enjoy the latter half there with Neil and Obi, because they're going to be putting on some stellar trades as always, and dropping knowledge as always too. So guys, stay tuned for them, because there's a lot more to go. And then you got the imbalance as well too that a lot of people are looking forward to. But let's take a look at RGTI, the top volume stock of the session. We're going to zoom in here to the 5-minute chart. And just continuing to move to the south side. What was the high of day? They're sitting around 1801 as a high of day. So nothing crazy, totally healthy. I mentioned this before. We're okay. That's about 12% on the day. That's a tough look, but I think that can be recovered relatively quickly, especially with the past sessions that it's been on. This thing has been moving fantastic. So good look there on RGTI, folks. And I mean, the mega techs are continuing to move lower. We were talking about Google earlier. And I know Danny Ives loves Google, as well as Tom Lee as well. I love Google. I think this company is extremely hard to beat. We got Gemini, they have YouTube, they have Waymo, and so much more. This company, I think, is going to be at the top of its class. And I don't think it's at a $2 trillion market cap just yet, but I think it's only a matter of time until it does sit around there. And I think this thing is going to be top of its class. I know they're having a lot of issues kind of with everybody in management there, and Gemini being what they would call a woke or whatever, but things are starting to get cleaned up here. So I think it's a matter of time. Google is going to start picking up steam, and I know that it's from a PE standpoint, it's still relatively cheap to the stock. So I mean, to the street. Sorry. So sitting around at 23 times forward earnings, which is fantastic. So again, relatively cheap. I think that it's only a matter of time until Google can hold that $200 price target and continue to move to the northeast. This is definitely a stock. I'll pull it up one more time that you just buy dips on because they always recover. So I think this company is extremely hard to beat. Top of their class.
Yeah.
Just buy any dip on Google, and I think sure enough, in the long run, you're going to be doing fairly pretty. So yeah, that's my.
I just want to hear
thought.
what everybody's going to be drinking tonight.
Ooh.
So I throw that in the chat because I've got my drink set up. I want to know what everybody's.
What do you got going?
All right, so I don't have too many of these.
Okay.
But we're gonna pull out the blue label today.
The blue. Oh, whoa. Okay.
So we're doing whiskey today.
Okay.
I've had this bottle
The blue labels.
5 years. And I
No
sip
way.
on it every New Year's. I'll take a little bit of it.
Okay.
I'm not a big drinker anyway, right?
Yeah.
So I want to know what you guys are drinking today.
blue label.
Throw it in the chat. You guys are whiskey. Are you guys doing wine? You guys doing coolers?
Water. Ramin said water.
Well, certain people will not be engaging in alcohol drinking for obvious reasons. And that's completely respectable. I want to know what everybody's going to have tonight, guys. H2O only, says Rogelio.
I like that.
My man Jamlock, he's got his champagne case. He's got water and weed. Shout out to you, my man Miguel. He's got his beer. And then 3 years sober. Shout out to my man.
There you go.
Momo there. Shout out to you, bro.
Yeah.
We got dubs and dollars. He's got beer when it's near and brandy when it's handy. I love this. You're getting the money spin for that.
Let's go.
These are
brandy when it's
fantastic.
hatty.
Mary S. Live is
Tequila.
drinking water. She's like, can't drink at the moment. Shout out to you. Respect that. Absolutely. Got Blantos Bourbon. Loving it, bro. You got Johnson Tenge, who's going to have a fat blunt. Okay.
Ooh, right.
That's legal on this side. I don't know about you guys.
Man.
That's legal over
we
here.
go get that at the store if we
There
really
you
wanted
go.
to.
There you go.
All right, so-
What else we got? We got Ron Zacapa rum. Okay. Neil said... We got some in the office, apparently, says Neil.
office. Oh.
Hey? It's the Kraken. All right. So we've got the Kraken. Not the crack. We've got the Kraken.
Tail sicker. Never heard of that.
Jack and Coke says WAP Pounder. You got Shenanigans, who's going to be downing some Henny tonight,
Hey,
baby.
bang. All right.
Yeah, I can get behind that. Hot dog water, says Angela.
Oh my God, that is so
That
disgusting.
is nasty, bro.
Oh my. Okay, so short.
Bowl tears? Bowl tears. Oh, come on. He's like, look at the market. I'm gonna be having a whole bowl of tears.
I used to work with these individuals from Newfoundland who would crack the small, those hot dogs in the can, and then drink the water.
No.
Barf. Yeah. The most disgusting stuff ever. Yeah. Totally barf, guys. Totally barf. But one thing I wanted to do with my guy Sharif here, since we were talking about drinks and it's 2 o'clock, Sharif, this is your shot of tequila here, all right? So this is what we're gonna do heading off into the New Year's. We're gonna do a quick cheers. We're gonna repeat after me, all right?
Okay.
So I'm not above you. Are you ready?
I'm not above you.
I'm not below you.
I'm not below you.
I'm right here with you.
I'm right here.
Cheers. Hey, bang. And there we go.
That.
There we go, folks.
That's bad luck, says Ray, but I have.
Why is that bad? Why is that bad luck?
We didn't drink anything after.
Oh, okay. Well, we just drink here. I got some cranberry juice. We'll take a sip
There
of.
we go. All right.
And there we go.
All right, guys.
We broke
will
the curse.
See you Thursday.
There we go.
Same bat time, same bat channel. We're wishing you the happiest of New Year's from the Trader TV family. From us to you guys. We'll see you guys on Tuesday. Take it over, Bitcoin.
Much love.
Well done.
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that got, oh my goodness, I'm still seeing some things in the chat as everyone's rolling over.
Yeah, I gotta pull up the chat right now.
Yeah, you can't read. Some of those are going to get blocked, everybody. I mean, this is a family show here. Don't get yourself timed out. Have a little bit of fun. We'll let everyone matriculate on over into the new chat here. Like, obviously, if you haven't figured it out by now, it's not a half day. The market's going to be open for the next couple of hours here as we get into it's Christmas Eve. It's New Year's Eve. And the market is not looking good, Obi. We just made a fresh low on the NASDAQ. Tesla just broke the low of the day, 407. Nvidia just broke 134, low of the day. I mean, pretty much everything I'm looking at is blood in the water.
Blood?
What did you say?
Blood?
It's like, no,
You know where
it's,
that's from?
it's the scene in 40-Year-Old Virgin
Oh, okay.
where he's like, and if I take the knife out of my sheath, I cannot put it back until it draws blood.
Oh, okay.
You know that guy? Yeah.
I know where that's from.
That's so. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking. So it's like I think it was like I don't know if it was a Vine, but like really old meme where like
say
this,
Vine?
This this kid is like his little baby brother is like bleeding. So he's like showing his parents. He's like, "Mom and Dad, blood." That's what I remember.
Okay.
And he's tripping out because it's blood, because it's like red, and he's like, "Oh, blood." I don't know if you guys know where that's from, but no. That's
Are you hitting the fail? They wouldn't know that one?
Whenever I see the market like that, I'm just like, blood. Yeah.
Well, the market's been bloodied up a little bit here
bloody.
today. No, it hasn't been that good, and obviously, look, you can make
Healthy
money.
pullback.
You can make money going in either direction.
Oh yeah. Both.
So the ES 0.6 at lows. So the S&P is actually at the lows without breaching yet. I want to say yet. You're just trying to bounce here. Oops, I went the wrong direction. It's usually, see, I do this. Usually I have the NASDAQ and then the ES, and I kind of bungled it today. But the NASDAQ already broke below yesterday's bottoms and just took out, actually bouncing back here off of the actual low, 1% to the downside. It's been a pretty hefty bleed in here, everybody. So a lot of times we'll talk about this. It's not a holiday shortened session, but obviously with a holiday tomorrow, you might get a little bit less volatility going into the close. I usually don't want to overtrade, but I look at like Tesla's breaking the low of the day. There might be a chance at a couple of salvos. The only trade I am in is Rigetti, and I gotta kick myself because I said I wasn't going to put myself in the position of wanting to revert one of these names and not pay for the shorts.
Yep.
And then when the moment happened on Rigetti, I actually didn't have the locates. So I was kind of a bit of a sucker. I said I was not going to do this mistake. And when it reverted through 16, I missed the punch through 16. I ended up shorting it back through the low of the day here. It's the only thing I'm left in. If it takes out this prior bar high, which is like 15.88, I'm just going to jump out of the trade because I should have been short at the 16 even as this is trying to come back in. Oh, we already have a super chat. We're starting it early.
Grubs
in the chat. Happy New Year, guys. So what do you guys do in this situation when the market is down in your personal accounts? Sell or hold forever? Water. So your drink of choice is water. Shout out to you. Be nice and responsible.
water.
Everybody be responsible tonight. Just have fun. Do you. Spend time with family and friends. That's what it's all about. So in my personal account, when I see the market down like this, the first question I ask, I'm not that young, but I'd like to think that I got some time left before I need any of my retirement money. Whatever, you never. But anyways, I look for a buying opportunity. Like, what are the stocks that are within range of what I want to buy? I don't look to dump. I might take out things every now and then, sell 5% here or 10% there of something that I think has gone too far that is in my long term, but I'm generally not panicking in a situation like this. Like I like to get out the shopping list of, hey, in the next downturn, what's the stock that I'm looking to buy, and is it at any levels that I wanted to? Like this happened the other day on Walmart. Just as an example, to answer your question, like when Walmart was doing its initial pullback, this was a stock I wanted to be a little bit of a bigger weight in my personal portfolio. So when it did this little bounce, I just kind of picked some up at 89 when it was a little bit of blood in the water, and I'm planning on DCAing into this a little bit more next year. So if it loses the 50 period, I don't mind getting back into 84. Like, what's a stock that you're willing to take at the current levels? Like it's a very big difference that, and like Tesla. Like Tesla, I'm not buying any more Tesla shares until we at least test back into maybe the 340 level.
Yeah.
This looks it's distinctly different. I don't put that in the same bucket as say a Walmart, which is a little bit different. You just got to have these stocks in there, the ones that you're comfortable at current levels and the ones that you might be a little more patient and waiting with. And we don't mind answering a bunch of questions here if you like. I just saw this one, BTCT, is it halted? I haven't pulled that up. I literally just pulled it up now. Quick answer, no, just the stock isn't moving. So there's a big difference. It's not halted, it's just literally doing nothing here on BTCT. So certainly you're going to find some opportunities for halts because there are small cappers that are moving, but the stock isn't that liquid and not doing anything. But yeah, lots to watch. Oh, you just got Palantir, 76.50.
Yeah, it kind of just like it dropped down to day low and bounced 3 pennies off the day low.
That's not right.
What?
It hasn't traded at that price.
Oh yeah, what? There's no.
That's impossible.
That blotter is incorrect.
Yeah, that can't.
I am along 76.04s.
Yeah, I was gonna say like it never even traded there.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we'll have to refresh the position board.
Yeah, no. I think 76.48s was. Did I get that earlier? Maybe. Yeah, I think so. I think that might have been an earlier.
That would make sense.
That's still on the thing there. But yeah, no. Got out of Palantir going into around noon there as it kind of it was holding higher lows there as the market sold off. So I kind of switched along from the short idea in the morning. That short was definitely kind of the better play as it comes into 77 halves. Can't even make it to 77.60s here. That prior kind of high there, and then breaks back down back into 76s. So a bit of a range action happening here. So that I'm looking to take more of the same. If it's going to come back down into this area around low a day and catch a little bit of a bid, I'm more than willing to get involved and give it the appropriate risk. Now, obviously not as aggressive as the morning session as of right now, but yeah, let's see what this market brings us. And yeah, no, market is down on the day. We were talking about kind of consolidating and chopping around within range in the first couple of hours there, and we finally got that crack coming into literally as soon as we got off. The market cracks below its low of day, opening range lows as well, and takes a strong kind of a flush to the downside here, trading all the way down to 21.2s. Start off at 21.5s. Oh boy, that is a 300-point run on, or a flush, run down, whatever you want to call it, on the NASDAQ. So yeah, a lot of these tickers looking like they're range trending to the downside. Let's see if we can break any of that range for a potential reversion. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see, but we've been trending down. I guess if you count it off of the open there, roughly until now, we've been trending down for about 4.5 hours here since the open, and continuing to make lower lows and lower highs going into the end of the year. So could be interesting. And yeah, these the boys were right. Definitely going to be looking at the close today. Let's see if there are any sort of special imbalances that show up near the end of the year. You never know. You got to stay strapped. Got to stay ready for. What do you mean? Like,
you just stay strapped
because you're hunting for opportunities. You're hunting for
Hunters don't stay strapped.
I mean, you're out in the bush. And a bear shows up.
I mean, that's not the term. I'm pretty sure.
What I mean?
I'm not going to pretend to call myself a hunter, but I'm pretty sure that's not the terminology. Yeah. I'm just going to go out and throw that one out there. I'm just saying.
All right, so I think Sharif is ready for the rundown. Yeah,
that's going to be fun.
The block is hot. The block is hot. There's lots of opportunities. You gotta. Okay, so you got to have the quiver ready. How about that? You got to have the quiver ready to pull out your arrows.
Well, I would do this, but I don't want to get flagged by the NFL for an excessive or inappropriate celebration.
Oh damn! Is that a thing that happened?
The NFL. We'll get the stream for a second. But this is what kills me about.
A game where people literally
a game where people are literally just knocking each other out. There's even a moment where they flagged some guy got fined for like a dirty hit. And then if you went to the NFL's X page, they had like a highlight video that they tweeted out, right? And the actual thumbnail was the hit that they fined the guy for. It's like, this is an illegal hit. We're going to fine him like 20 grand or whatever. And then that was the thumbnail they used for the league highlight package that week. It's like the hypocrisy that goes on. And they can do whatever they want because they're billionaires, but like, come on, son. What are we
reason to fine? Apparently.
Yeah, well, they just like being a no-fun league. They take off your helmet, it's a fine.
Yeah.
Point in an inappropriate manner, and it's a fine because it looks too much like something else.
Oh, come on.
Anyways, let's see what you guys wanted to talk about here, because I could go on and on about how ridiculous the NFL is, except for when my Bills are winning, and then everything is fine.
Give us a rundown, Sharif.
Joe just.
She put me like on the thing, no worries. All right, well, welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi in for Sean today. Neil locked and loaded and ready to look at the takers as decided by you. So make sure to join Joe and I during that How to Trade show during the midday and get into the chat and vote for your favorite takers every day. Here's a look at the NQ off the lows, down about 2/3%, followed by the ES down about 1/3% last time I looked. We'll keep an eye out on the major averages, but all selling off here on the last trading day of the year. Let's look though at the first taker as decided by you guys, Nvidia. What a way to finish off the year. It usually makes it to the top. The last day of the year, no different. Down 2% today, but it was added here to the top 10 tech AI winners for the Revolution in 2025 list. That is a little list made by Danny Ives of Wedbush, so we'll keep an eye out on that. Some notable exclusions from that list: Amazon and Meta Boys.
Well, I guess you can't have them all.
Don't leave out Amazon.
Well,
Why you gotta go and do that?
because you can't have every single. You just can't put all the Mag 7 names
Yeah,
in
that's
there.
true.
Like that would be what kind of a list is that? It's like
Some
okay,
of them
well,
are too powerful.
be different.
Amazon.
You got to be different. Amazon's that powerful?
I don't know. No, Amazon. I think they're doing pretty well. Doing pretty well. They're in a lot of different kind of industries. They're getting. I mean,
They got a good-
too big to fail almost. I would say. We'll see.
You could make the argument for a
lot of the Mag 7.
Yeah, a lot of the Mag 7 in that regard. Like they're basically
Google is
all of the Mag 7. Like they're all Taco Bell from Demolition Man, where it's like one restaurant to rule them all, and it's like one company to rule them all in whichever space they happen to be in. And rule number one: if Amazon comes into your space, you're screwed. If you're competing with them, then you look like CVS or. Not to pick on them, but back to Nvidia because that's what we're supposed to be talking about. Nvidia. Down 2 points, loses a 50-period moving average. It just feels like even when you get a strong day like yesterday, the complaint would be, why not still be in it? I did that thing where I'm going to trail out down here, but I'll add to it and because I'm going to trail at that price anyways, and then ended up getting out and should have just gone right back at the same price. What it's doing now is on this 15-minute, that's about VWAP. It's trying to close above trend since the afternoon. So like if you just take the afternoon trend and since VWAP, it's trying to close above the trend line. But all it's done is double bottom. So round tripped it without getting back into 140 there on AMD. I would submit that Nvidia's chart looks at least better than, Nvidia's chart looks better than AMD, and Nvidia's trying to revert it right here. So if we're gonna have some kind of a push in the afternoon, I feel like Nvidia's got to do a bit of a job here. Close this 15-minute above the trend line. We're not going to talk about Apple, so I'll just maybe do it here. Apple, I just typed AMD because like I have AMD on the brain for some reason. It's like the third time today. Apple needs to hold on to the 250. I was with Sharif where I was taking this long off 250. It was good till it wasn't. It was a nice scalp trade off of 250. I think it couldn't break 250.80 was about the high. So you're maybe getting 50, 60, 70 cents at best. And it needs to hold above 250. But higher lows on Apple, Nvidia trying to go, both of these trying to claw this market back to the upside. They're all doing their part, but there's not a ton of follow through. Volume very, very low, which is expected. No over trading. This is the kind of day where you want to make your money in the morning if you can, and if there's something there that sets up really well in the afternoon, so be it. But you don't want to have an LFT on New Year's Eve. Kind of sours the party if you're going to one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the party is definitely a little bit to the downside here. So stocks getting down on New Year's Eve seems like that's what's happening right now. And a strong trend, range trend to the downside. VWAP's given up across the board here, but absolutely beautiful nonetheless. You can see it's nice methodic kind of waves and the ebbs and flows of price action showing up very beautifully today across the board. And you can see that again. Prime example is Nvidia off of the open. It attempts to break that opening consolidation, that little bit of a bounce that we got. We had VWAP kind of hold as a resistance there. It attempts to break out, can't really do it, comes back underneath VWAP and then sells off, breaking that opening session range low, using it as a resistance, as a lower high as well. You can see that it's come in quite nice here. A bit of a trend to the downside. We're coming right back up into that as well, but range trend nonetheless. So are we poised for a little bit lower? I have no idea, Neil, but guess what? Guess where we just bounced off of? This is prior day's low right here. So a little bit of a double bottom there prior day on Monday, coming in at 133.92. Today's low, 133.83 as of right now. So let's see if that will give us any sort of a bounce, or do we kind of continue this trend? And again, very reflective of what the market is doing here as well. You can see both the NASDAQ and the ES looking very, very similar. So in the morning, we thought we were just going to chop sideways. We were trading within that opening range, finally broke that coming into the midday, and we're getting that continuation going into the closing session of the day today. So curious to know whether that technically is weekly support, even though it's prior day support here on Nvidia, but we are catching a bounce off of it as of right now. So I'm curious to know what we do going into the close, but that consolidation on top of 21,200, I mean, staying within trend. Maybe we're poised to break that. I have no idea, but definitely something to watch out for. I missed out on some of these shorts for sure, coming in off of the open and going into the midday as well. But it is what it is. Where is the next trade, Sharif?
Exactly. Before we go back, I just wanted to quickly thank you to Gerson Lopez here. You've been a fan of the show for a month. Glad to have you on board. You're going to find it's a fantastic community, so pass it on. We've got a lot of good and smart, educated traders that all like to help each other out here. Learn to day trade from you. And then because I said you don't want to run an LFT, and that's more of a term here at Real Trading, Matthew Horton was asking what LFT is. I did type it in the chat, but very quickly, it's just loss from top. So it's just whatever the highest, it's a pretty simple thing, like whatever the highest point you are at any given point in the market, realized gains, you don't want to have a drawdown from that. Now, the reason we use it here at Real Trading is when you're trading on a prop floor, you have like a net loss limit for the day. We also have an LFT limit for the day. So usually it's about 60% higher than whatever your net loss allowable is. So if you have a $1,000 shutdown at Real Trading, your loss from top would be $1,600. So that means at any given day, if that's your parameters, if you go down $1,000, you're then shut down. You go into closed orders. But let's say you're up 2,000 and then go back down to 400, then your loss from top is 1,600. That can also shut you down at Real Trading. So it's just it's a term that we use around here. I find oftentimes, like, it's not that you never want to have an LFT, but I've seen it spiral. And I often tell the story of a trader that was trying to get to, oddly enough, I was a trainee at the time. He was trying to get to like $1,000 to end the day, and he was at like 990 something. 1,000 shares for 1 cent is all he needed to do. Yep. So he tried to scalp that on a position and lost 3, and then he needed 4, and he LFT'd himself. And this all occurred in the last 20 minutes of the day. And in 20 minutes, he managed to go from up like almost $1,000, effectively he was there, to loss from top down. I think he lost like 6 bills from the top, and that was his LFT shutdown. So you try not to get yourself involved in any trades that aren't setting up. But one that did set up this morning, I also have to fail on myself for not having, was MSTR.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, continuing to go down here, Neil. 4 1/3 as it continues to move down near those days' lows. MicroStrategy is having a bit of a tougher look, especially here that it's basically diverging from Bitcoin. So Bitcoin's levered play MicroStrategy witnesses divergence. Shares underperform Bitcoin as the company buys more coins by issuing these 0% convertible notes, boys. A lot of talk about this on X and the sustainability of this model.
Yeah, and so they have a big, obviously MSTR has, they have a resolution to the shareholders to be able to issue, it's like, I don't know, it go from like 300 million shares to like, I don't know, 1 billion or whatever the heck the number is. I think it was actually like 10 billion or something even more ridiculous. But the thing about, it was a missed opportunity. We had been talking about how this is it's weaker, and when Bitcoin was making the rally, all the signs were there. So I guess I should start from the beginning. When Bitcoin was bouncing off of 92,000, that's the daily chart, and then I throw it up here in the morning. Like, you were breaking back out after holding 92, you were breaking out and then holding a consolidation with 95. You had a stair step to the upside on BTC. Now, while that was happening, MicroStrategy was like, okay, let's just chill right here, exactly where everything sold off in yesterday's trade. We all watched this happen starting at about just underneath $320. We all saw it. And when Bitcoin was breaking out 95, it was just doing nothing going sideways. Sometimes there's an A+ setup and you don't take it and you don't have a particularly good read. The reason was I was looking for small cappers today. You had that MLGO kind of come out of nowhere, and then I was looking at Hollow, and I was looking at Rigetti, and that's where I think I was focused at the open instead of what was an A+ setup. And we'll talk about this in the aftermarket show because Adara had this trade and we can go over it in detail. I did chase it down to the 300 for a breakdown trade, scalped some out, ended up trying to reload it for an L, but it was just a trend down. And until proven otherwise, MSTR is a short till it's not. So every time Bitcoin loses resistance or does a stair-step pattern to pull back in, this is usually the place that you want to be to the short. Even Mara, which is good to the short side, I don't think was as good today. Check that. I stand corrected. Mara was actually pretty good, but not quite percentage-wise. But the trade setup was just as easy. And yeah, it is just one of those things that's happening right now on MSTR. I know some people like the stock, but I think maybe until that shareholder vote passes and they can continue with their plan because they're in a bit of a stalemate if they're not able to issue more, maybe then it'll start catching a bit of a bid. But yeah, nasty for MicroStrategy. Yeah, no,
absolutely amazing trade off of the open there. So yeah, no, I know that Wayne definitely had this trade. Shout out to Adara for having it as well. We talked about this trade last like after the close yesterday. Again, aggressive kind of selling that came in off of imbalances and a bit of a gap up, and that's kind of why I took eyes off of this one. But definitely a mistake there. As again, yesterday it showed you that 320s was heavy going into the close. We bid all the way back up into that opening range high right there, and then again 318s, 319s as well become a strong place where sellers kind of step right back in off of the open. Same story. Right off of the open there, so you're taking a pre-market low break, you're taking a VWAP crack, you're taking some pre-market consolidation lows right there. You can see a bit of a shelf here at that 314 and some change as well. So multiple kind of places to kind of watch the book and execute. And the retest of VWAP as well. We've been getting a strong downtrend all the way back down. Trading below 300s now, 289.25s currently on MSTR. So absolutely beautiful there. And again, you get that market tailwind alongside you, and the trade is even more butter. So it's like, all right, so what else do you need to see to really get involved is the question that I was asking myself in the morning. I'm like, all right, well, you had this idea, but because it gapped up, you kind of totally tossed the idea out, but kind of take a bigger picture look at it. And instead of looking for that continuation off of a crack of this low right here, which I guess is coming in now, right off of the open, sellers step right back in where they showed you where they were, if I'm saying that correctly. They showed you where they were yesterday, and they came right back into the same prices right there. So if you were quick to act on that, the trade was definitely there. An absolutely beautiful continuation to the downside going into the end of the day. So a little bit of review definitely is going to happen on this ticker on my part, as I didn't participate in it at all. Definitely have had some good ideas on it, but zero fills. So great opportunity on MSTR today.
Tesla third on the list over here, down 2.5%, a little bit more as it works its way down into the low of the day. This headline, though, so we're going to get the delivery previews hopefully in January. This is slated to be their biggest delivery quarter yet. Expected over here, 506,763 vehicles essentially being predicted to be delivered. It'll be the first time, though, guys, that Tesla delivers over 500,000 vehicles in a quarter.
Yeah, and an impressive... And only Tesla can do. Just before we get to this, U.S. Steel is now up 7% on increasing volume here. Nippon Steel has proposed a new steel agreement to the Biden administration, according to the Washington Post. They've also proposed granting the U.S. veto power over any reductions in U.S. steel production capacity. This is all according to the Washington Post. I'm just reading it there as well. I know I cut and pasted, so sorry for the all caps when I cut and pasted into the chat, but U.S. Steel starting to power through. Now, obviously, this does not mean the deal is closing with Nippon. It's like a $55 deal. If that was the case, it probably would be shooting up and halting or something along those lines. But it is strong on momentum here. Prior high is right around this 33 level, so worth looking to see if it can hold on to 33 on any dip. I'm not going to chase it. I think I've seen this show before, and oftentimes it has ended up with a pull-up. But it's still catching a bit of a bid. although I don't see a lot on the level 2. Certainly a lot of strength here in US steel. Whoops. Oh, that's what sometimes it happens. I hit enter before I type in NQ. So Tesla, I feel like we're going to be repeating ourselves with Nvidia here on Tesla. It's in a downward trend. It's a stock that has had an explosive move, but there's simply no denying what you see for this pattern down the last couple of days. The prior support, sometimes it flat bottoms and holds underneath the resistance level, and it's a clean short at the open, or maybe it tries to pop into the prior low and fades that level, and then the same level works again today. Whatever it is, it's just a continuation short trade here on Tesla as it's about to test the $400 level. So not a very good day for Tesla, down about 3 points. We'll see how much recovery it'll be able to have on. Let me just go to the daily chart, because I think on the daily you'll be able to see, when we were talking about this for stocks that you're looking to buy that are on your shopping list, like now that it's taken out this local support, I don't see why it wouldn't be headed for something in and around the 50 period in this 350 to 360 level where it broke away from previously. So it hung around here a long time. I think if we continue to lose a bid and break the 400, I think you could see that 350, 360 area on Tesla. 400 bid seems pretty possible here. Remember, it is light volume, but make sure you're sticking to the things that are moving. Oh, Rigetti. Don't tell me. I guess we'll get to that in a quick little second, but yeah, Tesla not looking good. Not much of anything. Oh, I did trade Rivian today, so I guess I should pose. This is the only time we ever talk about Rivian, is usually after Tesla's moves. This is the one stock that broke down, and I was like, yeah, I'm taking the VWAP short on one of these things that broke the high. It gave you the VWAP short. What am I still offering here? I didn't get this short on a mean revert, but gorgeous off of VWAP. This thing was flying like everything else, and then it just rejected like all these other gappers and squeeze names. They all lost the bid this afternoon and continue to bleed lower. I did have Rivian. It was a good short. Wish I could say it was Tesla, because Tesla probably could have been better. But yeah, the EVs, squeeze names, all of them red. And we just made another fresh low on Tesla. Again, 405 now.
Yeah, no, this thing continues to sell off. So yeah, kind of a grab of prior days high. And surprisingly enough, take a look at this, Neil. That aggressive selling that we got on Friday off of the open makes a low in and around, what is that specifically, 426 halves. And then coming in the next day, you attempt to test that pretty cleanly as the day high is at 427. So 426 halves, 427, bit of a half a point push into prior day's lows, and then sideways chop. Coming in today, we kind of grab prior day's high right off of the open, 427.94, so like 1 point off of that, and then kind of hold underneath that VWAP for a downtrend, breaking below prior day's low as well. So a bit of a continuation, a trade happening here to the downside after kind of that high from last week being 469.76 from the pre-market session on Thursday. So beautiful continuation to the downside here on Tesla, as again the market creeps a little bit lower and lower. Let's see if we get that 400 going into the close today. I'm definitely going to be watching this one going into the close. If it's going to stay directional like this, maybe we get some interesting imbalances. But until then, seems like the trend to the downside is very, very strong, Neil.
Palantir made it on to Dan Ives' top 10 tech winners for the AI revolution in 2025. It's had a fantastic year, guys. But as with the overall market, it's down about 2.5% and coming into lows.
Just up there, the position board isn't exactly correct. I'm not in a position, so that's because I did get out of the Rigetti short. Mistake, that continued. Are you kidding me? Rigetti is now down 11% and just hit $15. Wow. Probably should have held on to that short. But Palantir, it's flat bottom broke. We were in the short early, and then it double bottomed. Okay, it double bottomed initially where we bottomed yesterday at that 76, but it just flat bottom broke that. So all of a sudden you could be consolidating underneath 75.70 or so. If it tries to bounce and can't get above 75.70, I'm not saying it fills in this gap, but it wouldn't be crazy if it did. On the daily, that's not going to show you anything that is beyond or before it went to the NASDAQ. So let me just quickly throw up a daily chart here. On the daily, Palantir is about to break trend. Let me just actually draw this for you guys. I don't usually draw trend lines on the old Trade Ideas one, but I'm going to do so now just so you can get an idea. Oops, I didn't select it properly. So there we go. And then this is what it is doing here. So if you draw the trend from there's the breakout, and there is this consolidation here, and then attach the trend lines, it's on that trend line right now. So this is a daily chart. So this is not like, oh, jump into the short right here, right now on Palantir, but it's threatening to close underneath what has been a secondary upward trend lasting since the middle of November. That's a pretty hefty trend reversal it could put on. One I suspect could take you back into the $60 area in the 50-period moving average. I personally would not even be considering buying Palantir until at least that, for sure, the 200-period moving average, but I don't think you see it. So big levels incoming here on Palantir. And if we do get a pop into 75.70, I'd be looking for the short.
Yeah, I think that's kind of that prior low right there, and we've been trending a little bit to the downside. I was looking for those sellers to show up at VWAP. They weren't necessarily there in the morning session as cleanly as I would have liked to see, but we got that bit of a double tap at that 77.5s area, 77.60s on that initial pop. What was that specifically? That was high of, let me just measure it like this, 77.60, yes, that's 77.60, 77.50, make a lower high, then VWAP starts to hold, and now we're getting that bit of extension to the downside currently below some of these prior lows. But yeah, we are definitely at a bit of a key spot on the daily and the weekly as well. So I'm kind of watching this one, being a little patient here. But yeah, no, the blotter is definitely incorrect. That is not my average. My current average is 75.86 half. So holding it a little bit far there, but 75 incoming currently right here. There it is. 75s are the lows as of right now on Palantir. Oh boy, the market. Are we pushing a little bit lower? We just cracked that 21.2 as well, Neil. So this might be a little bit of a decision point here, but you can see that volume expanding as well coming into some of these lows. So let's see what we get off that 75. Looking back at it, bit of a chop and churn consolidation. So we do have a lot of kind of traffic in the way to the downside, but the last bid that we did get was last Friday. We bid all the way from 71s all the way to 80s here. So this whole kind of range, pretty interesting here on Palantir, but more, I guess, poised to drop a little bit further. Wow, look at that expanding volume. That's a lot of volume coming in on this candle.
This is intense.
Yeah.
By the way, U.S. Steel is still going higher. Wow. I actually am a little, yeah, it's definitely defying some expectations here. Just tag $34. And it's continuing to rally. There hasn't even been a red candle. Like if you're looking for this is the pullback, this is where it settled, there hasn't been one just yet. And speaking of things that have pulled back, another one up there, Sharif, Broadcom. If it's been a good year for the stock, it doesn't mean it's been a good one today.
Certainly not. Certainly not, Neil. Down 1 1/4 coming into the lows from yesterday. We definitely held, as you can see there, the double top. The highs from yesterday were coming into those lows down 1 1/4. Should let you know that even though this has had a fantastic year, it's raised the interest of short sellers because the short percentage, the short float percentage, I should say, bumped up there from 1.7% to 3.66. Take traders about 1.84 days to cover. Still well small, guys.
Yeah, this is one that I think some people are probably looking to dip by because it's everyone. If you own the index, you own a bunch of AVGO or Broadcom, but it might not be in a lot of individual portfolios. I feel like when we start talking to you guys, it's not usually one that gets listed like the Nvidia, but I feel this one is another name. You're about to flat bottom break it, and you've seen so many of these patterns. Like it was a clean. Like there's your head and shoulders. You could have, whether you were looking for shorts on, fail break on like Rigetti or Rivian or Tesla or Nvidia or AMD. This is just the same chart. Essentially, the difference is Broadcom hasn't broken yesterday's low yet. So there's a few things that are holding us up. Apple check. Yeah, Apple's still looking okay. Nvidia's holding 134. Hasn't broken a fresh low. That's why the Nasdaq maybe hasn't taken that next leg. And same thing with Broadcom here. It's holding on to yesterday's bottom. So you have a few things while you're trending down. It doesn't look necessarily that bad. But watch out. If we start losing bids like this, I'm not saying there's going to be some kind of a panic, but if at the close you start to see the bid drop in the last 15 minutes, it could get a little bit hairy. Companies can't do buybacks in the last 10 minutes. There's not a lot of liquidity, and especially going into New Year's Eve. So I usually think people take profits, so that would usually be going back to the upside. But if a couple of these flat bottom breaks start happening, you want to be monitoring, and maybe you're not fighting any longs here. We're in a weird position that I don't want to short anything at the lows, especially when we keep holding and bouncing off of the bottom. And until something actually reverts a trend, I wouldn't touch it. Broadcom has a distinct downward trend, and you wouldn't be reverting that trend unless it broke like at least $1 from here. I think I got to back off of that. I'm actually eyeballing this for Getty for a potential mean revert. I did cover my short, but now that it's starting to fill in the gap, I have the eyeballs on some kind of a mean reversion down around underneath the 15 level if it can do that. But Broadcom, no trade. Don't usually look to trade it either. And, before I throw it to you, Obi.
Yes, sir.
There is a runner.
Ooh.
So there is something that is breaking higher, and it is that BDMD. Because why not the stock that's up? Why would anyone buy the quality companies at the end of the year that are all bleeding when you can buy BDMD? Who I don't even know what they do. BDMD. This is where I'm going to cheat to look up the company. BDMD. Baird Medical Investment Holdings.
Oh.
With a market cap of $300 million, a float of $9 million, and up 670%. So this was a penny stock at some point recently, and now it's breaking out in a big way. So good look on Baird. I would strongly suggest taking profits. I cannot think of a small capper that hasn't had some kind of a fail break at the high of the day today. They've all been failing the highs and then pulling back in, so just be really careful. There hasn't been a lot of follow through, so good shout out on that BDMD. It is a nice little runner here.
Yeah. AVGO, not as aggressive of a downtrend as some of the other names that we're seeing here. So we kind of sold off of 237, 238 ish highs there from both pre-market and off the open, and trending down to about 232. So VWAP has been holding, but a lot more sideways than some of these other names. So interestingly enough, Happy New Year, Sharif. We shall see you later on this week.
Sharif.
Take care, Sharif.
Oh, here he is.
I want to say Happy New Year to everybody. I hope everybody's safe, and we'll see y'all Thursday. Be safe and don't drink too much.
Appreciate you, Sharif. Or drink safely in your residence, and then you don't have to worry about being too. It's important. Like, make sure you know.
So what you're saying is
Uber is a thing.
Go to bed.
Yeah, Uber is a thing. Everyone be safe. What did you just? Hold on a second. What did you say?
So I said, what you're saying is get plastered and go to bed.
Well, I mean, I didn't say that. I most certainly would never.
Nice.
I would never suggest that anybody. I mean, let's be real. Like, everyone has to be responsible. We're not here to advocate for, what? I'm just saying, just enjoy whatever it is that you enjoy with friends and family. And if you happen to be, can we come to my chart for a second? Because it only works if you look at my chart. And if you happen to have a little bit of fun on the side, and then that's perfectly fine. Whether it's Ron Zacapa is a friend of yours, or maybe you like the Kraken, then those things are perfectly reasonable. By the way, Rumble's taking it on the chin like everything else there. That's what I was just going to talk about Rumble, that's all.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Rumble. Bad stock.
Continue. Yeah, a little bit of a backside action on a lot of these names today here. Again, with the market bringing us in as well. So, yeah, some missed opportunities
Getty is
there.
tanking.
Did you guys see that? I don't know if there's something on the table there.
What was that?
No, I think it might have been just a subscribe. It tripped me out for a second. AVGO not really looking as aggressive as some of the other names here is what I wanted to say. That X, Neil, is still going.
I cannot believe we didn't just go long.
That's pretty. That's hella strong there. I don't know the news specifically, but I guess reoffering a little bit of a deal there to the U.S. government.
Trying to make concessions, get the deal
Nippon
done.
Steel there. That veto might actually do it, because then that's like that. Then they have full control. So it's like that's
it's a lot of power to give. Just to reiterate, just to go over it again and maybe repeat the story for anyone that isn't following, because I actually see it. Even Bloomberg's saying it now. Nippon Steel offered to give the U.S. government a veto over any reduction in U.S. Steel's production capacity in a last-ditch effort to get President Biden's approval for its takeover deal. So, obviously, that's going to shoot it up. The deal's at like $50-something. I think it's actually $55, so it clearly is trading ridiculously under. But it just made a bounce off of that 33 level, so there might be a little something on the trend here. If this can hold on to 33, that looks good. But what I'm eyeballing myself, I think I'm only looking for mean revert trades where you can get in and out like a sniper. And I should have stayed in the short on Rigetti. But Rigetti's now testing 15, and it's got a sharp downtrend here. So as the market falls in, I do feel like this is starting to bleed. It's already filled in so much of the gap. If it gets to 14.5, I like that level. But if it just does a revert off the 15, break the trend line, I'll just take one shot at it, see if we can't get a curl off the bottom, maybe back into this 15.6 level, because this market is bleeding. I mean, Tesla continues to go lower here, Obi. Tesla's at 402. 402 for Tesla.
Okay, so we might get that 400.
Yeah, I think we might get the 400.
We're poised for that 400.
We are going to get the. Whoops, I want my 15-minute chart
I'm
up
watching
here.
it. I'm watching it over here. I'll pull up the tape for you guys as well here.
Oh, this is going to be bad.
Yeah. I have 404s trading currently right here. So let's see if we can get down to that 400 mark. Okay, well, there's a little bit of a bid. Let's see if that sustains. But yeah, well, within that downtrend as well, right? So market hasn't really broken that downtrend. Neither have any of these names here on the day. And yeah, let us know if you guys see anything interesting, anything worth talking about, and maybe even trading on your radars. There, and we can definitely take a look at those at that name, and maybe it aligns with my playbook, and maybe I take it as well. I don't know, but that U.S. Steel X is the ticker, attempting to push for another high right there, but aggressive kind of a run up there on U.S. Steel. So do I look for a reversion? I don't know. It is fresh news, and the volume is maybe starting to die off, but take a look at that relative volume. That relative volume is still expanding on that one there. So curious to know if this 21,200 will bring us a bit of a bounce across the board, but I'm not really seeing too much in terms of any crazy opportunity as of right now. So gonna, as Sharif likes to say, pack my patience. Wait for the next trade. And yeah, let's see what you guys are saying. Charlie Taff saying, Obi, check out SMR on the daily chart. Seems to be at a good level for a potential long-term buy, question mark. I have no idea about long-term buys there, but we can take a look at SMR and take a look at whether what that level is and if it's any.
Are you in it? Do you own any nuclear names?
No.
This is the one I actually own. Sean and I are both in this one.
Which one?
Like
SMR?
Oh, so first thing, Rigetti did do the reversion. So this is the trend. It closed above the trend line. I'm in. I got one scalp out. Now it's right back into. Excuse me. Right back into lows. I couldn't get the mute button there as I was fighting it, but I'm in SMR.
Okay.
So like this is one that.
You want to take a
yeah,
look
like
at
this
that?
is one that I am actually actively watching pretty heavily. And let me show the weekly chart because I feel like this is. It's the weekly chart that I'm paying the most attention to for a couple of levels here on SMR. So you had the original high on the first move at 1680 on the weekly chart, and then you've got the 50 period at 13.7, and then you've got $10. So this is a stock where, to me, when I usually get into position and I start getting into a move, I'm long at the 13. I think a little bit worse than Sean. I have like a 13.30 or something like that because I took it right in and around here. But if we get back, I want to be a buyer at the 50 period. I want to be a buyer at the 200 period moving average because I feel like I want to be in this one for the longer term. But it's at a key critical point here at the $17 level. If we lose this, I think you get the 50 period moving average and you want to respect it. It's a hefty pullback that has, on the weekly, like that's not a good candle. That's not a good candle making fresh lows. There hasn't been any sign of a curl on a weekly chart. And if I'm looking for a long-term play, I'd rather look at weekly, monthly, maybe some daily charts in there. So not a good look for SMR, but I think it's starting to get into the zone that I'm at least interested in. So yeah, good luck. There's a few others in the nuclear space that have been doing okay. I mean, one of the worst ETFs yesterday was literally URA. Like it bled like 4.5 points to the downside on URA. So just be careful with that. So yeah, it's just some thoughts on SMR and the levels I'm watching. So Rigetti on the mean reversion is the new position. Wow, BDMD is, let's just say there's some good volume on this. Baird Medical Investments. There you go. Oh yeah, it only occurred to me right now. Baird, BD, Medical, MD. Yeah, okay. Took me a while to get that one. But once again, it makes a high on volume, and I've seen this with a lot of these small cappers. It's not really busting through that top. My concern would be, now that you've got a bit of a trend here, got this trend off VWAP, and now you've got a dip off the prior high, suddenly you've got something to revert off of. Looks kind of like this. So from VWAP, or I could have drawn it from there, would have looked better, but same thing. If it reverts this trend, if we never break out this high, and it just keeps on testing, failing that break without consolidating a bit above, then I think a reversion into VWAP, if it breaks the trend line, is going to be in play. And like everything else, we had super cheap locates on this, on BDMD. I'm not chasing any long moves, because every single one of these that I pull up, they just all have failed the top today. And they look like really nasty when they come back in. So I don't want to take any top breaks. Certainly won't on BDMD.
Yeah, so I'm watching a couple names there, and Uri Page is asking, will you start a weight training challenge with Sharif for 2025? He might be a few years earlier ahead, but I like a challenge. Why not? I'm down. I was actually thinking about maybe joining the gym again, but the thing is, like, there's actually a couple that are opening up. I don't know when their opening dates are nearby, like less than a 5-minute.
Yeah, there is a close one.
So I was like, all right.
I don't know if you know this about Sharif, but he works out a little.
Oh yeah, I guess,
bit.
I assume.
Yeah, a little bit he does.
I mean, just maybe just a little bit. Yeah, skosh.
I'm just saying. I'm like,
He might lift a couple weights.
I didn't mean to laugh at that. I'm just like, are you kidding me? Like, I don't.
Able to tell.
I know I'm not doing that. A, I'm old, and B, Sharif is a beast. He's a beast, dude.
Yeah.
Like, trust me. Like, trust me. Like, you don't want that smoke.
No.
He'd be good motivation. Like, that's probably a good guy to, like, go to the gym with. He definitely knows his stuff.
If there's anyone I want as a spotter.
Exactly.
That's my guy. My guy Sharif. So, yeah, no. So I was thinking about it. I was like, because the whole point, I kind of canceled my gym membership near my house was about a 25 to 30 minute drive one way, and I would spend an hour just on traveling to the gym and back. I'm like, this is not worth it. I'm already like scrunched for time during the day with commuting and everything. And like, I can't spend an extra hour doing more commuting. So I'm not going to do that.
The entirety of the reason I went with the home gym.
Yeah.
And this was early on in my trading career, because I was just like, no, like, I don't like that whole back and forth. And I used to work out at a gym in university. And then when I started trading my career as a trader, my ex at the time, like my girlfriend at the time, was a personal trader in a studio. So I would go to that studio, which was actually really close to our place. So I could get there in a couple minutes. And then I could work out for free, which is, I was used to working out for free. Then all of a sudden, this notion of paying and having to travel to go to a gym, I'm like, my time matters to me.
Yes.
So I just started, and it's an easy enough thing to do, because the way I see it, like most people, 99% of people, their goals aren't to look like a bodybuilder, in which case you don't need a heck of a lot. Like, trust me, I don't care what anybody says about like this program or that program. Man, you get yourself a pair of adjustable dumbbells, a yoga mat, maybe a couple bands, you're good to go. You don't even need weights. You can just do body weight stuff and get everything.
That's what I was doing at home, right? I was like, I got a pull-up bar, and I was like, I started doing some yoga. I started doing some calisthenics as well, and some just basically body weight exercises, and that was good. But I kind of fell off that a little bit too now. So I'm like, maybe just to get back into the routine.
Exactly. Because
gyms sometimes give you motivation, and like again, when it's like the environment. The environment definitely gives you a strong sense of motivation and maybe a little bit of a sense of discipline and what's
Who hit that button on OB?
the word I'm looking
That's
for?
what I want to know. So,
Sense of responsibility.
you know that
maybe?
that just
the word?
happened?
Yeah.
First of all, the first thing after that happened, the first thing Ramin said is, "It wasn't me." And then Fabian threw his hands up like that.
Okay.
I'm like, okay, there's only two of you over there. Can we put the camera on Fabian and Ramin for a quick second? You don't have a camera on you?
Oh, nice. All right.
Anyways,
well, you know
our
what?
production
After I
crew's
hit the
having
gym,
fun.
guys, watch out. I'm gonna be flexing on those haters.
As you should be.
No, I'm joking. But yeah, no, I guess that's kind of a thing here. Oh, New Year's, right? So I have a question for y'all. What are your New Year's resolutions for trading? Right? What are you guys working on for your in terms of your trading? How has your trading been this year? Are you guys how do you guys do? Do you guys do like a reflection at the end of the year? And if you guys have been kind of journaling and tracking your progress, how has that been going? Leave it in the chat. We can take a look at a few of those things. I think personally, for me, I think I will try to. I will be working on methods to actually effectively execute some of the ideas that I do have, because a lot of the ideas this year that I did have, I kind of end up missing out on, or being like, oh well, it didn't specifically do a certain thing. For example, that MSTR today, right? Yes. MSTR, pretty solid opportunity, and I'm like, oh well, I was looking for the continuation. I didn't expect it to gap up. So I didn't take it. I was like, that's not a good enough.
I love
excuse.
some of these here.
That's not a good enough excuse. So something like that.
We've got some good ones in the chat. I'll ignore Reg here, who's like, drink more. No, we're not talking about that. T-Money, buy high, sell low is your resolution. That's a good one, obviously.
That's good. Yeah.
No man bun chart setups. That's another interesting one.
I don't know.
But I like go explore, cut losses quickly. You know, like that's the kind of thing, like cutting losses earlier. I'm gonna show you guys a note that I made, and I'm gonna leave the typos in there. Obviously, I'm going to correct this, but I have a pin. There's a few things that I kind of just throw things out there sometimes just to remind myself, and you can use like the notes thing in GChat or Google. Never short pop into the market open. That's an easy one. So like in the last 5 minutes, if a stock is popping into your level, I'm not gonna take the short at like 9.29. I think that's an easy one.
Okay.
Into
the open.
Like, I wouldn't mind being in a pre-market position, but if it's between 9.25, and I know sometimes it works, Sean does it all the time. I just don't like it because I've been burned a few times. Because what'll happen is if it then runs your stop on the open, then you might get slipped way more, and your risk to reward isn't as good as you want. This is poorly typed, so I'm just gonna always give market move until I can't even type that right. Until turnaround off of previous levels, right? So that's a take the stair step trade. If you get an open move and there's like an obvious prior day support level, you've got to hold it to that level. If you get something right at the open and you've got it dead to rights, then you want to make sure you hold it to try to get that move at least to the expected move of the prior day if there's a key level. And then this is a big one. If there's a safe retrace that's weak with no retest, I have to hold at least 50% of the position through the pre-market low. So that's one of those like, and I'm going to show here, whatever, re-enter it on the failed top break, give it more room. Simply, if it's a pop and fade and I get wicked out, get back in and give it a little more room, and always watch the trade hall page for new ideas. So one of those probably requires a little bit of explanation, and I'm going to use Rivian as an example. So Rivian, here's the example I'm getting at. If something, maybe even a 15 minutes going to be better here. If a chart looks like this, look at the failed breakout on Rivian. So this is a failed break. The reversion comes in. The trade I make is a VWAP trade. So when I go back to the 3-minute chart, what I'm kind of getting at is to take this trade, I actually want to do better. Like I don't want to have, when it breaks this, I don't want to have 10% to trail out. My goal is to have 50% of the trade still when it gets to this level. That's what that note means. Because it's an A+ setup, it's a false break of a multiple prior high, and then it's a continuation off of that level where the risk was like 7 pennies. So you can scalp some out here. I don't mind any of that, but the idea is to have half the position when it gets to this prior low. That's one of the resolutions I happen to have, and I see a lot of those in there, obviously. Gulam, yes, the market is closed tomorrow. So it's a full day today. We have an hour left in the market, but the market is closed all day tomorrow for New Year's. That's why the volume isn't as good as you would like. And again, that's why I looked for only like these mean reversion trades. So always have a reason for the setup. There was a new trend. I did get out of this, probably silly decision, but when it rejected 16, lower high, there's the reversion candle, there is the close above the trend line. So it's just a simple close above the trend line, enter ideally right there at 15, above 15, 16. We got 18s. Stop is at the prior bar. You can give it to either the low at 1501. I use the prior bar because you're against the grain. So about 10 cents worth of risk. Now all of a sudden it has to break the trend or get to 16 even. 16's where the target is because that's where the trend developed. So if it breaks that trend or gets to 16, that's where the out is going to be on Rigetti. If I don't see setups like this, then I'm not taking them this afternoon. Again, don't want to have any LFT. Here's another good one. We've got, it's Dirt's Key 1. Dirt's Key 1. Focus on the right side, the right trade and ideas. Creating time and opportunity nightly to review. Those are fantastic ones.
Yeah, I like that one.
In all the years I've been trading, you need to like the markets and you need to have a passion for it and want to do this so that you're putting in the effort for it. However, from what I've seen, almost everybody that has those qualities and you just have any intelligence level, you can read a chart, basic numbers, anybody with that passion usually doesn't have trouble coming up with winning trade ideas. Like, oh, they can find you some winners, no questions asked. Then you look back and that was a great idea and that was a great idea. It usually just comes down to picking the right ones to execute on and having an execution strategy. Like, which ones do I focus on? And then executing properly on the ones that you do focus on. So that's the part that usually ends up hard for people, and that's not the hardest thing for people. Generally, that's admitting when they're wrong and getting out and having a wrong. So if I'm saying, okay, he might break the trend here. If we lose, this is the new trend since it reverted that trend. If we close underneath, I'm out. Otherwise, I give it the hold to there. Don't want to turn a winning trade into a losing trade, not at this time of the day. I'm just going to move my trail to underneath 1535. Make sure this cannot lose, and then we'll hold for a bigger move up. And now you've closed under that bar. So if we break this prior bar low, we're going to be out of Rigetti. And then look for the next opportunity, wherever that might be.
Yeah, no, I like that. Definitely got to put in some time for the things that you love, and of course, if you're here every day, then you must love the market. So putting in a little bit of time every day, and you don't have to grind out all of your hours in the evening, but a few hours goes a long way, and effective efforts definitely go a long way, and that's another goal of mine as well. It's like, all right, you're putting in a lot of time, but is that time efficient? Is it effective? Are you using your time wisely in terms of okay, well, maybe watching as much tape may not be as beneficial if, again, your like Neil said, execution strategy definitely matters. And another goal for this year for me is like cleaning up execution strategies and having more specific execution strategies for the types of trades I want to take, given different nuances. Like, all right, cool. If we're looking for the opening drive long, what are the different possibilities of it acting in a certain way? And then if it does act in certain ways, what are the executions I'm going to use to apply to the chart in order to get long on the ticker? So you can be like, all right, well, if it holds pre-market lows, I'm gonna get an X% of my position, my intended position. If it continues and holds VWAP, I want another execution there. And if it breaks pre-market highs, maybe I want another execution there. And kind of having that execution set in itself, and then having a set for the setup, and then what execution set are you going to use on which setup as well. Kind of cleaning that up as well is going to be a big goal for this year. And I've already been kind of working on it, but getting better and getting a little bit better and improving that process is definitely going to be one of the main focuses of this year as well. Let's see. I need to focus specifically on the stocks I need to be trading that day. You'll struggle just to follow anyone blindly. Yeah, exactly. You got to come up with original ideas and then come up with your original execution kind of structures for those ideas to really kind of, I would say, to really perform well, right? If you kind of go through that journey of discovering those things, you find structures and ideas that might align with your personality, and you'll have fun trading them as well. You'll feel a lot more natural trading them as well. So yeah, a lot of good stuff there.
That's a great point on personality.
Yeah, it has to match your personality.
Because I think that's one of the reasons why I like, and I know you like this. I know you like the actual like trend line mean reversion setup.
Yeah.
One of them is because when I started trading, I used to I had a bit of a habit and a problem with drawing trend lines when I started in 2003. Like if you saw my charts back then, it wouldn't be like I was like on Rigetti, like I might have like one trend line in here, but I would have them all up, and I would just like they'd just be all there. Like I'd have one here, and I'd have one there, and I'd have another one there, and I'd just leave them all. And then by the end of the day, and I'd leave them for multiple days. So like by the end of a week, if I was trading a stock, like it would just be a complete mess. You couldn't even see any of the bars. But what I like about this particular setup, and there was a question, and I hope I answered it correctly, well enough, because I was asked why did I get in exactly at that moment on Rigetti. And it comes down to, if I'm looking for a long around a particular price area, what I've found is because I like to get in, ideally, one entry in, one spot to get in, and then have my stop. That suits my style. It suits the way I like to trade, ideally. So that's what I like a little bit better. And so looking for that bar to close, I'm using a 3-minute chart, looking for it to close, breaking the trend line, and then open up higher, try to grab the long in here, knowing my stop is going to be one of those two levels. It takes all the guesswork out of it once you develop a strategy like that. And Charlie Taft, no, they were not paper charts back then. We had real, believe it or not, Sean and I used to trade on computers. We had keyboards and everything when we started out. It was fantastic.
You guys wait for the tubes to warm up on your PCs?
I mean, sometimes. You know what was wild though? When we had our own trading floor, this was back in the day. You still had to, like, if we had an issue on a particular gateway,
yeah,
there was like an I don't know what the word is. Not a Rolodex. We had a little piece of paper that sat there with like a bunch of numbers on it. So like it was like ARCA and like even like the dark pools. And I remember a day where there was a certain dark pool that went down. And I happened to have, let's just say I had a lot of orders. I don't want to get into I had a lot of orders out anyways. And so they're down. And I remember like you're trying to get through to them to try to cancel your orders. Like you had to get on the phone. So I'm old enough to actually remember some of that.
Wow.
Which was wild. And that's not a fun position to be in, by the way.
No, that's hella scary.
Like your execution went down on the nice. Obviously that's not
that's a classic
well done.
photo. I think
classic photo.
Yeah. I think I was a fetus at that point.
They wouldn't let me on the floor. Anyways, that's a nice suit that Sean's got on there. I'm right there on the floor. See, I'm trying to represent, man. Not a lot of brothers on the floor apparently back then. So you can obviously see. But and this Brennan. Why is Brennan in a tuxedo? Is that a tux? That doesn't even make any sense. Why would they? No one wears a tuxedo on the trading floor. It doesn't make any sense there.
You see some spiffy.
Yes.
It's higher on in some of those older photos.
And of course, I'm like chillaxed, and Sean is like right in there. Buy, Mortimer, buy. Get in there and buy. Trading Places is fantastic. One of the more unrealistic trading scenes. If you've never seen it, it's incredibly unrealistic representation of what would happen on the floor, especially with the price action. It's like orange juice futures dropped like 80-something% in a few minutes, according to that movie.
Wow.
But no, that wouldn't do it. But thanks for that. Sean's holding up the sticky note, says Scott H. Elon says AMD reversal. I'm only in the one trade, so we can look at just about anything you guys want. That's a nice reversion off 120. AMD in 120, nice reversion.
Yeah, things are starting to catch a little bit of a bid
121 here.
Market trend is breaking as well.
Let's go.
Trying to break. Let's see how well that happens. I guess my position's not showing up there, but I still long 75.57s here on Palantir. We're trying to push up into 76s here. on a bit of break of trend, I would say. Their VWAP all the way at 76.59, Neil. So I don't know if we're going to get all the way up there, but let's see if we can get a bit of a test of that dollar there. Okay, so there you go. Yes, this is correct now because I got out a little bit of a piece here on my position. So now it is correct here as we push up into 75.88. It's a bit of a held offer there on an EdgeX 150 lots. See if you can take Buddy out here for a spin. If that order gets taken out, let's see. With the market catching a little bit of a bid back towards 21.3s, I'm looking for that 76 print if it'll have me there. But yeah, let's see. A bit of a hold there. Start off at 76s, and I was like, oh boy, we're coming down there. So I didn't necessarily stop out, which is again something I got to work on. But sometimes I know I'm not in everything I want to be in, and I'm not risking too much until it actually kind of comes into a level that I like. And I guess getting a little bit lucky at the same time here with this pushback up into 76 is going into the close as well, right? Let's see if we get that something here. I hear Wayne saying FFIE. Oh boy! All right, so you know what, Palantir, it's been a good one. I'm gonna get out of that right there. Thank you. Come again. Let's go check out what FFIE.
Oh,
is
you know
doing.
what you could have
X
done.
is pushing back up. All right.
X gonna give it to you.
X is definitely giving it to us.
BDMD just broke the high of the day.
Whoa.
And so while I was waiting for it to break trend, it did not. It held trend.
Wow.
There you go. It just held trend, bounced off $8. It just took out another fresh high. I just heard FFIE in the back. Oh, Wayne. Okay, so first of all, when Wayne yelled out in the back FFIE, I did think I was going to pull up a stock that was going higher. So apologies for anyone that's holding FFIE stock. The future is not looking good for them, but your future could be looking fantastic for you if you wrap up 2024 with massive savings from Trade Ideas. Right now, exclusive to Trader TV, viewers will get 25% off any subscription with code TraderTV25, or go big. You can get 30% off the premium annual using TTV Prem 30. TTV Pre-M 30, both valid through January 3rd. Don't miss out on these New Year's savings, and let's crush 2025 together. Shout out to Trade Ideas. Scan the QR code you see in front of you, or click the link in the description. I'm guessing Wayne is short Faraday futures.
Funny enough, that's the only ticker that I borrowed this morning, along with you.
Yeah,
I know you might have borrowed a few more there, but we were just like, okay, well, yeah, this one might be right. But this was the ticker, right? We borrowed FFIE this morning.
it was FFI.
Yeah.
And the funny thing was, so many stocks had this exact same set. Whether you pull up Rigetti or Holo or Faraday, every single, with the exception right now of this BDMD, or maybe something you guys found something else, it was the same thing. And this is one you've got to be very careful when you have a gapper doing this. This is not a Christmas tree, but
I like that.
Yeah, it's kind
a little bit
like
of a red and green,
red and
Christmassy
green
holiday season.
But it was showing you the dump in the open, man. Yeah. Pulled into
we
VWAP,
got a
failed
lot of-
$5 at 9 o'clock. Came into VWAP at like 9:10. Consolidated at 9:30 and immediately dropped. It tried to retest this 440 level where it had consolidation and dumped again. Now, maybe you're not short here, but certainly that short and that short look fantastic. All right, I just got out of Rigetti, but okay, let me finish the thought here, because if you start thinking about where it might catch a bid, prior low $2 and then down here like $1.60 if there's going to be a secondary salvo. We kind of warned people about this in Mullen. So hopefully no one got rinsed on those. So I'm out of Rigetti. It reverted the reversion, for lack of a better term. So the trend that we got in on the trend break, we got out on the trend break. Wanted to give the last little bit more room. But hey, if it wasn't going to follow through, ultimately the stock is down 10%, everybody. So it's not like Rigetti's having a fantastic day. Still some room to get to that 1450 on RGTI. But it looks to me like a temporary top on the quantum names. The next step would be, okay, now you've got a bit of a triple top here at about $18. Can it hold on to this 1450? Once, twice, third time through. Can it hold on to that? And you got this. You've got QBTS, D-Wave, which, candidly, I'm not in it. My wife owns shares in the stock, so I guess my family has shares in this stock. is another one where it's a little bit weaker, but the same principle. Failing a prior high, lower highs, trend down, and working its way back into prior support. You could pull up a QUBT as well, and you'll find some of the same thing. But this BDMD seems like your afternoon runner. It's doing everything it can to hold above $9. I'm still eyeballing this. If it breaks the trend, I want to see if I can get the short. And just understand a day trade is a quick in and out, so it's not going to affect what happens to the stock. And if I get short, I'm very likely going to get it on a trend break here where I could have like a 790, and my stop would be tight, less than 50 pennies, and I'd just be out if it retook that prior high. What else we got going on here? JCB Sports Cards. Is anything having a fantastic day except the small cap weirdos? I don't like the VIX.
Hey. Markets,
I'm literally
markets
guessing.
There are so many plays on
UVXY.
on small caps, right? Like
Moderna? Moderna's up 4%. See? There you go. That's not bad.
What is that chart looking like?
That's not bad. They just got the old boot from the NASDAQ 100. So, yeah, they were one of the ones that, well, it kind of, everyone was so focused on SMCI and Palantir that these guys got lost. So that's not that good of a day when you put it into perspective, but it's up a couple points. Some of the oil names are having a pretty solid day, like XOM's up a couple points. Load, there we go, like XOM up a couple of points, just trying to get off some local bottoms here for them. So yeah, a couple of energy names are doing okay, but it hasn't been a great long. Professor Loud, Oxy's doing amazing. Oh my goodness, did Oxy make that breakout? Please say no, please say no. And it did. I didn't set an alert for that break on Oxy. So this was the, it's so silly. Sometimes it's like that. Like you just get the best of yourself. No, I'm not talking about the 49.2. Actually, although it did break out pretty cleanly there, because you could have had this at like 49 even. It was a rounded bottom into a flat top. It then broke out. Then, of course, in typical fashion, what happens on a good breakout? It pulls right back into prior resistance, turns it into support, and continues long. So 2% for Oxy as well. A few things look pretty good, but there's not many standouts. Like, you find me a double-digit runner today that isn't a small cap.
Yeah.
Probably more stocks up, than doing things like BDMD than there are like solid medium cap names that are doing all right. So I keep having to redraw
so much opportunity on those small to mid caps.
Yeah, there's so many of them.
Like the fact that they're doing volume as well and the kind of liquidity that's going on. Again, I was observing. What was it yesterday? What was that ticker that pushed that $6 mark? Went up to like almost sevens yesterday with a breakout of 5. I can see the chart. I just don't know. I can't remember what the ticker was.
The one I'm thinking about was no, it's not the no.
It
was $2.
No, it was something good as well.
U.S. Steel.
Hollow. No, I think it might have been Hollow. I'm pretty sure it was Hollow.
Yeah, Hollow got
Hollow day one or something like that. But I kind of realized like, oh boy, like the kind of liquidity and the kind of size you can be pushing on similar strategies that you can use, just price action kind of trades. If you like trading price action, which I definitely do, on small caps, and it's just watching the tape and realizing I'm like, oh boy, like taking like a breakout of that $5 into a continuation of 6, the amount of shares that are going through, giving you instantly 30 pennies, and there's blocks going off, tens of thousands of shares. It's not really dropping at that 30 pennies. We saw. Remember, I was like, it was the ticker that remember I was like, oh, there was a guy chasing. There's a 1K lot chaser, and I was like, oh boy, I don't have shorts for this, but as soon as he's done, I want to get short. And as soon as he was done, the top was made, and it pretty much failed. And it was one order kind of with 1K lots chasing on the bid, and the ask just running away. He's attempting to get out, and then as soon as he's done, as soon as he's gone, it just flushes. Beautiful exhaustion kind of price action there, and it faded back down in towards 6s and even kind of broke down a little bit further going into the close. But yeah, things like that where stuff stands out, and I'm like, I don't really look at these small caps very often, but what I'm realizing by seeing that action, I'm just like, oh boy, like there's sometimes there's things that really stand out, and it can really give you an edge if you see things on the tape and you're like, okay, I think I know what this means. And I'm willing to put risk on and willing to put on the trade and give it like a reasonable amount of risk. when other players are offside, right? And if you take a look at mid to large caps, you don't necessarily like players that are offside don't necessarily show themselves too frequently either. Right, so it's like there's a lot of noise, and I think Eri Pages in the chat was asking, Obi, are dark pools all algo orders? I don't think so. Like traders have we have access to dark liquidity as well, and so do many other
we have access
traders in the world.
Here, let me show you.
But yeah, we got access to quite a few different. I don't
know why. I was trading of interest.
Neil's.
If you come to my screen for a second,
is very extensive.
So this is
look at that.
this is the Nasdaq, and these are all my keys for Nasdaq.
Boy. Do you remember all those off the top?
There's a bunch that I don't use, but like, okay, that's a dark pool. I have used that one before. Where's some other dark pools in there? Like that's one of the better ones. There's another dark pool order. JPMX is a dark pool. LTSE, that's actually a new one that we have. So you just access to different liquidity. Yeah. Now, most of the time, like 90% of the time, you're using the same gateways on the same stocks, but every now and then you want to have something different. Like candidly, I'll trade other things on the side that are more like market-making strategies where you're getting in and out multiple times. I was showing you one of the charts of a stock that I was trading, kind of like half asleep today. It's just a penny stock. So I was basically I just noticed that there was somebody selling, so I used a gateway that gave me a favorable fee, and I was just shorting in front of the seller pretty much for the entirety of the day. I don't know why this is kind of stupid. Like I wasn't taking the long off it because I couldn't see a buyer, but it was clearly a buyer on the stock. It's just a penny stock. They just sat there in a very, very tight range. And I was able to sort of make money on it on the side. With not a heck of a lot of effort, you need direct market access to do that, obviously. And you need access to all the different gateways. And US Steel is at 35. And probably a lot of people have some US Steel FOMO. 13%. 13%.
Damn.
U.S. Steel and continuing. It's not like it's slowing down a heck of a lot.
I'm looking for the break of the bid, man.
There hasn't
like that.
It hasn't happened.
Okay, it has not happened. Like I'm like looking at the chart, looking at the price action, be like, give me a reason to short. Nope.
I'm getting Spirit Airlines flashbacks in my.
Not happening.
The last time this happened, it was like Spirit Airlines was like a potential deal, and it got positive news. And I remember I was trading into the long side all afternoon, and then I got trapped. It halted with like 15 minutes to go, and I got caught, and it didn't open until the next day. And then I lost everything I had made that afternoon times 10 because it ended up gapping back down when there wasn't confirmation. So like whatever I had scalped in, that's part of the reason. Like for us, like it's probably not going to halt because I don't think that news is going to cause it to halt, but. Yeah, U.S. Steel is definitely the one this afternoon. I still have eyes on that BDMD because, as I said, I took one trade. It was a mean reversion trade on Rigetti, and that's what I'm looking for on BDMD. It's still hugging. This is the trend since VWAP. It's still hugging onto it on that 3-minute and just looking for a fail underneath this trend line, probably underneath like 850 or so. ISAW is asking, you're new. What is a dark pool? So that's a relatively simple one. So let me just go to the
opposite of a light pool.
Oh, think of it like this. When you look at a level 2, which is indicating to you the buyers and the sellers on a stock, like BDMD here, this is the bid on my left, which I guess is yours too. This is the bid and this is the ask, and those are the actual buyers. Now this is 4 means 400 shares and 22 means 2,200 shares, but you got the different gateways in here, and those are the actual bids. Those are the actual offers. So that's the lit market. What you can see, I want to buy shares. I put an order out there. I can either take somebody's offer and buy aggressively, or I can sit on the bid and hope to get filled. Any order that does not display but is actually to the market is called a dark order. And see all these D prints on the time and sales, which is the majority of them, those are all dark prints. Some of them come off in the midpoint. Other ones other ones will come off. Some come off in the midpoint. Some come at the touch or at the bid ask. But certainly they do represent an increasing percentage. Some stocks as much as 40%. On average, you'll see others that do more than 50% of their volume in the dark pool. We get some data every now and then here from Real Trading and our broker, what the biggest dark pools are in terms of volume, and to give us opportunities to know which ones maybe to use, because to access liquidity that is sometimes there. Like this stock has done BDMD, which I don't think I'm going to get this short. It's trying to pop up a little bit here. But if you look at the liquidity, It's on 80 million shares, but it doesn't look like it has that much liquidity. But there's tons of chunk prints going off for thousands in here, but you don't see thousands on the level 2. It's just all going off in the dark. And now it's just lost a bid there. And yeah, you got to be really quick. There was a moment in there where there was actual liquidity, and you saw most of it going on through the dark. So the lit orders weren't getting filled, and all the big chunks were in the dark pool. But this has now done the reversion. Probably missed that one. It wasn't that liquid in the lit market. Yeah, the market's going back up, so I guess maybe some of these small caps are going to come down.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I think Tyler B is asking who gets access to dark pools. I think if you're with a broker that gives you access, that'll work. If you trade with a firm, more than likely you might have some access as well. Here at Real Trading, like Neil just pointed out, yeah, we definitely have multiple ways to access dark liquidity if need be. But again, if your trading kind of revolves around momentum and removing liquidity, maybe you're not really even thinking about that, right? You're not really looking for that too much. But again, if you start pushing enough size, then yeah, maybe some of your size not necessarily getting filled on late gates. There's a 76 print. Oh my God! So we did pull back to 75 halves there on Palantir. 75 halves gives us a bounce all the way back up to 76, and so that's a 50-point run as the Nasdaq pushes up into 21 threes. Oh boy, are we going to catch a little bit of a bid going into the close with only about, what is that, 37? Did I do the quick maths right? Yeah, 37 minutes left there on the day. And
on the year.
On the
trading.
year, yeah, you're right.
On the year of trading.
So those 6-month and on those 12-month charts coming into a close.
Ooh, you're going to get some big candles.
Oh, yeah.
That's one thing. Maybe we'll even do some of that in the aftermarket shows. Yeah. You got to look
at the higher time frames.
Like, look at the higher time frames. It's a good time, obviously, at the end of every month to do that. But certainly today, it can be well worth it. Just a couple of things. Like Nvidia, while I was looking at BDMD, and of course Rigetti, which I'm now into BDMD. Nvidia very close to VWAP, back above the 135 level, starting to press a little bit higher. You got Tesla, which is trying to press. It's at 408, trying to go back into VWAP itself. Another one, which is Apple, held on at 250 very well and trying to get into VWAP here at 251. So you're getting a lot of press back up in the market, and it's looking pretty good. Eventually was able to get a fill in the teens on BDMD. I almost hit enter with it spelled incorrectly. So like I said, I wasn't going to chase it. The idea being, when it breaks that trend line, even 17's a bit of a chase to be giving it back up here. That's like 50 cents worth of risk to try to take it back up, which is reasonable when you consider VWAP is at $6, which is $2 lower. So if it goes the full move, that's 4-1. But I think a half move is even reasonable here. So I want to make sure I have my stop in. It's not going to give me the feels to want to add to this. It is 325. I've seen too many of these small cappers, or they try to break the high of the day. This one did the best job of it. It broke the high of the day and made another high. But once it did the reversion, it's a reverse trade of Rigetti there. Bigfoot is asking what's my price target on Intel. I don't have a price target on Intel. Oops, I just misplaced my stop. Let me back in. Thought I put 870.
We're reverting, Neil. We are reverting.
We're always something is always reverting, Oldie. Oh,
that's the beautiful
This stock
thing.
has no liquidity.
Isn't that the most beautiful thing, Neil?
There's a bull market somewhere.
I mean, it doesn't. I don't care if it's bull or bear, as long as we have some sort of range and movement.
There we go.
As long as prices are moving.
Well, they're always.
There's always opportunity.
I shouldn't say that. They're not always moving.
I mean,
sometimes they are absolutely.
Yeah, sometimes they're dead. Sometimes they don't move.
That's
those. I don't know. I don't really. Maybe someone has a strategy that works for that. Oh boy, so we're kind of continuing back up into VWAP. This is what I was looking for there, but again, unclean on the front side of the move, therefore unclean on the actual side, right side of the V here on Palantir as it continues to push back up above 76s. So again, I down here, I'm pretty sure I doubled up down here when I saw a little bit of a hold of that 75, but I could have definitely held on to these shares as well. I got to do again a little bit better with that. Wow, there's a 500 lot bid on top of 76s. That's interesting. Let's see if Buddy gets filled there. You see that 505, 500 sitting at 09s. Is he stepping up? This is what I mean. Maybe we're going to get a bit of a chaser on them. Oh, no, he gets knocked out right there. Buddy got knocked out right there at 09s, right? Yeah, 09s. Everything filled 09s on a lit gate. NASDAQ book. So interesting. So yeah, 76 is actually printed. Where is the next trade is what I'm asking. I'm still looking at U.S. Steel as it continues to hold its trend as of right now, right here. If I can pull that in effectively. Here we go. That AVGO alert, man. It seems like AVGO has been kind of consolidating pretty much all day. But yeah, no real reason to kind of get in here just yet. Maybe a 35 back through. I'm not really looking at a higher time frame on this, so let's go take a look at that here. Get rid of some of these indicators here, VWAP. So yeah, it comes right into this high is, this low is kind of standing out right off the bat. What is that low? That low is 35.07. What is current day high? Day high is 35.30. So just about a little bit past that, about 13 pennies past, or 23 pennies past that prior low there, it would seem on X. But yeah, still trending very well to the upside. So this is what I like to do. You guys already know. Shout out to Mr. Brian Shannon. I've been using a lot more anchored VWAP as well for my trading and just as a guide in terms of ideas and price action. And it's been working quite well. And what I've realized is like the nuances of where and when you might apply that anchored can make a little bit of
makes all the difference.
A little bit of a difference, just like any indicator, right? Like you said, like we can draw trend lines on the chart, but if your trend lines, again, if you have back tested some types of trend lines, they tend to work a little bit better, in my opinion, versus others. You can't just arbitrarily draw a trend line from a high to a low and expect it to hold. That makes absolutely no sense. At the end of the day, I think what I've started doing is like, okay, well, if I see an event happen. If I see an event happen, again, for any indicator, basing an indicator off of said event makes a little bit more sense to me because I'm looking for the offside.
Exactly.
So when participants get into a ticker or something significant happens to a ticker, I'm taking the trend off of that. I'm taking the anchored off of that just to see what
when
participants...
Did the move start?
Yeah, that started the move. Participants that may have started or been a part of starting that move, when do they get offside, or are they still in control? Are they still with it? So it's like that's a little bit.
I got an example of one
perspective that I've gained. Yes, what's up?
And you don't even, sometimes the trend line can just be like the moving averages will do a job for you as well. Because someone just mentioned in the chat that Nike was strong, and yes, Nike's up 1.5%. But on that topic, this is maybe one of the better examples of where a trend line can work and sort of where the trend matters. Because you could say, well, this is the top of December of last year on Nike, and yeah, 124, clearly a big time top. But if you look at it, if you look at Nike, so this was clearly, it had already broken a downward trend and was screaming higher. I think a very clear retest of some of those 2022 lows, a lot of stocks had them, and then you get this top. And it looked like it was breaking out. Then all you know what broke loose on Nike. There was this gap down, this gap right in the 50, and then support, or sort of the resistance that turned right after that. If you draw the trend from that high to the lower high, look how well it's held. And it's held for a long time. And every single time, and look what happens on earnings. Pop in, fail. On earnings, pop, fail. Pop, fail the trend line. Just recently again, pop, fail the trend line. So what do you look for? I know a lot of people like to catch bottoms in stocks because they figure, well, if I get it long here, it can go back to the prior high. It could get to 124. You can see exactly what your target's going to be on something like this. But until it breaks that trend, this is an easy short every single time it wicks the top. So let it close above the trend line. Allow it to break and hold above the trend, and then you've got it going with you instead of working against you. Speaking of the trend line giveth, the trend line taketh away.
Break it.
So if you have an execution strategy, and it was the same with Rigetti, only Rigetti broke trend and headed right the other direction because it was a long, but broke trend and headed right up. In this particular case, break trend, short here, stop there. Binary. This is one of those setups. I like it because I know where my edge is going to be. I know why I'm getting into it, where I'm getting in, where I'm getting out if it's wrong. I know where my take profits are going to be in a general sense. And then VWAP, of course. I know where I want to take profit. All of it's already set up because we've done it a few times. Tesla was not going higher. Tesla was going higher, now it's back in. So now that I'm out of BDMD, maybe you've got something else that's going to run. It's 330. Nvidia just got to VWAP. I don't feel overly bullish about any of these, especially going into the end of the day, but you could make the argument that profit taking today is going to mean some buying into the close. Early look on the imbalances, oddly enough, U.S. Steel's there for 900,000. Why not? TAL, it's a small name. Yeah, it's a 900,000 buy. It's the only one. This could be something. U.S. Steel is just so strong.
It is pretty strong. It's coming into an anchored. Speaking of anchoreds, from
Where is the anchored?
I don't know. Let's check where this anchored is from. I got to pull it up here, and we can check.
Oh, that could be an easy.
Together here. So let's first of all, I want to see if it's actually been acting like an over/under. So let's go to a higher time frame. Go straight to the 3-hour right here. Oh boy, look at that! That flush that came in. So was this the deal kind of getting rocked? I think it might have been. It kind of washed it a little bit. Has it been respecting? Not really, not always, but it did kind of attempt to hold there before it kind of cracked. Once again, when on the reclaim, it attempts to hold, but yeah, it kind of showing the core of price action. Again, it is a moving average, right? At the same time, you kind of have to keep that into consideration. But yeah, coming back up into some of these prior levels here would mean trading up at 3670s. This anchored sitting currently at 3693 here. So pretty much sideways action for the most part. Attempts to push a little bit further. Look at that volume. That was a discount. What's that low? 2688. We're trading at 3770s right now. So
someone just asked a good question.
Yes.
You said it, and I've said it a million times, and I say it every single day, at least 5 times a day. Over under.
Yeah.
So like there's a difference between. I'm going to use U.S. Steel because it's a better example. There's a difference between I can draw a line on a chart, and like I could draw a line. Let's just do it like here. I'll pick a random place on the chart and draw a line, and look, it trades over it, it trades under it. That's not what we're getting at here. It's a specific price where you actually have trading to and from, like away from a particular price in either direction. So I would show, like on this chart, the only place where I would look at an over-under is about $35. Why? Because when it approaches 35, it bounces away from 35. So you've got support. When it gets to 35 and breaks it, it runs away to the downside. It then regains it. It runs away to the upside. Runs away to the upside. Runs away to the upside. When it loses it, runs away to the downside. So to me, an over-under level, and this is just to my 2 cents, when I'm talking about a level like that, which oddly enough, this is where it happens to be turning, it just means a price area where there doesn't tend to be a lot of security at that price. It's active at that price, but it's active running away from that price. Meaning you want to trade it when it bounces or flushes through that price level. Like when it does a consolidation and breaks under here, you want that short, like it did here. Or when it consolidates over, you want that long. When it bounces, you want the longs after that. So to me, that's what an over-under means. And I like those. It's an idea of support and resistance, but it gives you some good trends off of support and resistance. So if you ever hear us say an over-under price level, it's not just a random price. It's something where it's done it historically, or I'm looking for it to do that today. As we mentioned, U.S. Steel looking strong after some concessions, potential concessions to the Biden administration and trying to get this deal done. But still, a ways away from the deal price. I can only imagine what the call volume has done because there's so much premium to the close of this deal. It's still like, 50-something% from the close price.
Yeah, I was just watching this tape on Palantir. There's a bit of a chaser that stepped in on top of 76s with an edge A, not really getting filled, and it rips up 20 pennies on that right there, giving us more of that reversion back into that VWAP right now. Let's take a quick look at a couple other tickers as well. Oh boy, okay, so
Tesla coming.
Yeah, it seems like MSTR is continuing to sell off into the close there. But for that, we'll be back from Madeira. What's up?
This part of the show is brought to you by
That Palantir was so
Trade
good.
smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience that can help you analyze, strategize, and capitalize. You can foresee profitable opportunities by using the platform that meets your needs. Infinite data can lead to instant trading. Know where the market's moving before others with lightning fast data and charts that change the game. Customize and analyze the markets faster your way. Better backtesting and scanning can help you predict the future by understanding the past. And you'll have access to reliable real-time data. That's up to the second market info from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need, all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now with eSignal. Are you ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Back to you.
So a couple of things here. MSTR is starting to lose the bid here, and Bitcoin's back underneath 94,000. There was a bounce off of these levels earlier, so about 93.5 is where the higher low set up. But as that's going on, MSTR just continues to make fresh lows or test fresh lows. 286 is the actual bottom, 286 change. Looks like you're going to get another flood zone in here. I just saw in the chat. It's like bad thing. Sailor is going to single-handedly destroy the entire crypto market, says Shane W. I'll be so here's
Wow.
well I'll say this. If the let's call it the nuclear option, let's say that something, and it would be extreme, let's say something would actually happen to cause MSTR to liquidate Bitcoin. All I'm saying is this, like I'm more of like a 5% of the portfolio guy. I would be hand over fist buying and hodling any kind of ridiculous flash if they had to liquidate. And you'd know it because it would be sustained and it would be nasty and it would be more than 60 to 70%, which I don't think we were talking about Michael Noss, that maybe we're past the time where it always goes back 60 to 80% from fresh highs, and maybe we're in the zone where it goes back 30%, and that's more reasonable. But yeah, it's not looking good for them. Another fresh low about to get taken in here. What else do we have going on here? Obviously, there's a lot running. U.S. Steel starting to give it up a little bit. Yeah, that 35 turned out to be a bit of a level, Obi. Or just randomly looked at that chart and was like, hey, here's an over-under.
Yeah.
It always seems to run away from the $35 level. And lo and behold, what happened? It failed a break of 35 and is now starting to revert the trend back in. So if you were, like, why wasn't I thinking short on this stock is the real question I have to ask myself, because there's the trend from the recent buying, the secondary push on the buying. There's the fail of 35. There's your close under. There would be your entry. You would get like 34. I call it like 34.80. It never regains 35 even. And now that was a better short than BDMD. Is what it is. I picked the wrong stock to go short the reversion on. We picked BDMD, which is actually still above our price. So good reason to have gotten out there. But let's go up to the desk. We've got Adara again.
Let's take our last sector watch here of 2024 as we head into the last 20 minutes of the session and the year. So this board here, we looked at this earlier today too. This is the year-to-date performance of all of these stocks. This is year-to-date. In the morning, we took a look at the best performing stock in each of the best performing sectors. So we're going to flip it up here for the afternoon. We're going to take a look at the worst performing stocks in the S&P 500 in each of the worst performing sectors. Only one sector was actually red on the year. It's materials, down about 2% here. And that is the worst sector of the year. The worst stock in this sector is CE, that's Celanese Corporation, down 55% year to date. This is the daily chart. Not a great look here for CE, which took a really big hit here on the day of the election. This is November 5th. Then we've got mRNA. Yes, the health sector was the second worst performing sector, up on the year, but only marginally by about 0.63%. Actually, a good day today for mRNA, but not a great year. As Neil mentioned here, they're actually been removed from the NASDAQ 100, and they're down 58.5% on the year. Last but not least, ARE. This is Alexandria Realty, and they're the worst performing stock on the third weakest sector of the year. That is real estate, up just 0.7% on the year. Alexandria, though, down 23.5% year to date. This is pretty nasty chart here, just downtrend from the start of the year. So this is the worst performing stocks in the worst performing sectors. Let's see how those sectors fare next year, and make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying this content every single day. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
I was just talking to Fabian about Adobe, because I mean, I don't know if anyone's seen this weekly chart on Adobe. By the way, that short would have been fantastic on US Steel. I picked the wrong one there. But Adobe, the weekly chart. This is a weekly on Adobe, and it's double bottom 434-ish here. Double bottom on Adobe. If it loses that bid, I mean, you could start seeing some price levels that are juicy for a lot of reasons, but one of them, the 4P on Adobe is now 19. Like, show me a name that is in the AI realm, right? Stands to benefit, obviously, from AI, that has, obviously, a recurring revenue business and subscription business, and trades at if they meet earnings next quarter, 19 times. 4P, 19. Like, you've got to be kidding me. And if it breaks this bottom, you could be like gobbling this one up on the way down in the 300s. I bet you there's going to be some institutions that are going to be all over buying that. So it's 342. We got 18 minutes until we get the close. Final close of 2024. Darn it, US Steel. So, fail. And we were talking earlier about it's one thing to have a trading strategy or an execution strategy, but you saw me pick US Steel instead of, sorry, you saw me take BDMD instead of US Steel. BDMD, we started getting out, and then it stopped out. US Steel giving you pretty much the exact reversion you would want back into VWAP.
Yeah.
Is it still falling, MSTR?
Yeah, I'm like staring it down. The imbalance is about to come out in a few minutes.
Yeah, we got a few minutes to go.
It broke that day low, pulling back in, currently trading at 280, below 286 is the bid right now. But yeah, the lowest print currently 64s, 85 64s currently, 61 on the bid currently as well. So yeah.
I'd be concerned if this
a little
doesn't.
bit lower. Yeah, if it comes out like a buy imbalance or
Well,
something.
yesterday
Was pretty crazy.
Yesterday, MSTR was over 2 million on the
Yeah,
imbalance.
2 million in itself.
So you have to keep in mind when you look at the move that this put in. Let me zoom it out so you can see the close yesterday. When you look at this move here, so yeah, it was already falling, but when you look at this move on MSTR from that 310 and then bleeding into the aftermarket, that was on a 2 million sell imbalance, stuck around for about 600 to 700,000. So with this crater that you're seeing, if it comes out of buy imbalance, there's probably some of that selling could be anticipatory that there's another sell imbalance coming in. If it ends up a buy imbalance, you could see it shoot up. And even if it's just not a sell imbalance, it might catch a little bit of a relief rally. Right now, the early look has a heck of a lot of nothing. Hey, we were just talking about CVS, and it's a 1.6 million buy imbalance. US Steel, still 1 million early look buy imbalance. So if it says BRKR, that means it's an early look on the imbalance. This probably halted, and that's why I see it 344. Is it? No, it's not. I don't know why that's up there. But anyways, BRK are the ones that we care about here. So it is just now CVS. US Steel looks pretty interesting for 1 million. SMR with an early look buy imbalance of 500,000. That's pretty big for SMR. New Scale's only done 5 million. That's about 10, just over 10% of the day's volume on SMR. So I'm going to throw that one up as well. So I'm going to have US Steel, MSTR, and SMR are the stocks I want to have up going into these imbalances. Yeah, you just got to be able to see what's going on there. Bigfoot says, how is Microsoft underperformed the market? You want an explanation as to why it underperforms? Some people say they're not monetizing AI as well as they could. The stock's still been doing fine in a general sense, but yeah, a little bit of trouble relative to the other Mag 7 names for sure, and most of it's because people have said that they have not monetized AI well enough, despite all the spending that they're doing. And they're starting to get some hits from their investment. The losses from OpenAI starting to hit their PE as well. So I guess that's the best way to look at it year to date relative to the other names there, Bigfoot. But let analysts come up with the reasons why something happens. Price doesn't lie.
Yeah.
You can. My physiotherapist, he loves MSTR, but price doesn't lie. Bitcoin goes up and bounces, and MSTR keeps going lower. So 4 minutes till the imbalances. We'll see what happens with MSTR. If there is a big sell imbalance, I probably would look for a continuation short somewhere, Obi. I'd assume you do the same, but I don't want to be caught in it short now, and then if it comes out as a buy, you could get absolutely ripped.
Have those stops in. I'll have those stops in for sure. Yeah, catching a little bit of a bid. We dropped down. Actually, the low, funny enough, is 285.01 clean. On MSTR, bidding right back up. You've got 286 halves on the ask right there. About a 50, anywhere between a 50 to 30 penny spread every now and then. Just kind of watching it going into the close, waiting 4 more minutes, just under 4 more minutes for these imbalances to come out. Funny enough, United States, steel. If you had put an anchored on the event, this is what I'm talking about. So. You put the indicator on where the participants kind of came in right here with that volume. And look, whenever we pull back, buyers are in charge, we get the first strong aggressive selling. And guess what? That's the average weighted price. It's the anchored average volume weighted price on X and look at where it bounces off of. 83.80s is the anchor right there. We went to 77, so obviously it's not going to be perfect to the price. Oh wow, look, coming right back up to 290. Neil, so yeah, some buying coming into the close here on MSTR, as well as the market. We're getting a little bit of a bottom wick here on this 15-minute candle to start us off into the last 15 minutes of the day, with only about, I guess, 2.5 minutes left for those imbalances to come out. So I've got to be patient. Yeah, we'll let you know if anything crazy comes out here on the Nasdaq or the NYSE. Hopefully a little nice. No, that was horrible. I'll stop. The end of the week. Hopefully, the end of the year.
Hopefully the close is nice to everybody. Hopefully tonight you have some fun with the aftermarket. Sure, we'll try to have some fun with it. Obviously, there's not going to be nobody's going to be reporting any earnings aftermarket. Everybody. So myself and Adair, we want to go over how some stocks have done over the year. Just looking at maybe there's a news story there. Nope, not really. Kind of a nothing burger. Yeah, we're going to go over how stocks have done over the year, maybe answer some questions you guys might have. We can keep it light. We can talk all stocks. We can talk absolutely nothing. Compelled cat. Neil, can you all caps not necessarily. I'll usually see it. If you tag me in the chat, it's easier for me to catch your message. You just go like that, like at Neil, and then it's easy. So area pages. And thank you for the advice on the hyperbaric for recovery. I tore my Achilles for
time chamber.
Yeah, for everyone that doesn't know, I tore my Achilles. I'm like 5 months and change post surgery. That's why I keep talking about it. But there was a question here. Can you repeat what you said you were watching again, or put it into the chat? So at the close for the imbalances in 1 minute, MSTR because it had a 2 million imbalance yesterday. I'm looking at U.S. Steel because of that recent news this afternoon, and it's got an early look 900,000 buy imbalance, and then SMR. It has an early look 500,000 share imbalance, but it's only done 5 million shares. So those are the three names that I'm going to look at with 30 seconds to go. And we just got a super chat for Faraday. I'll very quickly thank you, Rohit, for the super chat on Faraday Future. There's not much to say for this except what goes up must come down. Faraday is a repeat offender, and when you see a pattern like this, a reverse split, last a day or two, flush, bounce, last a day or two, flush to new lows, then reverse split again, rinse and repeat. Habitual line stepper, this stock, and you usually want to make sure you get your gains on that first day. You don't want to be the person buying a top on stocks like Mullen and Faraday because you get rinsed. Plug Power, sell and balance 3 million. You got Lucid, sell and balance of 2.3 million. Rigetti, 1.6 million buy on Rigetti, sell on Rivian 1.2, Apple 1.1 million to the sell side. I don't see MSTR, I don't see SMR, I do not see US Steel. Rigetti is the one that would stand out there. 1.5 million buy on Rigetti? I mean, the low's 15 even. If you can maybe get something off of this 15 level, that would make sense. It's done 128 million in volume. It's not like it's hurting for volume, but that's starting to shoot to the upside on Rigetti. Plug Power, that was a sell imbalance, and Lucid was also a sell. But Rigetti stands out for that 1.4 million. Then Apple as well. What did MSTR do? Because
Insta-slam down to 85s.
That's all it takes.
So I didn't really see it.
I don't see it there either.
Yeah, it's not. It's definitely not any of the top ones there. It's okay. So Wayne, thank you, Wayne, for that. Yeah, it's not a lot. But again, we still got a little bit of action there. It bid up all the way almost to 290s and then slams right back into the lows there, trading just around that 286 mark currently there. So not as aggressive of a sell coming into the close today as we had yesterday. So oh boy, that was definitely a bit of a move there yesterday. But getting some similar action there, getting some selling going into the close, a little bit of a pop. Shake and bake action up into 290s, back down to 285s. Current day low on this ticker is 85.01. Don't forget, so we're trading 86 is just about a point away from that. Watching this U.S. Steel as well. It seems like XOM. Hello, XOM. So XOM might be catching a little bit of a bid here going into the close.
Oil wasn't bad.
Yeah, oil was a little bit in play.
Oxy 2 points today. XOM was a strong one today. CVX doing pretty decent. There was some strength in the market. It wasn't just small cappers, although mostly it was. So just to recap for everybody, it's really just Apple on the big cap, 1.1 million to the sell side. The overall market was 255 million to sell, with the NASDAQ being 560 million. Mag 7 465 million to the sell side. So relatively small numbers there, unfortunately. Yeah, you're not really going to get too excited about that. Plug Power is a really cheap stock, $2. Lucid's a $3 stock, so those aren't really significant numbers. Rigetti was probably your shot. If you could beat the algos or maybe just catch that somewhere in the 30s to the long side, not that I want to chase it. The three stocks I was looking at all ended up being nothing burgers, so US Steel didn't really do anything there at 350, and you already talked about MSTR there, Obi.
Yep.
And then the other one was going to be SMR, which had a slight buy imbalance, which came out nothing. So it early look 500,000. It came out less than that. I didn't even see the number, but it was less than that. So it did nothing as well. So none of those set up for a trade. Razor AJ, what usually happens on the first day of the new year? Usually the market opens up just fine. And I want to see if I can get this right. I think it's on the last 20 years, the average return on the first day of the year is like 0.38%, which is actually pretty good when you think about it. I think of the up days, close to 50% of them are 1% or more. It tends to be a relatively bullish day in a general sense. So usually the first day of the trading year is bullish. But then, as Michael Noss was pointing out to us, 75% of the time, if you pick any day and then go out a year, it's a good time to buy because the market's up from any day a year later, 75%. The thing to look at for real change in probability was the first 5 days of the year. If those are red, and then January as a whole is also red, suddenly you start looking at some really negative possibilities, relatively speaking, for the market. But that first day of the year is typically an up day. I forget the exact percentage, but I do remember it's like in the last 20 years, it's 0.38% is the average up, which is pretty good, relatively speaking.
Nice, yeah. I'm not really seeing anything else. Just watching this MSTR into the close. Palantir kind of came right back into 75 halves as some of this prior consolidation level there off of the imbalances. So nothing too crazy going on there. But yeah, we hit a high of 76.30. So didn't quite get to VWAP there. Got to some prior highs and pulls right back in. So that downtrend maintaining on Palantir here. Here comes the potentially the low day there. We were printing 285s and some change real quick. Just now, let's see if we can break that low day at 285s here on MSTR going into the close. There's the pairing. What happens off the pairing? Oh boy, we get an aggressive bid. Can we, okay, 289's on the ask.
Everything paired off.
Yeah, a lot of things paired off there going into the close. What's a CRBD?
So Rivian's paired off. Nvidia was there, paired off. Apple has paired off. Pretty much everything that was big. I mean, Lucid paired off. It's still 900,000 to the sell side. Rivian being a big one as well.
Wow,
You'll
look at
now
the
see that
market
gun.
go.
But it's still falling. Actually, Rivian's still falling. And the market is falling as well. You're not ending off. You know what? It was a fantastic year. And the last 2 years have been essentially records for the last over a decade. But the ES is going to close near the low of the day. The NASDAQ is pressing right back into the bottoms. Yeah, it hasn't been a really good one. Nvidia, let me just check Nvidia at the close here after we look at the futures. Nvidia right back into those lows at 134. Tesla getting 402. Tesla just hit. Wow, so Tesla just hit 402, another threshold, 3% down on Tesla. Yeah, it's starting to look nasty. A couple of things that we didn't even talk about here today. Meta, this just caught a huge flush at the end of the day. It wasn't doing anything for most of the day, and then Meta just dropped on a 15-minute candle, $5 on Meta. So that 1%, pretty much all in the last little bit here. I didn't even see it on the locator, but it was chilling at VWAP, going sideways, and another flush. So it's looking pretty nasty. That Tesla chart, here it is. I can just pull that one up on the black chart. That's the flush going into the close. It just caught a bid off 402 again, or 403 again here on Tesla. But the bleed is real. Profit takers at the end of the year. No guarantee we see any bounces come Thursday. But sometimes that's what happens is we catch an early rally. If it doesn't sustain, that's when we get into trouble. If we only bounce for a couple of days and then go red again, that's when the market usually gets in a little bit of trouble. I see Paco mentioning Amazon. There's a really decent chance if it's a tech stock, right now it's testing its lows. And if it's not, then file that one away for some relative strength. Anything in the tech space that is not testing a low right now, you might want to file away for something you want to look for some longs when we come back in the new year in a couple of days. But I got to mosey on up to the desk to get prepared for the aftermarket show. We'll take questions. We'll have a little bit of fun. I want to obviously thank you, Obi, for filling in for Sean. Probably not going to take anything, but if you do into the close, best of luck. I'll see you in a couple of minutes for the market recap, last one of the year.
Oh boy, yeah. Stick around for that. Don't go anywhere. And what a beautiful year we have had here. So thank you all once again for joining us for the trading days. Many trading days. What's it about 252 trading days in the year, something like that?
I should know the answer, but I don't.
I'm pretty sure it's 252, something like that, trading days in the year. And okay, so Bright Awakening with a super chat. Okay, so let's read this out here. So thank you, Trader TV team. You are all truly amazing. Happy New Year, 2025. Everyone, I guess. May you all always be kind and happy always. Thank you very much, Bright Awakening. Very bright message there. So thank you as well. And we hope everyone has a great new year. And we talked about kind of reflecting on the year and making some goals for the next year, trying to improve, trying to get a little bit better every day, every month, and every year, hopefully, as well. And as trading is definitely not easy. You definitely have to be looking for areas to improve in, setting goals, and actually looking back at where you came from, right? So it's like, all right, that's another goal of mine for this year as well. Kind of getting into the mentality of like not necessarily comparing. Oh, there's 290 as well. Not necessarily comparing myself to who I ideally want to be as much, but taking maybe a little bit more closer look at how far I've come and the progress I've made, and kind of putting an emphasis on the things I do really well and focusing on those, focusing on a little bit more of that to kind of push my trading journey a little bit further there. So yeah, hopefully you guys have a great New Year's. I don't know what your guys' plans are, but yeah, stay safe, like we said, and be responsible. Don't get too crazy, guys. The market's still open on Thursdays. You want to be in a full functional mindset for that. The beginning of the year. Don't forget. So with Adara at the bell, 10 seconds. Did I get that one right? Almost. Let's see. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you, Adara. There's Fabian in the side. There you go. Hey, what's up, man? So yeah, happy New Year. Thank you, Bears versus Bulls there in the chat. Giving everyone a happy New Year as well. So we'll see you guys in a couple of days. And I don't know if they're ready for us just yet at the big desk there, but don't go anywhere. Market recap, the last one of the year, guys. So stick around with Neil and Adara for the market recap. I'll see you guys around. Take it easy. Have a good one.
Thank you very much, Obi. It is the final market recap show of 2024. I actually can't believe it, Adara. It's a truth that obviously the more time you spend on the earth, your perception of time changes and time flies. It's simple math. I'm a bit of a nerd, right? So, if you're 4 years old, a year past, that's a quarter of your life. It takes forever. When you're 40, that's like, 2.5%. It's nothing. And it flies by. So you got to appreciate each and every single moment. So we'll have a little bit of fun. There's a lot to recap, not just for today, because today was pretty wild, but also for the entire year here, Adara. Yeah. It would be easy to say I don't know where to start, but that would be a lie. Yeah. Because I think when we look at, okay, well, what was crazy? Like at the end of the day yesterday, the focus was on MSTR. Because that flushed and ended up down 10%, continued to flush into the aftermarket. Despite the fact Bitcoin caught a bit of a bid, MSTR continued to flush again today. It's now down 5%. You've got a lot of people saying Michael Saylor is gonna ruin. I saw ruin crypto. Yeah. I've certainly seen that it could get really nasty if Bitcoin were to lose the bid here because MSTR is already starting to come into the downside. But here, you're down another 4 points, which it actually, Adara, it seemed worse than 4% today. That's the best way to think about it.
Yeah.
And I think it's because like sometimes the steadiness of the downward trend, and because it's an expensive stock, like it dropped a lot. You have to remember that it gapped up.
Yeah.
So all things being in context here, I'll put up a 5-minute. It's only down 4%, but most of that is because it flushed $25 at the close yesterday.
Yeah.
So all it did is come right back up to the same level. I'm leading to something which most of you should know. It came right back up to the same level that we saw this sell-off. Now every trader has a playbook.
Yeah.
And in that playbook, you should have trades that you consider A+ or B, and maybe you'll take something that's like a B- or whatever. But a stock trending to the downside that has a leading indicator that broke out and it couldn't break out, that showed you the same level that rejected, that showed you a wide range of opportunity inside of that range, that would classify as an A+ setup.
Yeah.
But I can tell you the only person that was short MSTR on the show today was Adara. And I don't want to give away the price or the trade, but we're going to open off reviewing your trade at MSTR. I was hoping we could do it in the afternoon show.
I'm sorry about
but we'll
that.
do it right now because it was a banger.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I want to shout out Wayne as well, who was not on the show, but in the background, he was also short this. So shout out to Wayne. Basically, MSTR. So I had kind of an over-under 320 idea for this because 320 was the level we rejected yesterday. And with us gapping up on the day,
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Fabian. I really like this 318 top. We had a rounded bottom. I was like, if we break 318, I like the long. But then we break down in the morning, and I see this beautiful little pre-market support at 314.50. So I'm like, you know what? This is kind of ambitious, but I shorted 314.50, and I did so. I basically risked just under half my daily risk because I was like, this is not something I do often, but I was like, this type of trade is so good. That is the trade. This is the amount of risk this deserves. So I basically risked into that 316.50 area here, so risking about 2 points, which I think is fair because the downside here is pretty significant. The other area I would have considered an entry would have been the breakdown at 312, which is the pre-market low, but I liked the 314.50 better, so I got in there. And then we just kind of cracked a little bit. I'm going to show the 15-minute chart because that's how I was using my outs. First out here at, okay, so it's kind of confusing, the current overlapping a bit. But the first out was around that 310 was actually my first out just because I liked that prior support. I was like, let's get some out there. Then we had another out here, and I was really proud of this one around that 307 level because there was some more chop and churn there on the 15. I had an out at 303 or just above 304, so it never got filled. Unfortunately, we bounced. It was cool.
Ooh.
The market does what it does, right?
Yeah.
It's all good. Ended up getting stopped out at just above 310s. The reason I liked that stop is because that level for me was pretty huge, and that was also a little bit of previous support resistance. The other level I would have used was 312. And 312, to be clear, I still would have gotten stopped out regardless. The only way I would have not gotten stopped out on this was if I had used my entry point as my stop. And that's something I have to consider going forward. I honestly have not taken very many opening trades. This is literally the first candle of the day.
Can you zoom in? 'Cause
I will
just wanted
try.
to zoom right in because you do something which I'm pretty sure I see there, and I don't know what time that second purple candle
I'll talk
entry
about it.
is. But one thing that a lot of traders don't do, which is, hey, the first move happens and it makes a bounce and it reverts back in, and then it's still a continuation in whatever direction. It could be a long if it's going up, obviously a short if it's going down, but they won't get into the new short because it's at a worse price than where they covered their old short. So you get anchored to that amazing initial position, and then you're unwilling to compromise. So but this is what I had. How can I possibly short? And you can go over the price. Maybe that was 290 or whatever it is, 300, whatever it is. How can I short that when I was short 314? Sometimes you got to buy high, sell higher, short low, and sell even lower. So I think actually the more impressive part of the trade was being willing to get out and then enter at a much worse price to capture more of the move. You've got to be able to do it. You've got a stock on the hooks like that, you got to be able to get in. So I think it was a good one.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I want to talk about this one as well because this is actually a playbook for me too. I like low of day breakdowns. I know that's kind of an odd, but I would say that's actually one of my playbook trades. And I want to kind of segue to also answer this question from Ari Pages, basically asking what my preference for more expensive stocks. Can I briefly explain it? Yeah, so I think I can't really explain it. All I know is what works for me. And I made a post about this on my X as well, Trader TV Adara. I haven't done the math yet, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to be flat or red in December, and that's because I tried to stray a little bit into these cheaper stocks. Like when I find I'm at my best when I'm just focusing on these stocks, and I find that's because I'm more comfortable with their movements. So with that in mind, one of my favorite playbooks on these spready stocks is low of day breaks. And one thing I like to is like when you're at that previous low. So our previous low of day here in MSTR was, and I know because I was involved in the stock, that 304.30s area. So once we broke below 304.30s, I use that as my risk. No, I use the area right above that here on the 5 as my risk. So just shy of 304s, because I knew once we broke that 304.30s, there was potential here for us to continue to go lower. So got short there, half the size of my initial position, got short 302s. It actually worked pretty well right away. And what I realized was, I was like, where am I wrong? Well, we keep having, we're basically continuing to make these lower lows in the 5 minutes. So the second I have a 5-minute bar that is basically breaching the high of the prior 5-minute bar, I don't want to be involved anymore. So with that rule, I was comfortable holding this for a while. So I basically just sat in this and I held it. So best, again, 302. My best exit here was around 295 halves. It actually got to just below 294s, but I didn't want to sell there because that wasn't part of my plan. So I was really proud of what I did here with MSTR. Just like this was my plan. Like I know I'm wrong if this happens.
Exactly.
So until I'm wrong, just chill, just stay happy with what I did here. And then basically this first out was 300. Second out was the prior bar low there, or sorry, prior low of day around that 298s. And then again, that 295 area was where I got stopped over the last pieces. But yeah, happy with the trade, rant over. But yeah, I'm happy, always happy to be here and excited to trade more spready stocks. This brought me back to my roots today.
And the short might not be over on MSTR, so that's probably worth one watching. It's a short till it's not. The trend has been down precipitously on that stock, especially relative to Bitcoin. So we promised, because it's the last day of the year, there's not going to be earnings to go after, there's not a heck of a lot going on in the aftermarket on a day like today. We want to get to some questions if you have any. First things first, if you would like to ask a question in the chat, that's the only place we're going to see it. So please hit the like, hit the subscribe, and then you can post in our chat. So if you're still curious and have anything you want, like Xorbon, well, whichever the name is. Do you have any traders that trade futures? If not, is there a reason why? And thank you. So on the prop floor, traders trading exclusively futures, there have been a few. However, if I look at in 20 years and all the traders I've seen come through the prop floor, the percentage of traders that trade exclusively with the futures is infinitesimally small. Most of that has to do with what is the edge that a day trading prop firm like us has. And most of that edge is you're able to trade very actively in super high liquid equities with an extra amount of leverage. Meaning, if you're trading at home in a retail account, there's almost no chance that you're going to get a couple of $1 million worth of buying power to go trade NEO or Apple. But you are more easily able to get leverage to trade in the futures. So there's more of an edge to draw in equity traders to a floor like this. Doesn't mean you don't get people that trade the futures. Now, what ends up happening is anybody that trains on equities will end up gravitating towards, well, if I trade the futures, I'm just going to trade the Qs because it trades like a stock. It's priced like a stock. It follows the market. It's like trading a $500 stock, trading in the Qs or trading in the TQs, which will be a lower price. It's the same. It's just alike. And so some people will shy away from trading the futures because it's a tick increments are going to be different. They'll just trade the equities because that's where their edge lies at real trading. Not that there aren't many. Arun, who used to be on this show, traded for years exclusively on the futures. He started on our trading floor, myself and Sean's, and I think around, I want to say it was 2006 or 7, but you're around long enough, and I forget the starting years of some traders, and he just recently moved to trading his own account, and he ended up, and he traded for a very long time, and I think there are very few people, and shout out to Arun, because I can't always say this about traders. There are very few traders that will step away from a prop floor and their last month they actually get a payout. It's usually not the way it goes for some stuff. So shout out to him for having ended on that. There's a couple that have done that recently. We had our floor manager, Greg, do the same thing, just moving on to something different. But we said we'd get to some questions in here, so we're definitely happy to do that. I'm just going to scroll back down. Oh, I just saw something about TD Bank and I missed it. I'll see if I can find that again, but there was a question about KULR.
Oh, I saw that, yeah.
So, and it's mile high Momo. Can you take a look at KULR? Now, the reason I want to look at Curl Technology is I saw this a few times in the show today, and for whatever reason, it's like noticed another question or maybe a trade happened, and I never really got to have a look at it. So you've got a 7% short float, which is part of the reason why it gets a little bit interesting. Let me do this so I can get the daily chart up first. I like to look inside out. You have seen, and I know this is usually not what people want to hear, but you've seen a lot of these runs, whether it's hollow, whether it's, whether you're looking at Rigetti, and some of these have been really, really strong the last couple of days, and then you're now seeing the back end of it. And you've got to keep in mind, a lot of times when we get questions about these, when it's day 2 or day 3 of a pullback like this, it'll always be like, oh, what do I do with it? Or maybe hopefully they're long early, but they might be trapped up top. What you have to consider is the pullback, a good pullback, you don't want it to exceed the last sort of move that it had. So this last double top here, this was at $1.75. That breakout topped out at $3. So it's like $1.25. In there. So that 125 is important to me. Like I want to see it break away further onto the upside and then hold that on the way back in. It puts in a higher low well within that move, and this breakout is now just getting right back into the prior low. So it's given, unlike the last time, like it did, it bottomed out in one day and right back up at the top without a retest. In this particular case, you had a bigger breakout that almost doubled up and pulled right back into the prior high. Now, where this gets interesting is you have a pretty decent candle that it's trying to close on, where you've now held this nice little break from 335, 345, and then at the end of the day, it was consolidating underneath that level and now back above it. Still trending down, but a good first step. I don't like these until they've made a higher low, generally speaking, because all you're doing is you're catching a falling knife. And I'll show you a chart that looks similar to that and what can happen when it continues to move back into the downside. And SMR, because I'm in SMR, I'm going to use the example. I own the stock and I'm in the thing as it's pulling back. So you get that parabolic move, it breaks the trend, tries to hold on to the prior high, loses that prior high, goes into the next one, and now you're in a waiting period. Is it going to hold that prior high? I don't like these till either they get down to a really big bottom like the 200 period, or make a bottom, make some higher lows, and start doing a V-shaped recovery or a rounded bottom. So if I was looking at that stock, I'd be looking for some kind of a rounded bottom, which it's too early to be able to tell. And if you're stuck in it from earlier, no one ever went broke taking profit, and you should always have a target in mind for where you want to take profit and for where you want to get out. So you don't end up in a bag holding situation where it draws down 40, 50%, and you're not sure what to do. Make sure you have a plan of action. Even if it exceeds your expectations to the upside, sometimes you still have to, on the fly, figure out what you want to do next.
Yeah, actually, I want to talk about Cooler a bit too, because I saw that and I actually drew an anchored VWAP. I looked at the chart, showed it to Brian Shannon, also showed it to Obi, who actually showed me how to draw this trading view. But basically, so we had this push up with volume here. That's usually, from what I've heard, where you're supposed to draw these anchored VWAPs. This was on November 25th, and that's when the company announced a Navy contract, which was basically a great catalyst here. We're still above the anchored VWAP, but it looks like we haven't with a couple, this is the 4-hour chart. Save a couple exceptions, we haven't really breached below the 4-hour or below that anchored VWAP. Daily chart as well, we're nicely above the anchored. But the reason I wanted to look at the 4 hours, because I wanted a slightly larger picture. One thing I see that's potentially a bit concerning, or at least a level to watch out for, is this 350. So look at this top here, this 350 on the 4-hour chart with these higher lows. So we get that breakout. I think that 350 was clearly an area of resistance, but we haven't really held it as support. We had this beautiful bounce here. This would be yesterday. We bounced off that level, but we're kind of below it right now. That being said, we closed the day above it, it looks like. So all hope might not be lost, but I would definitely watch that $3.50 level, because it looks like that is, at least on this 4-hour chart here, a level of potential support and resistance for KULR. In addition to anchored VWAP, was just a shout out. I feel like they're not always going to be, of course, of importance, but it's nice to see how things interact with these levels for sure.
Yeah, and that's sort of the thing. When you're looking at an indicator, you want to make sure does that particular stock follow that indicator? Like, is it respecting it? Because oftentimes, we can like an indicator all we want, but if the stock we're looking at doesn't follow a certain moving average, then it doesn't matter that you happen to use it for your strategy. There was another question in here, and it was about AMD. Where was it? I was trying to find the viewer that said it. It was Jayath in the chat here. Can you please have a look at AMD? So first things first, it's a heck of a lot easier when if you tag me, I know I'm going to ignore it. You have Gurkhan asking about GTI, so hopefully we'll get to GTI as well. But if you tag us, it's just easier to see it. There's a lot of messages that come through. It's easier for us to find. So not to repeat myself on AMD, we don't mind it. I know some viewers probably haven't heard me say this, and others have heard me say this every single day. AMD is in a very distinct downward channel, especially since it tried to break out the 200-period moving average. So, I like to draw trend lines, and I like to see them after a significant level. Holding the 200-period was a big deal. It reverted a move to the downside, held the 200, and made a fresh high. Since that moment, these lows have held a pretty distinct trend. I could draw this a little bit cleaner, but you get the idea. So it's made the same higher highs and higher lows. It's made attempts to break out without actually doing so. So as far as I'm concerned on advanced micro devices, or it's like some people like to say, was it advanced money destroyer?
It is.
It's not really that bad. It's had a bad year, obviously down on the year. But it's now retesting those August Black Monday lows, or whatever you want to call that day. It's retesting that bottom, and it's holding the bottom of this channel. So to me, a day trade is when it gets to the bottom of the trend line, I look for longs, or it gets to a support, I look for a long. If it gets to the top of the trend line, I look for a short. It gets to resistance from under the trend line, I look for a short. I'm not thinking swing long on this until it breaks this channel and closes above and breaks the consolidation higher. That's when I would be a buyer of AMD to look for some kind of a momentum trade. The other way to look at AMD is to consider that the PE is obviously starting to come down, right? So this is what I was talking about with Adobe, where its forward PE is now 19 as it continues to break lower. Well, if it goes any lower and they meet expectations the next quarter, all of a sudden Adobe looks like a great buy. I don't care what the chart says. So AMD's not at that point yet. It's still a little bit expensive, but that's the channel I'm watching on AMD. And then last symbol before I throw it back to you, Adobe, was that GTI. So I will admit to, sometimes you have to be able to, I don't know GTI. I have no idea anything about GraphJet technology, which I just found out the name of because I just read it right now on the chart. So that's the first step, because a lot of times people want to hear me say something positive about the stock, or that I know, I don't know anything about it, so I can't really tell you that. What I can say about this is sometimes the trend is very, very distinct. Now, it only now is showing a 200-period moving average, so I can't tell you it's been riding that. But if you look at the trend, it looks kind of spicy, because when it lost the 50-period here, this gave you a very distinct downward trend that it's obviously reverted a bit. So the daily chart looks terrible. But what I would say here is, if you weren't tracking this trend line down to try and catch it when it reverted all of these down days, which got more and more shallow, bottoming tail, there's your break, you can have longs as trades here on penny stocks like this. However, I started out as a penny stock trader, and I had a rule. And the rule was, if I was trading a stock like this to the long side and I wasn't in longs in the 30 to 40 range or 30 to 50 range down in here, if it failed $1, I wanted no part of it until it retested down around like these same levels, like 30, 40 cents, where there was buying before. I wanted no part of trying to catch lightning in a bottle at 85 and 90 cents. No, I'd let it regain the dollar level so I had something to work off of. Otherwise, I'd wait for it to get back to the bottom, because the problem with penny stocks is they like to return to penny stock status. Unfortunately, if you just look at most of these charts, it's exactly what they do. So now that it's failed under $1 again, my old rule would have been I'm not touching that thing until it can show me some kind of a double bottom off those prior lows. Maybe you get like the 35, 40 cent level. But yeah, if you don't get the lows, or at least within the first 20, 30% of that move, never a chaser, at least in my history. I try not to do it there. So probably not what you want to hear on GraphJet, but it just lost the $1 level today. So I don't really like it that much.
It's a really interesting point, yeah, and that's why I think one of the cool things about the show is everyone trades really different styles. Like, you and Sharif are really on those penny stocks and those the small caps. It's really interesting to kind of hear perspectives, and yeah, I appreciate Definitely appreciate that. There's a question here. I don't know if I'm going to be the best at answering it, but I'm going to try because I think it's a great question. I think I found an example here. Julian or Julianne here saying, how can you tell the difference between a pullback and a reversal? So I would say the biggest thing to pullback is if you're still holding that support and I guess generally the things that you liked in the uptrend. So one thing that you said to me yesterday that was huge is because I was like, oh, like sometimes when I'm waiting for the stop date, I'm like wondering, is it still worth it to trade? And you were like, well, like are your reasons to be there still there? Has the thesis changed? So with that in mind, I want to use an example here of pullback versus reversal on TSLA. This is the 15-minute chart. I mean, also this AVWAP is just AVWAP from the election. It's just chilling there in the background. But we ran, uptrend, higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows. Then we get this chip chop, and we have this breakout here on, I guess to the 17th we get this. Then we drop, but look where we drop. We hold previous support. Then we come back again, and we hold previous support. Then we come again, higher lows, and we make a new all-time high. But then things start to change. This is when we get the reversals, when we drop below all of that previous support, and then we actually make a lower high. So for me, it's like, is the thesis change? Have things that you're looking for to see in that trend fundamentally changed? And in that case, that's where you go the difference between like a pullback or buying the pop or selling the pop, I guess, in shorts. And then it becomes something different. Like I talked about that second MSTR short I was in today, where I was like, I know that things have fundamentally changed, at least for my thesis, if we have like these, if we're breaking prior bar highs in the 5 minute. So whatever that is, have that in mind before you enter the trade. That's something I'm definitely still working on. And then once you see that change, that's when you, I guess, know you're wrong for that trade. If that makes sense, I would say that's my answer because I think it's a great question. And I want to shout out Noah for the $4.99 super chat. Yeah. Thank you all so much for all you've taught this year. Been trading part-time for 1.5 years. Became profitable in 2024. Thanks to y'all. Shout out to you. Congrats, Noah. Happy New Year to you as well. And thank you to everyone, I guess, for being here with us. And I cannot wait to do more trading and learning next year.
Yeah, shout out to you, Noah. Let's make 2025 better for all of our trading community, but for you as well. Congratulations. I always think that's amazing. And the only example I was going to use on a daily chart for that same thing, you basically nailed it, so I have nothing left. I can just tell you an example. Rigetti, as bad as today was, for now, this is a pullback because it's held the upward trend and it's still holding some higher lows. I mean, barely, but it is still happening. So that's still an upward trending stock. I think it's the easy way to try to separate them, and that's what we try to do. Thank you, Gurkhan, for the kind words there. Trader Buck, Happy New Year to you as well. Here, I missed, there was another one, and it was a little bit higher before the super chat. Oh, it was Mile High Momo had that, but trying to find where that other question was there. You know what? Now I've probably missed it.
I know
there was one on TD, and I was trying to find it again. But anyway, Mile High had a good one here, and he was saying, I like Sharif's rule of needing to reclaim that prior market high again on volume, and that's for a lot of the low float runners, where once it's failed the top and reverted a trend, you want the strength to come back in, and you want it to come back in with volume. Small cappers that regain the high on low relative volume, I think, are usually a trap. And I want to see it show me that strength again. I don't mind buying under the high, but it better have at least retested that high on volume and show me that buyers are interested. But if you found that TD question, I did miss it. I didn't want to get to it.
So Eric McCambley here asking, Neil, do you think TD will recover this year from the scandal they had? I have the daily chart up here. And I mean, it's quite the look here of, I guess, let's see where the year started for, because this is 2023. I've gone back a lot here.
Nasty.
2024, yeah, it's honestly pretty range bound this year. But slightly lower highs. We were holding support initially around that 76 level where we actually are right now, which is, I'll have to see if support becomes resistance. But the other support level that we've held more recently, starting, I guess, since that big drop in May, is going to be that 73 halves level. Pretty range bound, though, I would say. But yeah, I think you definitely have more perspective in this than I do.
I think you have to put it into context with TD Bank because everyone is, if you don't know, Canada's not like the US. We have very few banks. And they all have an oligopoly, so they're very strong. They all perform really well. Pretty much ask anybody in Canada when they have their RSP, and trust me, they've got a Canadian bank in there, usually collecting dividends and doing fantastically. I own two of them, one of which I've always been a buyer of because it's my bank, and that's CIBC. One of which I had a friend that worked at, and I started dabbling into TD Bank. I still own some, but I can tell you I have covered the majority of the position. Here is the difference. This is a chart of Royal Bank, and I could pick Bank of Montreal, I could pick somebody else. I'm just going to show you Royal Bank on a weekly chart. That's COVID bottoms. This is right now. Then you go look at TD Bank after the scandal and see what's happening here. Now, don't get me wrong, somebody likes the stock at $55 or in and around that price level, or maybe they did. But what just happened on TD Bank in the last couple of, like right into the end of the year, in December? It lost this support, which had been holding right around 53, 54, most of the buying at 55. It lost that support and is consolidating underneath. So regardless of what I might think will happen with TD, of course they can recover. Banks tend to print money. They're not going to completely fail, but they had a lot of U.S. exposure. Now their assets are capped in the U.S., which does limit some of their upside. And if most of the reason why people prefer TD over BMO or CIBC here in Canada was the exposure to the U.S., and that's now capped, well, they have a bunch of really quality performing banks that they can choose from. Unfortunately, so like a lot of things, I need to see the buyers step up. Yes, you've got a bit of a wedge forming, lower highs, lower lows. Once it can make some higher lows, maybe regain that 55, it's a pretty big level. You had to dump it COVID at this price level. You had a consolidation over for the big push up. It needs to get back above $55. It needs to close that 50 period, break this downward trend. A lot has to go right for them. I don't think the time is yet, but I am eyeballing it. I eventually gave up on this thing because it was a wasted opportunity. I won't pull up a chart of CIBC, but when I was buying TD Bank at the 55 level, thinking it was going to be the bottom, I did it like 2 or 3 times, it just wasn't going, and every other bank was going with it, and I was adding to this silly one. So yeah, eventually I just gave it up when it lost the 50 period the last time, so I ended up... There's opportunities in the market where you look back and your P&L on the actual trade that you make was positive. I use this as an example. I've technically made money on Intel at the levels that I bought it, but you have to consider the opportunity cost. Because I could have been buying CIBC or Royal Bank in that time, something that's performing a heck of a lot better. So it hasn't really been doing that well, and you have to consider that. It's not just your P&L that matters. It's what was the opportunity cost of the trade that I didn't take or the investment that I didn't make. And then the other thing you have to consider is when a stock works for you, what is it relative to what you would have been if it hadn't worked? Like what was the max it drawed down against you before it worked and you made money? What would have been the stop out and how much you lost? Because let's just say you make 5% on a trade, on a swing trade, but it drew down 10% against you. Should you be celebrating that? What if your stop was 10% lower and you took it all out for 7%? Should you really be celebrating that? Maybe you've got a strategy where that works, but you have to consider all these things in concert. It's somehow already 4:30 because I am always rambling on. Last one here, Scott Angel asking nuclear energy in 2025. I like energy next year. So I actually think traditional can be good. I think Oxy's starting to look a heck of a lot better. I think you're starting to see some bottoms. You saw it with nat gas. I don't like nat gas because I won't touch it. But I think you're starting to see some bottoms. And nuclear in particular, these hyperscalers are all interested in finding new ways to power these energy demands. If Microsoft and Google and Amazon and Meta, if they're not cutting back on CapEx spending for these massive data centers, then they have to find a way for these increasing power supplies, and they all seem to like to invest in these small modular reactors and finding a new way with nuclear to get that power. So I don't think the move is done. I'm just looking for a spot to get back into both SMR and then URA. So I do think that has a good chance for next year. SMR has been on a bit of a pullback. We already sort of talked about that one. Down around like $17. I'm in at $13.30-ish. It's like $13.23 or something like that. I did take some out in the 25 range when it got to a double up, essentially, but I'm looking for a place to add back in, and it's a long-term play. Like I think it's a shot play because I figure if one of these really figures it out, then they could be an absolute banger. But you know what time it is?
I do. Roll call.
The final roll call of the year, Adara.
Yes.
So I'll try to do this a little faster than I usually do. This is the time of the day where you have an opportunity to get your name read out in the chat, in the roll call, but you have to be in the chat if you want to do so. So make sure you hit that subscribe, jump into the chat. I always say give thanks to somebody on the team. How about wish a happy new year to Ramin on the 1s and 2s, to Fabian who's already taken off, to Adrian who does our fantastic, well not Adrian, Adrian, my roommate. Oh, Andre. Let's mix him up with my roommate from university. Andre on our socials. Give a shout out to Obi filling in for Sean. Give a shout out to Brendan. Give a shout out to the midday boys, Sharif and Joseph. Give a shout out to Adara for that fantastic trade today. And of course, for doing the roll call. And shout out to Bears versus Bulls. And a happy new year to you, the best moderator. Or just give yourselves a shout out. Happy new year to yourselves.
Shout out to everybody. Yeah, thank you so much. Neil, we had Sean, who was actually trading next to me today, which is pretty fun and very different. So shout out to Sean. Shout out to Obi. Shout out to Joe and Sharif. Shout out to Fabian, Ramin, and Andre, and Brendan, who will be back soon. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls, who was saying apes forever or something in the chat. So shout out to AMC. Shout out to the apes. Shout out to the GME people. Shout out to Noah, Brainor, Bala, Chris, Beakwater, Relo, De Reloha. We have Damian Tarza, Noah, Paul, Neil Roberts, Bristol, Valerie B, Manimal, Bala, Ronaldo, Crypto FOMO, D. Westermeyer in the chat here, Trader Leah in the chat, Melly Mel Urich, Viper, I like the Melly Mel reference, Viper Trader, The One, Joseph Brown, Prather Fam, Mr. Moon, Saad Zaman, Scott Angel, DL Grubbs, Midnight in the Ocean, Mile High Momo, Pitch Bull, Bright Awakening, Michelle Muir, John Von Stowers, John D. Pietro, By the Drip. I gotta stop with that. But thank you guys so much to everyone for being here. Because you know what? We're actually gonna be back on Thursday.
Yes.
So whether or not you're gonna be charting throughout the whole new year or sleeping, throughout whatever you do, we'll be back on Thursday. And we hope to see you there as well.
Yeah, we're going to be right back. It's going to be a short hiatus. Remember, the market is closed tomorrow. Actually, I should give a Happy New Year's to D. Westamar, our friend there in the chat. Also, a Happy New Year's to your son, Ruben. And thank you for sharing the picture of your cute son. Thank you so much for that. It was a pleasure meeting you. And we love all of our community. One thing I will say, as you are enjoying your new year, everybody drink responsibly. Uber is a thing. Public transit, most places, is obviously going to be free. I know a lot of places do that. So just make sure you arrive home safe. We want to see everybody back here ready to kick butt in 2025. So enjoy yourselves. We'll be back on Thursday. Happy New Year to the entire Trader TV Live community, and we'll see you in 2025.
Thank you so much, guys. See you soon.